Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with day 2 of the Everchosen Invitational. I'm joined by my glorious co-host, ItalianSparticus. How you doing, man?
You know what? I'm doing great. I'm excited for some finals here today. I'm excited for a fun time in the sun with Yali Nali, with Lotus Moon, with Aerocrastic, with Soothsayer. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be a fun-filled adventure throughout all of today.
It is, absolutely. So our first best of 3 is going to be Yali Nali facing off against Lotus Moon. So we have a newcomer to the tournament. Lotus Moon, of course, has not been in previous Everchosens, but of course is a very solid tournament player, facing off against Yali Nali, who actually did get to the finals of the Everchosen on our previous edition, and also did come off a victory against Falcon yesterday, the previous Everchosen champion who had defeated him. And on the bottom side, we have Aerocrastic versus Soothsayer, which is also happens to be a rematch of an Everchosen Grand Finals we have had in the past. You know, I think it's time to show your new persona, your new look. Are you ready to show your new face to the world, Ryan?
Please, let it happen.
There was a pause there, so I was like, did he disconnect? All right. There you go, guys. There's ItalianSparticus coming in. Yeah.
I'm basking in my ambiance. It's beautiful. It's great. It feels good. You know, as someone who's always been a High Elf fan, it feels good to take hold of my birthright as a true goblin, you know? And I feel like it really kind of, I think it sets the pace for my future. I think I'm just going to be all sorts of disgusting green and smell like terrible rotten cabbage for the rest of my life.
Dude, you're officially the hype goblin today, man.
Yeah, Turin, do it.
Yeah, it was actually on.
But it'll do.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, Goblin Skaven is kind of interchangeable with the high pitched kind of.
Yeah, they're both just as wretched.
Yeah. And yesterday, actually, I was on Lore Master of Sotek stream. So he was doing a stream afterwards, and I asked him about the lore of. So apparently, there's a bit of lore actually on Grom's hype goblin, the guy who actually like sits up on his like shoulders there.
On Niblet.
Yeah, Niblet. There's actually like some lore pieces about him where he like apparently like Grom the Paunch fought a bunch of like orc war bosses or something like that and was like super tired. So after his battle and defeating the war bosses, he accidentally sat on Niblet. And while, you know, everybody was like, oh, you know, Niblet's, he's a goner, he's done for, you know, he's not going to be coming back, you know, rest in peace, Night Goblin. But apparently he survives when Grom the Paunch stands up. And then from there, Grom the Paunch like sees him as this like lucky goblin and I guess makes him his bannerman or something.
Dude, are you trying to say I'm your lucky goblin?
I suppose so. Yeah, that's the metaphor in this all.
That's what I've always wanted.
That's all I've ever wanted. Start when ready.
That's all I've ever wanted,
Turin. Dude, that voice gets me every time. So our first match today is going to be Yali Nali against Lotus Moon. And actually, it looks like it's going to be High Elves. So it's the new High Elves facing off against Brettonia. Lotus Moon on Brettonia and Yali Nali on the High Elves, man. So your people, they're being represented in a way. The High Elves, your former folk.
Is it my people here today? I mean, when you don't have a makeup brush and you use a wet paper towel to apply green face paint all over yourself, you really have to buy into the whole goblin green face paint thing. So for today, my people are the Greenskins, Turin.
It's pretty funny because, like, I know you've always hated the Greenskins. Like, every time we do, like, quick battles or campaign, I'm like, how about you do, like, you know, a Grimgore campaign or like something with Skarsnik, and you're just like, no, absolutely not.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sully my hands. My hands are green. My hands have tinted green from putting all this stuff on all morning.
Yeah, it's fair play, man. It's fair play. And now we switch on over to the battle. So it's going to be Yali Nali versus Lotus Moon here in our first match of the day. Brettonia against High Elves, and we are going to be on Schwarzhofen, I believe is the map. Now, this is a matchup that actually historically has favored the Brettonians. They don't have too many good matchups. Certainly a very niche kind of faction to pick. But nonetheless, they are, they have a good matchup here, at least in my experience. 1 second, just fixing Lotus Moon's nameplate there. Sure. We're back in business. So, would you like to talk about the glorious High Elves? I know you enjoy these guys.
You know what? I would love to do that. Let's talk about one of the best parts of the DLC. If anything, it should be the only part. But as we take a look at what we're looking at here, we have a nice, beautiful Star Dragon ready to just rip heads off all throughout Brettonia. And then we're going to have a lot of firing coming out of Yali Nali's army. And I think that this is probably a really good play. They're going to be able to outclass any of the peasant bowmen. And on top of it, they're going to be able to just shoot apart anything throughout the Brettonian army. But the big thing is using these Sisters of Avalorn to take down any of the portions of the army that are heavily armored, any of the knights, any of the Lowen Leonkar on his Beakus. So stuff like that is really going to help out in Yali's army. Throughout the rest of it, though, we're going to be seeing a lot of spearmen, as well as the leadership portion of this. It's going to be both a noble on a chariot, which I actually think is a pretty solid pick here because it's going to be giving him AP and anti-infantry to destroy the front line of Brettonia. Brettonia has a lot of really great access to shields. So this is a great way to just kind of push through them and take care of that chaff infantry. And on top of it, we're going to see Teclis on a horse, not his new Arcane Phoenix mount, unfortunately. And he's going to have Potion of Charoi, the Sword of Teclis, which is changed now in the most recent DLC. No longer does it buff up his combat abilities. It now actually gives him a power reserve and a power recharge. And he gets greater Arcane Conduit, as well as Net of Amontok and Regrowth on Big Scary Teclis, the more decrepit of the twins of Ulthuan.
Yeah, but he can ride a big bad phoenix, and Tyrion's stuck on a little horse, unfortunately, as far as this game goes. But nonetheless, the Noble on the Chariot is actually kind of an interesting piece. For the longest time in tournament scenes, the Noble on the Chariot, for some reason, I don't know if it has something to do with its like back end, but it performs exceptionally well against big targets like knights and dragons and monsters. It's a very strange thing, but like you said, it will have good dual purpose against the infantry. Not that you need heavy AP to really deal with like peasants and men at arms, but it still is another single entity that really does perform a little bit better than it probably should. And of course, can deal with infantry, monsters, block things up. And yeah, I do like the High Elf army for sure. A little bit weak to Trebuchet play. So if the Brettonians do come in with the Trebuchet, which Lotus Moon has on the far side, certainly going to be, because like those sisters, of course, are very expensive and very elite. They do perform very well.
Trebuchet.
Yeah. Trebuchets in the High Elf matchup are very common, actually, because obviously the High Elves usually don't bring bolt throwers. And if they come in with a ton of archers, the Trebuchets with their 440 range, even though they're not terribly accurate, all you need to do is just muck up the High Elf advance using like men-at-arms and peasant mobs and skirmishing. And from there, over the course of a 5 to 8 minute battle, suddenly these trebuchets are going to be getting some massive value. So he's got the trebuchets, he's got peasant archers, he's got a combination of men-at-arms and peasant mobs, obviously not too much infantry quality. Fey Enchantress, as well as some questing knights. Questing knights are very solid because they have good general AP values. They can defeat silver helms very easily in combat, and they also are very good against dragon princes with their AP and their armor themselves. And it looks like there's a couple loose elements hidden around, a Damsel of Beast to summon some Manticores. And I think those are going to be Knights of the Realm, Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis as well, and that is it. So very much a Brettonian army. He has the companions of Quinelivre on the far side as well, who are probably one of the best anti-large duelist cav in the game. But it looks like the High Elves are going to be advancing into these trebuchets, man. Any predictions as we go forward in this battle?
Well, I really agree with you when you're talking about trebuchets and disrupting that firing line. The one thing that the High Elves have going for them or have working against them is the fact that all of their ranks are these neat, orderly lines.
Yeah,
so when any kind of mortar or field trebuchet hits them, it does. Look at this! Wow,
oh my god, that was like half health off those sisters. Oh my goodness, that was brutal.
Destroyed them, and it's like the Sisters of Avalorn are a really strong unit. They're about 1,100, 1,200 points.
Very pricey.
So that is a huge amount of points lost in the first opening, less than a minute and a half of this fight.
I don't think there's anything stronger than Brettonian engineering, man.
There really isn't. The rickety clacking of those trebuchets is one of the most romantic sounds throughout all of Brettonia.
Yeah, and the trebuchet is pounding in here. A little bit of light skirmishing on the flank here. You can see the questing knights are kind of teasing an engagement, but Lotus Moon isn't going to commit until he absolutely has to. What he's doing, he's pulling the cav in, he's forcing the High Elf archers to kind of turn about face and face them, but then he's simply running away. And the reason he's doing this is just to run interference and buy more time for his trebuchets. But it looks like the High Elves and the Dragon and the Noble are about to get on top of that trebuchet there, but I don't know if they're going to want to stay with those knights collapsing.
They're jumping right into it, and I like this tactic by Lotus Moon of using the peasant bowman with pox arrows. So he's going to be able to slow down and actually weaken anything that comes in range. So that Star Dragon's getting hit by those pox arrows. It's not going to be able to do as much damage if it charges in, and on top of it, it's going to have a harder time getting out of this fight to go to the rest of the High Elf army. I actually really like that as a defensive.
Did you see that breath attack though? Oh man,
just right down onto those Defenders of the Fleur-de-Lis. So that was a pretty spicy little hit there. Did 50% of that damage again.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of heavy burst damage onto both of these armies right now.
Absolutely. The Noble's a little bit mucked up fighting some of the Defenders, but Defenders are Knights Errant. And the Brettonian archers, not Brettonian, but the High Elf archers are actually lending some really good fire support. Dragons coming in, and this is a pretty good victory here for the High Elves. But the Brettonian Knights are now going to be swarming in, and also those trebuchets are getting really good incremental value. Yeah, Chalice of Potions going down there, and a really nice net of Amontok coming in from Teclis there, locking down the Grail Knights as they charge in, but in the back there's also pressure coming in from Questing Knights and Mounted Yeomen.
Right into the Mounted Yeomen onto those the beaten up unit of the Sisters of Avalorn. Like, that was a really good 1-2 punch there. Like you said, locking those units down, getting all those Sisters of Avalorn onto them, and then that sweep in from the Mounted Yeomen onto the rear of those Sisters of Avalorn, and then Lotus Moon just pulls them right out. There's no real loss to that unit, and it really compromised those Sisters of Avalorn.
Another big breath attack.
Like you were talking about the Knights of the Realm as well.
He got another big breath attack right there with the Star Dragon actually on the Grail Knights, which is going to be getting us some huge value. And also, there's a big regrowth going down in the Noble, which was able to break off the pressure from Questing Knights. And the thing about Sisters of Avalorn as far as archers go, they actually have 50 melee defense. So even when attacked, they're a little bit more scrappy than like something like standard archers or peasant archers or things like that. Lotus Moon's still hammering in the back, though, with those Questing Knights, trying to get them in, but Silver and Guard are now there, and you guys know how tanky those bad boys are.
Yeah, that's probably been the best thing about watching this fight right now is how Lotus Moon has been just really keeping constant pressure on that back line. He's been using the Companions of Quenelle to jump right into that. I mean, even though he, like you said, he charged him into Silver and Guard, but he got a pretty good little value out of it, and he's pushing out of it again. He's got his mounted yeoman already taking shots here. Another net of Almontauk, though, onto the Companions of Quenelle, which is not going to be too good for them because they're taking shots from the Sisters of Avalorn, which are AP shots.
Absolutely.
Getting more shots in from hopefully that dragon isn't gonna.
It looks like he's trying to line up a breath attack. Maybe I don't know if it's off cooldown. It looks like it is going to be coming in a Manscore summon as well from Lotus Moon. But oh man, those elite knights going down is so punishing. And as soon as that breath attack went in, I don't know if you saw it, but the bounce of power on the very top like just tilted back in the favor of the High Elves, or at least went back to the dead center with the Brettonians previously having an advantage. But the melee fight's a little bit grindy in the front. Silver and Guard and Spearmen, of course, trading pretty evenly here with some of the men-at-arms. And the field trebuchets are going to be a big problem, though. The High Elves don't really have too much mobility, so even if they win this big fight, the Brettonians can kind of pull back, use those trebuchets, and potentially carry the day. But also, the Brettonians, having lost the Companions and most of their knights being in tatters, honestly don't really have a great answer here for the Star Dragon.
Right, yeah, and you can see that the back line too. The peasant bowmen with pox arrows are still online. They can continue to poison this big, scary dragon here, and reduce its combat effectiveness as much as possible. Getting more mounted yeomen into those back lines, onto those Sisters of Avalorn, and to those Lothern Seaguard. That Manticore just disappeared.
Oh man, it looks like a Chalice of Potions coming down here, right on top of the Silver and Guard. The cool thing about Silver and Guard,
I think he just cleared it there.
He's good. It's probably going to nuke his own Brettonian troops, which is the true Brettonian way, but
exactly right. They're just peasants after all.
They're good. They're expendable. Just let the knights do all the heavy lifting. Granted, if you take a look at the battlefield, all of the Brettonian knights have pretty much run for the hills, and only the true backbone of Brettonia, the men-at-arms and the peasant mobs and peasant archers, are the ones still fighting, man. Oh, looks like the knights are actually rallying here. Enchantress has gotten the
like
question.
Like a true knight of Brettonia would. Naturally, once things are clear, they come back from the fight.
Yeah, once all the spears have moved into the front line and they're safe to just run into archers freely. But I don't know. This is a really close game. I do think Hyalian is pulling ahead because the Star Dragon obviously is going to be a huge issue. And look at that net!
Net of Almontauk. It got a lot. It got Enchantress, all three of that unit of knights. Oh, a nice regrowth down there. Or I'm sorry, Earthblood down as well. Oof, that was
super clutch. And Teclis is just going ham with this mighty sort of Teclis, clearing out the Companions here in the back. But that might be the Bane backbreak right there. I think the Questing Knights and these other troops, especially if the Dragon is able to get some damage on Fey Enchantress here. Yeah, you can see Shattering Knights. I believe the Grail Knights are shattered with only 2 models left. The High Elf Spearmen, of course.
Enchantress is just getting eaten like chomp after chomp from that Star Dragon right there.
Yeah, she's a little stuck in combat. Maybe she's going to learn her Unicorn is not a match for a Star Dragon, but
hey.
Yeah.
And then we got the noble over here riding dirty through all these peasant bowmen again, always looking for those pink slips. The nice thing I'd say about Lotus Moon's army too is that these peasant bowmen are pretty inexpensive, right? They're very cheap, and they've been online almost the entire fight. Been poisoning things, doing minimal AP damage, but at least some chips away at bigger portions of health.
Yeah.
I think that has worked in his favor. What I think that didn't really kind of come through for Lotus Moon is a lot of his cavalry charges that were initially doing really well. I think that Hyalian ended up responding really well with them with 2-3 really good net of Almontauks to shut down what would have been just a huge value train for Lotus Moon to completely just break the backbone.
Yeah, man.
The High Elf army with all the archers.
He had some really good charging angles into the back line, but one of the issues was that when he did do those charges, he had like 3 or 4 cav units kind of stacked on top of each other, or at least very close by, and you articulated it pretty much perfectly in that the nets of Ammontok were so punishing. But more importantly, the nets were really good, but Hyali had an amazing follow-up every time. As soon as he got a net, the Star Dragon appeared out of the shadows from behind the bushes and just got like a huge breath attack, like right down the pipe every single time. And the game's looking pretty good for the High Elves. I think if the Star Dragon just kind of waits in the back and honestly lets the Brettonian peasant archers run out of ammo, there's going to be nothing that can deal with it. Star Dragons do themselves have 80 armor, so they're pretty durable against low AP missile fire, but Teclis
getting in there and getting scrappy.
Dude, we have a wizard duel, man. Look at this.
Yeah, like look at this.
It's like Harry Potter in here. Teclis,
I
Sword
know.
of Teclis activated.
Leviosa. Like he's doing a pretty good job here of again. This is like we saw with Gelt. Like Gelt taking the fights that are not that threatening to him, right? Like he can go fight a Supreme Sorceress or a hero level caster, and it's not going to be as scary, obviously. So
Yeah.
that's what you kind of get to see with this high level of play is using something you would typically hold back because it is considered squishier, and using it against things that it knows it can really.
Oh, the Star Dragon's coming in for the kill, dude. The Enchantress is going down. Oh, she's so low.
Those big dragon wings down to terrify the peasantry away.
Yeah.
The Damsel Beast is probably gonna start having some leadership issues as well. And there goes the Fey Enchantress. She is terrified though.
This is a pretty impressive performance from Kelly, for sure. I think most competitive tournament players would consider this to be a Brettonian favored matchup here. And you can see the Star Dragon with the regrowth coming in. And like with that regrowth, that's probably going to heal it so much. 1,392 whopping HP. That may even trigger army losses on its own with that healing. And Teclis, like you said, is actually not... I mean, he's not a duelist character, but in terms of taking a beating or getting into close quarters combat, the Potion of Koroi does heal him and also give him 44% ward save against all damage types. And certainly makes him quite strong. And yeah, you can see High Elves Spearman on the trebuchets here.
In this duel with the Damsel the Beast.
The Damsel's giving him the business, though. Teclis is running. Oh, man. Well, at least one of the ladies stands strong today, that's for sure. But you can see the Fey Enchantress running for the Hillsman, and I think it's only a matter of time before the High Elves clean up here.
Yeah, I mean, this was a pretty...
It was a good game. It was a 10-minute game. It was a back-and-forth one for sure, but the Star Dragon just being such a monster, and the Brettonians had some answers for it, like Questing Knights, the Companions, like, the Grail Knights obviously could do very well against the Star Dragon if they can isolate it, but the big problem being is that they all got netted and just breath attacked down and focused by the very tattered archers of the High Elves. But that's going to be game one, going to Hjalli Nale in this best of three. I'm sure you're very pleased to see the High Elves do well there in that matchup.
You know, I knew it would happen.
You had faith.
I knew they would win. It had to happen. And you know, this is probably a matchup where I would say the Silver and Guard really shine because you're not forced to take Phoenix Guard in this case anymore. You can actually use Silver and Guard to pretty good advantage, right? You don't have to take the huge point sink of Phoenix Guard, and you get a pretty great stocky defensive charge defense versus all Spearman unit in the Silver and Guard there. So I actually like the play here of putting those guys in rather than 2 units of Phoenix Guard and not being able to field all these Sisters of Averlorn and Lothern Sea Guard as well as a Star Dragon. I think that makes for a really interesting build. Yeah,
it's a really great point you raised for sure. Another really cool thing about Silver and Guard is they do have magic resist, and a couple of the very elite Brettonian Knights, like Grail Knights and things like that, actually do magic damage. So it's pretty cool to have that. I believe the Holy Wardens also do magic damage, so if you mix them in. But I do think that, when we got the DLC, I remember playing in the early build kind of with a lot of these players for the tournament. And everybody kind of overlooked the Silver and Guard. They're like, oh, Rangers are pretty cool, and maybe the Warlines are going to be the best unit they got. But I really think as we've kind of developed through the tournament circuit, and of course in the Everchosen here, we've really seen that the Silver and Guard are pretty much picked in every single matchup we've seen the High Elves. And I think they are just so incredibly solid for their cost.
Yeah, like you said, it's such a small cost increase for a huge value, right? You're getting almost 40 more armor. You're getting that charge defense versus all. You're getting that magic resist. So there's a lot of really great things with them. I really like the Silver and Guard. And like you said, I initially was not. It took me a little while to warm up to them, but I do really like to see them now on the battlefield here.
Yeah, they're really good. I mean, I still think Rangers are very solid, and actually, I don't think mixing in a couple Rangers against Brettonia is a bad thing. Having like one or two
anti-infantry.
Yeah, it's just like their Rangers are exceptional at clearing out chaff. Like if they're facing off against like men-at-arms or peasant mobs, or even against like battle pilgrim tier troops, they'll trade very well for their cost. They may not straight up win a fight against like Footsquires or battle pilgrims. I haven't tested it myself, but they'll trade efficiently is what I'm saying. And it gives you a little bit more crowd clearing. Granted, Silver and Guard do have melee attack in the 30s, and their weapon strength isn't insane, but honestly, it's not terrible either. So yeah. I think going with all spears against Brettonia is the right call, though, simply because you get so much extra kind of dual purpose in the anti-large you get from them.
Agreed. If you guys are just tuning in here today, remember this is the 6th Everchosen. Is being run alongside the Skulls for Skulls Throne sale on Steam. So you can head on over to Steam to take advantage of a huge sale throughout all of Games Workshop IPs, but namely, of course, Total War Warhammer 1 and 2, and all of its DLCs are up to 75% off. So if you like what you're seeing here today, there is a huge single-player campaign portion of it. The Everchosen Invitational is aimed at showcasing the high level of play in the competitive competitive multiplayer realm. I am ItalianSparticus, and alongside me is Turin here. We both host our own competitive leagues on our own channels, but this is a really great way to get a good sense for what the multiplayer is like in Total War Warhammer 2. And it's ramping up to be pretty exciting here today.
Yeah.
Lotus Moon switching over here to the High Elves, and Yali Nali's looking, he's picking his next force.
It's going to be Skaven. It's going to be the Rats, man. That's another one of his top tier factions because the Poison Wind Mortars and the Giselles are so cost effective here. So yeah. I think we'll see something along those lines. Now, as far as the multiplayer process goes, when you're in a tournament, there's a picking and a banning. So much like in other competitive games, not so much in RTS titles, but in MOBAs and things like that, there generally is a pick and ban phase. So you can ban, characters or factions that you're not comfortable against. In this case, Lotus Moon picked his High Elves as his faction. And for those of you guys who haven't seen Lotus Moon play, he is pretty much an elf aficionado. He's very good at all of the elvish factions, the High Elves, Dark Elves, and Wood Elves. But in this case, he banned High Elves, or he picked High Elves and he banned the Lizardmen and Skaven, I think? Let's see. No, he banned Lizardmen and Greenskins, opening up the Skaven pick. So that is why Hali went to the Skaven, it looks like. But yeah, I think we're going to see Mortars. Skaven have some pretty good counter-skirmishing tools for sure, but yeah, I don't know. What would you say, is your experience with Skaven playing against these, elvish factions? Or when you play High Elves and you played them in the past, what gives you the most trouble from the Skaven perspective?
Honestly, it was going to be that Poison Wind Mortar. Since that's been added into the game, I think it's such a scary addition because, like you said, it does a lot of damage to lightly armored things. It's got that damage over time aspect to it. Yeah. So it really messes you up over time.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things, too, with Skaven versus High Elves is that Skaven have the ability to go way wider than High Elves can. So if you can't really respond to all those threats quickly, it can just overwhelm your lines with just a bunch of chittering, chattering, little disgusting Skaven monsters. So that's another big thing when it comes to Skaven versus High Elves is dealing with a lot of really scary artillery, a lot of really scary big, volume of infantry, and just a lot of threats, a lot of big threats, because High Elves tend to have so many high-cost units that make up really the hammer to their hammer and anvil that you really are almost always forced to go not as wide, especially as Skaven force can.
It's extremely difficult to go super wide with High Elves. I mean, you can do it, and especially now with the DLC, getting another kind of a early game unit in the form of Rangers, it's much more not much more efficient, but it's much more possible to have wider builds. But yeah, your point with Skaven is very well put for sure. The mortars are incredibly effective against all archers and even against elite troops. So let's say you're fighting Dragon Princes or Silver Helms or something like that, with the exception of single entities. I found that the Poison Wind Mortars still do really well against infantry, against cav units, and it's guaranteed damage. Though the impact damage of the mortars isn't super strong on the Poison Wind, it still, of course, does damage over time. So it's kind of guaranteed to get good value against whatever it hits. It's a really, really good piece for sure. But yeah, I do think Skaven have a decent matchup versus High Elves. I think the one thing you probably want to avoid against a player like Lotus Moon is going with big artillery targets. So Plague Claw catapults, Warp Lightning cannons. Elvish factions oftentimes like to bring a Lithanar, who's the Shadow King. He's a High Elf legendary character who pretty much is an artillery piece himself. And he has this really good bow that he can basically snipe out the Skaven artillery. So I think going wider and going infantry-based artillery, so Poison Wind Mortars, Giselles, is really going to be a much more efficient kind of method. However, High Elves actually have a vastly different playstyle now if they go with Imric. So Imric is the new free LC character for the High Elves. And he has an ability called the Dragon Horn, which buffs up your entire army with melee attack. It's basically like the High Elf equivalent of a Waaagh. When you do this, you can get a ton of Reavers, Silver Helms, Dragon Princes, and you can blitz the Skaven so hard. And Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats are going to have trouble holding back a blitz like that. So, I don't know. I think we might see Imric play out of Lotus Moon, to be honest.
And I would love to see it. We have not seen Imric yet in the Everchosen Invitational. I think we've only seen the High Elves showcase twice, not including what's happened today. So, yeah, I'd be really stoked to see him.
I think we saw Teclis and Alariel. I don't think we've seen any other lore choices out of the High Elves. Granted, in my most recent Eternal Challenger League, we had some of these same players playing, and we did see a really high-level game with a Lithanar defeating the Skaven in a very convincing fashion, because the Skaven came in with Warp Lightning cannons, and the Lithanar just popped out of the shadows and literally sniped them all over a period of 2 minutes. So we'll see. I mean, maybe. And the thing about Lotus Moon is, over the past couple of years of seeing him playing, he almost always used to play kite, just mass kite. So players get it so in their head that they have to counter his kite. And recently in tournaments and on his streams, I've been seeing Lotus surprise people with rush builds, and suddenly they're prepared for his kite, and he's coming in with a very aggressive rush, which I think he might do right now. That would be my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that we're going to see a lot of movement out of Lotus Moon, right? That's always been his
forte.
Yeah, his forte. Thank you very much. I was like, his what?
It's early, man, for us, Yeah, it's early.
Yeah, no, I hype you up. You finish my words.
Hype goblin, dude.
We're
We
the
got
perfect
this.
package.
We got
Don't
this.
tell Anna. But I think that that's going to be what Lotus Moon is going to do, and I think that's probably the best way to fight against a Skaven force, because the Skaven can be so mobile in this. They can go so wide. So I think that Lotus Moon's going to play to his strength, which is that mobility, which is that picking apart of the enemy force here. So I'm really excited to see what we get from both factions, because Yali Nali is going to take a very tried and true build, and I think that Lotus Moon is going to take something that is going to be not left field, but something that's going to be just a little more out there when it comes to building against like a standard build against it.
Yeah, and you got to raise the banners, my friend. Lotus Moon is here with the High Elves. Let us go ahead and take a look at this Elf Harem build, as it looks like he is going to be going very cav heavy. Granted, no Imric. It's going to be an Archmage of Life. So let's have you talk us through this glorious High Elf army, man.
Well, I would love to. So going over here, accidentally just alt-tab my game there. So we do have the glorious Archmage of Life.
And these are new, right? These characters, yeah?
Yeah, so the Archmage itself is new. And we're going to be, you can see every single different type of Archmage has been added, and its accompanying aesthetic really matches its lore. So you can see the greens and the yellows all over the Archmage of Life here. And it's on a Sun Dragon, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And it also is going to be having
it's a Moon Dragon. It's a Moon Dragon, sorry.
It's a Moon Dragon, that's right. Yeah, Sun Dragon is red, duh. So it also has Earthblood attached to it. So not regrowth, just Earthblood. And so it looks like he went a little discount when it came to the Archmage itself, just wanting to get the Moon Dragon and Earthblood on there to get some really quick healing. Then across the front line, or lack thereof, we have Shadow Warriors.
Yeah.
So a nice 180 range in these bad boys, and some skirmishing fire whilst moving. An Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower in the back line, as well as some Illyrian Reavers and Silver Helms on the left and right flanks of the force. So two Silver Helms and 3 Reavers.
Yeah, I like the army for sure. I think that the Shadow Warriors are a pretty good choice against mortar play, because they are in a looser formation. Granted, the mortars are kind of like a wide shot, so sometimes like being wider like lets you get hit with an extra ability here, but we are going to have a little bit of a skirmishing duel. It looks like these Skaven with their Gutter Runners are going to be coming up to kind of test the waters, but they do discover the Shadow Warriors. And Shadow Warriors do have a stalk ability, which means they're invisible until you get close. So some of the Skaven do take some firepower. But for Skaven, it's going to be Ikit Claw and his Flayer, a bunch of Skaven Slaves, Clan Rats, Ogres, 1 Mortar team, and it looks like it is going to be a Plague Priest on a Furnace. So yeah, very much a well-rounded Skaven build. Plenty of Spear support against his Silver Helms, and Rat Ogres as well are very, very good against Silver Helms with their AP, but the Shadow Warriors seem to be getting the advantage in the initial skirmishing here, of course, with their 180 range against the 70 range on the Skaven skirmishers, it would appear. But oh, look, a Howling Warp Gale going down, locking down the Archmage of Life.
Locking that Archmage in place there, and now he's going to get shot apart by Gutter Runners here. Now, these are just the normal Gutter Runners. They do not have their poison attacks, so it's not going to be slowing them down. The responding breath attack right onto that unit of Gutter Runners melts halfway into it.
Yeah.
Woof.
That was certainly a very good Howling Warp Gale, but a good response from Lotus Moon, getting that breath attack off very quickly, which did stop a lot of that DPS from coming through. And also on that same note, it does kind of pull forward the Shadow Warriors into the mortar fire. And some of the Shadow Warriors did get hit there, but not too much damage was taken, to be honest.
Yeah, I was about to just say that too, that those Shadow Warriors are now going to start taking some of that damage. And we've talked about this earlier in the last fight, but you do deal with some condensed unit movement with the High Elves. And right now, all these Shadow Warriors are stacked up on top of each other a little haphazardly. And if any good Poison Wind Mortar shots land, it'll poison, one shot could land and poison all 3 at once. So Lotus Moon does have to be a little careful of that. As you can see, we got some jumping down right now onto them. And it's just about hitting the center portion of the unit.
It hit 2 of them, yeah. It hit the ones on the left there, and it also hit the center ones, which is quite painful. Yeah.
Yep, and that's the dreaded thing about that Poison Wind Mortar. It can really get a high value out of just one salvo. So you really have to make sure that you're spreading your units out, especially when it comes to High Elves in this. But continuing to fire into these Skaven Slaves with spears from the Shadow Warriors, which is not the best shot on target right now, so they need to really get a better value right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big kind of key to success here for the Skaven, I think, is to make sure that those Poison Wind Mortars are protected. If those things are gone, it kind of gives Lotus Moon freedom to really harass and cycle charge, because most of the other ranged elements for the Skaven are simply like just kind of low-tier slinger units. Granted, the Rat Ogres in the back are fending off the Nobles, who do have the Armor of the Stars, giving them stock and unspotable, which is pretty hilarious. And Lotus Moon is doing a pretty good job cycle charging here with his Silver Helms, just back and forth.
We'll take a look here to their left here. We got some Illyrian Reavers jumping into some Skaven Slaves, trying to pull apart some of that micro and get things that are moving around the battlefield here. If Lotus Moon can kind of create additional fronts for Yali and Ali to defend against or respond to, it kind of pulls your micro in a bunch of different directions all at once. So that's something that Lotus Moon is very good at, keeping
look at this in the back, though, Ryan.
fronts of aggression.
The nobles had the armor of the stars, and they were invisible right up until their charge. And then they came right through the unbraced clan rats, and they're going into the mortar teams. That's going to be devastating. And Lotus Moon committing very heavily there. Oh, but he pulls back at the last second. He could have broken them, but I guess he wants to get away from the rat ogres. And yeah, the mortar teams are still firing. And look at the damage they've really put up on the Shadow Warriors here. It's certainly been a saving grace for the Skaven, but honestly, the High Elves seem to be in a pretty good position here, wearing down the mortar teams, the gutter runners, and once they start to lose all this, it's really going to be a pretty rough fight for Lotus Moon to have to push into all these spears.
But Plague Monks coming right there onto the right portion of them.
Oh yeah, nice.
Those guys are going to do a lot of damage. They're not, of course, the most armored unit, with 10 armor, but in close combat, they're going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Bonus for infantry, pretty good DPS against light armors, but what's really cool about Shadow Warriors is they are pretty quick. They have 40 speed against 36 of the Plague Monks, so with good efficient micro, Lotus Moon should not lose too many more Shadow Warriors, and he should be able to kite back. But kind of the
Archmage just jumping into that front line, and then we have another charge in with those Silver Helms and Illyrian Reavers on the far left. And we're putting some pressure into the back line with the Illyrian Reavers and the Nobles, who are retreating just a little bit. They're taking some slinger fire, but this is what we're talking about. Lotus Moon is trying to just open up a lot of fronts of aggression, kind of scatter that micro a little bit. We have more charging elements of Illyrian Reavers on the right side, and return fire from those Eagle Claw bolt throwers into this nice dense pocket of gutter runners in the dead center of Lotus Moon's army.
Yeah, and the thing about the Plague Monks kind of pushing into the back too is that it looks like for a moment Lotus Moon was using some ammo on them, and that's the big thing here for the Skaven. They're obviously not going to be able to catch this High Elf army, but if they can run them out of ammo and mitigate their losses and really just kind of make sure it's their Skaven slaves and kind of their lower tier clan rats and Skaven slave slingers that are taking most of the damage, then I think in the late game as they progress, the Rat Ogres, the Plague Furnace, we have Ikit Claw and his Flayer, there's a lot of things that will be very good against the High Elf Reavers and Silver Helms, which could put up for a relatively tough situation here for Lotus Moon, but I don't know. So far, ammunition conservation's been pretty good. Shadow Warriors have about 20 to 40% ammunition. The Bolt Thrower is still shooting as well, but oh, look at Ikit Claw out on the far side, man. Looks like he's a little bit trapped up there.
Yeah, he's caught out here. I was watching that. The Illyrian Reavers are starting to jump all over him. Now, look, Ikit Claw here.
Oh, the brass orb.
Ooh, and that's going to just lock those things in place, and Ikit Claw is going to be able to just squeeze right out of this one.
He's going to be able to squeak away. Certainly a very good brass. Certainly a very good brass orb was able to lock those guys in place because the Moon Dragon was coming, and the Archmage on the Dragon, and that certainly would have been pretty punishing. Granted, Ikit Claw does of course have his Howling Warp Gale, so if things do get really ugly, he can lock the Dragon down in the sky. Something that's going to be tough to deal with, of course, are the two nobles with the healing, and that's kind of like, you saw that in the other game with Hyalian using High Elves, like how powerful High Elves are with their single entities and healing here, but the Rat Ogre is trying desperately to rotate over here to shut down those nobles, but they are quite swift.
Those Rat Ogres pretty much for the whole game have been chasing these nobles around, and Lotus Moon hasn't really dedicated them too much to any fighting at all for the most part. They've just been taking occasional Slinger Fire and Death Runner, Gutter Runner fire. So it's been pretty interesting to see that he hasn't really taken what is effectively a very heavy hitting unit for his point investment and really committed it just yet. He's really using his Shadow Warriors, just chipping away at things here and there. He's using these occasional charges in from the Archmage, which is locked down with a Howling Warp Gale right now, and taking a ton of fire from Slingers, which are in turn getting responded by all of the Shadow Warriors. It is wild right now. Yeah,
it looks like the Shadow Warriors here are going to be able to outrange and take out these Gutter Runners. Gutter Runners, I believe, do have a little bit of physical resist, but they're not like Chameleon Skinks in that they're super durable against enemy missile trading. But Lotus Moon certainly coming in with a lot of aggression now. You can see the Skaven pocket is kind of centralized, and the Nobles are crashing into the front line, while Reavers, and so much micro across the board. He's literally attacking from like 4 or 5 different angles and really forcing the Skaven to come out of their blob. And the Skaven want to blob. That's really their strength. They have a Mortis Engine effect with the Plague Priest. They have low leadership, but they have strength in numbers. So as they are together and moving in a pack, they're able to really kind of absorb those blunt charges. But in this case, it seems like the pressure from Lotus is doing some work, but also the ammunition is very low, and a massive portion of Lotus's army.
That Plague Monk right there onto those Shadow Warriors.
Yeah, and the monks are going to be able to kind of hustle those guys down. But for the most part, I think Hyalian might be starting to pull ahead, because without the ammunition, Shadow Warriors, though they are good in combat with 30 armor, their melee defense is 22, and they're going to struggle against even clan rats.
Yeah. And for those of you guys who are just tuning in, and this is your first time watching anything Total War related, when we say the term Mortis Engine effect, it refers to something in the game called a Mortis Engine. So this Plague Priest, when it jumps into combat, it will persistently do damage to anything around it as long as it remains within combat.
A little bit of a mistake here you can see from Lotus Moon. He actually lands the dragon into the morass of Skaven here, and there's going to be a Howling Warp. Well, he got Howling Warp Guild also, so Lotus Moon is having to commit Reavers and other Cav units to try and save the dragon. But in doing that, the dragon may escape, but he's going to be taking big casualties. Also, a great play here by Hyali, using his high mass Plague Furnace to actually block up the charge here of some of these Reavers. But I think the Skaven are slowly starting to pull ahead. Granted, those 2 nobles could really be a game changer in the late game. We'll see, man.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus Moon has got to win this one, or else obviously he is out of the competition. So
well, he would be to the 3rd place match, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, out of the running for Everchosen title at least.
Correct.
So Yale Nale right now can sit back and kind of play a little more defensively here. He doesn't necessarily need to take a lot of these really big fights. He can kind of, like you said, just push things in the way, block charges, and that's the nice thing about stuff like Rat Ogres or Plague Furnaces. They can get in the way of single entity units and block them from moving away and out of fights. So Yale is just kind of taking his time, really taking these smaller fights, chipping away just as well as Lotus Moon is chipping back at him. So it's a very interesting game. Like, last one was around 10 minutes long, and we're getting the same thing here. Just a prolonged kind of slugfest here between these two. Oh, then the 1-2-3 punch here of 2 nobles and the Archmage onto the Plague Priest, trying to pop open that Plague Furnace there.
Yeah, they got some pretty okay damage on it. But again, I believe in the most recent patch, they did kind of change the Noble's effectiveness against larger targets, because before, 2 Nobles would have been able to do huge damage to that Plague Furnace in that time. But you know, Lotus Moon is slowly running out of ammo. I think he only has a little bit left on some of his Shadow Warriors here. And now the Skaven have kind of they've smelled this with their rat senses. And they're going to be collapsing on Shadow Warriors and engaging on Silver Helms here. But yeah, I think chasing the Shadow Warriors is the right play. I don't think peeling back here to stop the Silver Helms is correct. But I don't know, we'll see. Skaven, of course, do use a summon. And Lotus Moon probably wants to wait out those summons to the best of his abilities. But I still do think the Skaven have a slight advantage here. But again, those Nobles are such a pain to deal with. And a lot of it does depend on the Winds of Magic situation for Lotus Moon as we get into the late game. Does he have Earthbloods to heal up all these characters?
Right.
I would assume he does.
Well, I really got to say, too, that Yale really using those Howling Warp Gales to his advantage has been really well done. Like, he has been holding on to them. Like, he used that Howling Warp Gale, like you pointed out, right when that Archmage just jumped in, so it locked it into place. Like, he's been using those Howling Warp Gales, and it's been forcing Lotus Moon to effectively use his resources in his other units to break open a lot of the damage that would have gone over to the Archmage otherwise. So really hats off there, or ears off, or goblins off, whatever I would say.
whatever descriptor or metaphor there, it all works.
Yeah, whatever my Night Goblin Fanatic hat off. I wish I had a conical hat right now.
Oh man, a Night Goblin hat would be so perfect for you. But the Rat Ogres were actually able to, punch some of those Silver Helms in the face, taking about 4 or 5 models off. And also, the skirmishing elements from the Skaven still have a little bit of ammo, and they are punishing that Archmage of Life. Balance of power is still even, but again, a lot of the High Elf forces are getting very worn down, and they're forced into these aggressive engagements without their ammo. So they're kind of having to play the Skaven game now. But there still is a big terror-causing dragon, which could get some mass terror out, so that could potentially be a saving grace. But yeah, the Silver Helms here get trapped up by the Plague Furnace. They're being dragged down, man.
Yeah, I was going to just say, watch that Plague Furnace charge here.
Man, the happy little
And then
rats.
we have an all-in here right on top of that Noble. We have an Earthblood dropping on as well. We had an Archmage dropping some fire into this whole pod as well, trying to crack open one of these Rat Ogre units here. And we have a Brass Orb locking everything in place right there.
Yeah.
Well, at least the Noble.
I think the Noble's just kind of trapped on his own Rat Ogres and things like that around the Skaven slaves, but yeah, that was actually a really good engagement for Lotus. He was able to peel off one of the very high-value Rat Ogres, and will now chase him off the battlefield, I would imagine, with some of these Reavers. But Plague Furnace is still functional. We have one group of Ogres. A Slinger core here for the Skaven is still going, and also Ikit Claw is an AP character himself. He's got 270 weapon strength with decent AP value, so should be able to punch back against those Nobles. And a single bad Howling Warp Gale with that Archmage in a bad position, I think could seal the doom for the High Elves. But the balance of power has come back towards the middle, man.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, to see Ikit Claw here on the Doom Flare. This might be the first competitive match I've seen him on a Doom Flare and Doom Wheel. So it's interesting for me to see that. And why a Doom Flare over the Doom Wheel?
It's a smaller target, and it's cheaper also. So if you're trying to get a wider build, it's a functional thing just to save money, because Doom Wheels are very expensive, comparatively speaking. Right. But also, he's a bit of a smaller target, so if there's like a big missile focus, you can hide him a little bit better amongst your ranks. And yeah, it gets chasing. He's pretty quick, too. He's got 72 speed. The dragon on the ground might be able to get away, but it is taking some nice prods in the back here by that Mighty Doom Flare.
It gets dreaded unicycle coming out of left field to get just ramrodded now by 2 Nobles in the front and in the flank there.
I have a feeling that you've ridden unicycles before. Is this true?
I don't want to give you an answer that isn't a yes, because it is a yes.
Yeah, because my dad is
yeah, absolutely knew it. Like,
because my dad is does you obviously know the background of my dad. He's does TV and whatnot, but you also have like a theater and kind of performing background as well. So I would imagine, I don't know if that's like a thing you guys do in that field, but
so Theater 101, they pull everyone up onto the stage and they say, "Here's your unicycle. If you can't ride this for 3 feet, get out of the class.
You're banished."
Yeah, you're banished. Back to the art class. Okay, go throw pottery elsewhere.
You're sent to the Night's Watch, yeah.
It was definitely a trial by fire in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that must require so much dexterity and balance. It's crazy stuff. But anyways, back to the action here. The Archmage of Life looking like it wants to swoop down, but some of the Skaven slingers are still poking. But that Plague Furnace is going to be a pain. If the High Elves have to commit to like a big Alpha Strike fight, you can see Lotus Moon is preparing for the final fight. He's even brought up his Eagle Claw bolt throwers, and both players are just having a stare down right now and just like
let me get the crews involved in this here. Let's all line up here. Let's just get the glorious charge in.
Ikit's doing pretty good though. He's just riding through Shadow Warriors honestly and getting free value, and I think he's trying to lure the Archmage into an engagement. I would assume he probably has a Howling Warp Gale in his back pocket here. I don't know. We'll see. The Plague Furnace is going to be so backbreaking though here. It'll drain all of these.
To be some sort of Winds of Magic on the back foot here. Either I think we've seen it. I think we're out of summons. I think it maybe is a Howling Warp Gale, and maybe we've got an Earthblood left, but I think there's got to be some little like held in the... Oh, here it is. There's the Earthblood.
Now it's going to be very powerful. You guys actually could probably watch the Bounce of Power and see it actually fluctuate as that Earthblood does heal up the Archmage as well as the two Nobles. But here comes a nice Scourge from the Skaven, wrecking those guys right there. The Skaven, yeah, that was a beaut right there. And now they need to get all their other forces
those bound ones that are bound to the Plague Furnace because they need the Plague Furnace as the axis for the spellcast. So sometimes it can get very wonky, and I've noticed that Yele has gotten two really good ones off. So
and also look at the Rat Ogres getting a great charge here. Some of the Reavers in the back are cleaning up. Oh, there's actually some Storm Vermin back there. So some elite Skaven infantry, quote unquote elite. I guess nothing in this Skaven is like truly elite, but
well, I mean, the Storm Vermin are about as elite as it gets.
Yeah, and the Plague Furnace is draining down some of the Shadow Warriors here, so it does have like a damage over time effect. And the Ogres are actually getting worn down a little bit, but so are the Silver Helms and supporting High Elf elements. But you know what? It kind of looks like
another
the High Elves...
Earthblood dropping down here to help out with those Nobles, keeping their health kind of topped off. Gets a little bit on the Archmage as well, as she drops right in here onto these Storm Vermin, helping to crack this open a bit. I mean, honestly...
It's looking good for the High Elves here, man.
Yeah, exactly. If he can keep the Archmage alive and he can keep both of these Nobles keeping constant pressure, he should be good. But now the rest of the High Elf units have scattered to the wind, and they're still dealing with some Rat Ogres. They've got a Plague Furnace, and Ikit Claw is still invested in this fight.
But Ikit's getting beaten up by those two Nobles. Nobles have 300 weapon strength with really good AP values. Ikit is a large entity, so they don't get their bonus, but it's still a lot of AP. And I don't know, this game could still go either way. If the Nobles kind of get worn down and beaten by the Rat Ogres here, and maybe the Archmage gets caught, but... Archmage is actually kind of healthy now. I mean, not healthy, but for this point in the game, it has almost 2,000 HP.
Yeah, has been doing well for all things considered. Like, he got some really good Earthbloods on. He got one good one at the initial charge, and then that one kind of just flying over one where the Archmage dropped the Earthblood, got the healing, and then immediately charged into the Storm Vermin. So a really great move there for Lotus Moon.
Yeah, and the Shadow Warriors are coming in now as well, which will probably break those Rat Ogres, that plus the Terror Route. And now Hyalinale only has these two single entities left. He has the Plague Priest, he has Ikit Claw, but I don't know. It's looking pretty grim bones here for this game.
Another Earthblood dropping down. And so with one of the more recent patches, I want to say, what was it, Vampire Coast when we got the cap on single entity units with the healing?
Yeah, it's only 4. I think it was later than that. I think it was one of the future DLCs like Hunter and the Beast. But yeah, see, a heal can only hit 4 targets now, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in that situation, it did get those Nobles, it did get the Archmage, so it was able to actually get its full usefulness in there. And man, that was...
I can't believe the High Elves came back there, but it's a good way to start RJ with a rubber match going to game 3. But yeah, it seemed Tiali didn't have too many good answers for the Nobles, to be honest. The Ogres were there, the Slingers were there, but there wasn't anything that really like punished those Nobles on the chariots. Maybe like a Arwar Jazael could have been able to like pick them off or at least put some hurt on them. And Hiale caught that dragon early and like almost took out the character very, very early in the game. Maybe had he had some follow-up from like a hard-hitting Jazael unit, he might have been able to get that character that early.
I'll be honest. I think that I was surprised the most to not see Jazaels because they're just so strong in this matchup because of the prevalence of dragons in the competitive meta for High Elves, really. Like, we've seen a dragon in every single High Elf build, either a character on it or the individual Sun, Moon, or Star Dragon of some sort.
That's kind of what they're known for in lore also, right? Like High Elves and their kind of symbiotic relationship with dragons.
Swing through the hills of Kalador, summoning up dragons by singing to them in their sleep, and they rouse from their slumbers. So, of course, you would want to field these majestic beasts of old.
yeah, it's pretty cool for sure. But that was a very strong build. Cool to see the Archmage in action. And Shadow Warriors have always been quite good against Skaven. They can really pound out Rat Ogres, Skaven missile pieces by like sneaking up. And yeah, it was a very tenacious game for sure. Very micro-intensive.
Yeah. Man, well, that's like you said, it's a great way to start things out here. We jump into a next match for the first portion. Now, whoever wins this will move on to the finals for the Everchosen Invitational. The loser, though, will, as Turin mentioned earlier, go on to the third place round. So we'll be able to see that person at least play one more time today against the loser of the next matchup after today's Yali Nali versus Lotus Moon. So we're going to see them kind of set up their next faction here, doing some more picks and bans. And again, this is the Everchosen Invitational number 6.
Yeah, man, it's been quite a run for sure. This one, of course, is done from going back to the olden days, because the first Everchosen Invitational,
back to the roots.
The first Everchosen Invitational we actually did in ItalianSparticus's apartment here in California. This one, of course, is being done from my lair here in Los Angeles. So it's certainly a little bit of a change up, but yeah, we're having a good time, man. It's good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but he is in his place and I'm in mine. So I think it's working pretty well, all things considered. Like, I mean, you look good. You got a great mullet. Like,
we're doing it, dude. And you know what? It almost looks like with like the face paint you did, it almost looks like you did some like highlights. Like, cause there's still like parts of your skin that are kind of showing through a little bit, but it's not like patchy. It almost looks like you were like dry brushed. Like somebody put like, the green skin, the flesh tone on you and then like dry brushed you with a little bit of yellow. So it turned out well, man.
You think it's highlight, but actually what it is in fact the green face paint has now dried and my normal skin tone is starting to seep through. My now tinted.
Are you just like rubbing your head and it's just getting these patches?
No, I've tried not to touch my face this entire time. Like it's been I've been like, oh, don't scratch my nose. Don't scratch my nose. Like,
yeah, that's rough.
It's rough.
Do Greenskins, now this is something I was kind of curious about. I think we've seen it in some of the like art in Total War Warhammer. Do Greenskins actually have beards and like mustaches and things like that?
There are some.
Yeah, I think they do, right?
But very rarely. I've seen more greenskins with like Fu Manchus than I've seen with like full on beards. But I have seen like very minimal art. I've not seen a single character in the Warhammer or even Warhammer 40K for that matter that has like a beard. Maybe actually even the 40K or Pirate might have a beard. I can't remember now. But
yeah, I think the one from Battlefleet Gothic. Like there's one in the cinematic who I think has like a pirate, like a black beard, kind of like a whole pirate thing going on. Yeah,
exactly what I was thinking of.
Well, and some of my big bosses,
like steel wool, tucked through its face. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be fake. Some of my big bosses in my campaign have also, I think, had like the Fu Manchus that you mentioned as well. So yeah, it rings a bell. Hang on a sec. Let's go ahead and pull up the bracket. So for those of you guys who are joining, we are on our first best of 3 of the day. It's Yali Nali versus Lotus Moon, and it has gone to game 3. It's certainly a very hotly contested series. Both players do have a bit of a kiting play style, so the games are certainly very long and tenacious. And on the bottom side, we have Arocrastic and Soothsayer, so 2 previous Everchosen champs. Arocrastic did win the Vampire Coast Everchosen Invitational, and Soothsayer won the one before that and the one after that as well. So Soothsayer, as far as Everchosens go, is the winningest. It's always a strange word for me, but yeah, he's won the most Everchosen Invitational, so certainly
the
quite the
winningest of winners.
Yeah, like that word winningest, it doesn't feel like it's like a real word, but I think I hear it in like sports commentary and things like that all the time. So I don't know. Well, wild times, man.
I think as they're getting set up here with their next match, there's one request that the people have had.
Well, they want to like, oh God, what is it?
They want a side profile of the mullet. They want you to shake the mullet.
To shake it? Okay, hold on.
Just kind of shimmy shammy that mullet.
No, man. I got you. Hold on.
Give him a show. Give him a show.
I'll put on the aviators. We're good. Let's go to the caster's desk. So they want the full Monty. So I could do like a walk-in, like coming in off camera and just like go sideways and shake it.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Is it shaking enough? Yeah.
Oh.
It's massive, dude. Like, look at this. It's serious back here. If you guys want the full back shot, I can't hear you right now, Ryan, because my headphones are out. So bear with me. But yeah, here it is back here. See, it's like it's business in the front more or less, and a party in the back is the expression they say.
You're a beautiful man. Let no one tell you otherwise.
Thanks, man. You know what's really great about it too is Lady Turin is kind of like warming up to it. So like I might get to keep it. It's funny because it's like as if we've rescued a puppy or something, and how like there's often, the dad or the mom is like, oh, I don't want to take on the dog. And then, after a couple of days of spending time with it, they love the creature and they're like, oh, let's keep it. Right. I'm sure you had that in your family, right? At some point.
No, no one in my family rolled in with a mullet and a leather jacket.
No, not a mullet. Like
threw finger guns at everyone.
So like my mom one day just brought home a dog randomly without telling my dad when we were very young. And like, my dad was like, oh, kind of pissed off about it. But after like 2 days, they're like best friends, right? Like
right.
Yeah, and it's it's the same thing with the mullet, I feel, and my lovely wife. So I don't know.
Would you name your next dog Mullet?
She's in the kitchen and she says that's so not true. Hey, I'm trying to put a positive spin on it here. But yeah, they're doing their picks and bans. Lotus Moon for this next match is going with the Wood Elves, I think. Yeah, Wood Elves is one of his best factions. I think he's probably not going to go to any of his unorthodox styles of play like rushes. I think he's really just going to go in for the kill here.
You know, and that's the funny thing you mentioned rushes because y'all and I going with some greenskins.
Doomdiver catapults, man, they do a lot of work here. But Lotus Moon is going to bring 2 arrows of Kurnus. Like, I'm fairly certain he'll bring double Waystalker just to actually try and snipe the Doomdiver catapults. Yeah, but y'all could surprise him, go with like a full greenskin wall rush, just get like a ton of spider riders, a ton of pig riders, like slowing mechanics, Skarsnik rampage, and like he can really put some heavy pressure on the Wood Elves here. So I don't know, curious to see what he does.
Okay. So sorry, I read something really quick from the Discord here. One thing, though, that is really interesting, you mentioned Lotus Moon's not going to take any kind of rushing when it comes to the Wood Elves. And that's something that we've actually seen a lot more of in the competitive meta for Wood Elves, is seeing strictly melee builds out of Wood Elves.
That's Falcon's fault.
What was that?
That's Falcon's fault.
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. I'll blame Falcon for it. Like, using a lot of Dryads, using a lot of Treekin, using a lot of Wild Riders. So it's always really cool when you get to see a completely... I don't want to say meta-breaking build because it really is, but I mean, like, that's just not the way the Wood Elves have historically played, you know?
Yeah.
Going with a lot of Eternal Guard and strictly melee elements is a really interesting way to play them, and I really do like that, but like you said, I don't think we will see that in this matchup.
Yeah, I think Lotus is going to go to his comfort picks. I mean, I guess, like, I'm trying to think what the Wood Elves could do in terms of a rush. Wild Riders are very effective here. They're able to outclass most of the Greenskin infantry. However, in the most recent patch, Greenskin Cav have had a pretty big buff to their armor, like 10 armor here, 15 armor here, but that really does make a big difference against the Wood Elf Cav who don't have a ton of armor piercing values. But I think probably from Lotus, we'll see probably like 3 Wild Riders, the Wild Hunters of Kurnus. I think we'll see a Glady on a Dragon, maybe some Deepwood Scouts as well. And he's very much just going to try and like blunt the Greenskin Rush using Pravenoth Rema and his kiting, some Sisters of Thorn as well. I think that's going to be a style of play. Or he could go with like a Treekin box, which is one of the more, nasty ways to play it. So what you do is you get Durthu, you get a couple like unbreakable Treekin, well, not unbreakable, but almost. You get Treekin, you get Eternal Guard, and you basically just like box up and use a couple like Hawk Riders up in the sky to harass. Hopefully we don't see that. I think that's a little bit less interesting of kind of a spectator experience, but of course it can be pretty strong. But Greenskin Daka lines can be really nasty, like Orc Airboys, like... Even though they're not accurate, they still actually have pretty good functional AP values. So, I don't know. We'll see.
And it's just a volume of fire thing, too. Like, even if you look at Goblin Archers who have 1 or 2 AP, you're dealing with so much volume of fire over time. I mean, same thing when we look at other kind of factions that have really low cost, cheap, which seem like ineffective range units. It's that volume of fire of low AP shots over time that really do a lot of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's pump wagons now too, so those are a new tool for the Greenskins. So we could see a pump wagon rush. Pump wagons are pretty quick with 60 speed. Granted, very, very low HP pools, more or less. So they can be kind of punished down by focus fire. But again, if you're focusing a pump wagon that has 450 gold invested in it, which is like almost nothing, I suppose your other elements in your army can really get in there and do some work. But yeah, Lotus Moon is probably considered to be one of the best Wood Elf players in all of Total War Warhammer. So, you're really going to have to be on point here. But thankfully for the Greenskins, they have a lot of new abilities. So in the most recent patch, the Warden and the Paunch, the Greenskins got a ton of snares. So they have the Rampage mechanic, the Fermented Fungi. So they can pull things into combat, which is so good against Wood Elves.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it's so good. And I think you got to pull all of that out. Also, on top of that, you have the Giant River Troll Hag, who is an MVP. What she can do is she has an ability called Mither, I believe is how you say that. And Mither, is it Mither? Yeah, Mither. It slows the target down by 72%. So Greenskins have gotten a ton of new tools that are exceptional at actually slowing down the Wood Elf elements and the kite. So we'll see. And maybe on that note, Lotus will come in with a rush and just totally catch Yali off guard, who's preparing heavily for the kite game. It's any given Sunday. You never know what they're going to bring. But I think Lotus is going to go true and tried Wood Elves. That would be my guess.
Yeah, and I think that Yali, what we're going to see is probably a lot of mobile elements as well to match that threat that he's going to get from Lotus Moon. He knows he's probably going to deal with a very mobile Wood Elf army. So I think we're going to see a lot of Goblin Wolf Riders. We're going to see a lot of Goblin Spider Riders, stuff to really kind of challenge that backline. So I think that that's going to be Yali's primary focus, is delivering a lot of pressure onto Lotus Moon, from those ranged skirmish cav elements in the wolf and goblin riders, and just keep that constant pressure back that I'm sure he's going to get from Lotus Moon.
Yeah, Spider Riders are a very good choice for sure. They have, obviously, they're shielded and not the best leadership in the world, but they also have poison. So, for example, if they're able to engage against some Wild Riders, as the Wild Riders are trying to retreat, you can poison them, put their speed down to like 60 or 50 something. I can't quite remember the actual number, but poison affects a multitude of stats. Your speed, your weapon damage, your vigor, all sorts of goodies. So it's really good for slowing down the Wood Elf retreat. But I can actually see Hjalli's build right now. It's just I'm able to see it as I pull this up. And man, it's going to be a wild game, a hog wild game. And I'm not saying hog because there's actually hogs, but I mean, I guess that would be a good way of saying it. But yeah, it's a really awesome build. Yeah, we're in for a treat for sure.
Yeah, this is I'm excited for what we get from Lotus Moon too. Like, this is not a build that I would expect from the Greenskins at this level. Like, there's some things that we talked about, and then some things I just did not expect at all.
Just a million pump wagons, dude.
Yeah, I did not expect to see in a competitive match 17 pump wagons. Like, that is ridiculous. Like, is that break a rule?
I think there's a limit on pump wagons. So also for anyone joining, if you're playing like campaign, for example, and just perusing through the old world, having fun, you could have a stack of like 20 dragons, right? Who cares? Like, there's not any restrictions. It is what it is. But in tournaments, there's actually and also in quick battles and multiplayer, Creative Assembly has put in their own rules as well. There's limitations on certain units. So, for example, you couldn't have an army that has like 10 Vargulfs in it or 10 giant monsters. You're limited to a certain amount of those monstrous units, right? And the same goes for infantry. Oftentimes, you can't have more than like 5 of a certain type of troop. So, let's say you wanted to bring a 20 stack of Silver and Guard in multiplayer. Well, you can't do that. I'm pretty sure they are limited to 5 just to create more diverse playstyles. And honestly, as far as like balancing goes, it's very tricky to balance around single entity spam because they can be abused very heavily. And also, there's rules pertaining to engagement. So if you like have no ammo left, you have to go engage in melee and things like that. Otherwise, players could just run in circles the entire time. So there are rules of engagement. Whereas in other RTS titles, players often have a base, right? So if they run away and don't engage you, you simply take out their base, you win the game. But it's a little bit different in Total War.
Yeah, 100%. I served you that description of the rules, and I figured, oh, he'll come with the rules now.
We're doing it. So there also is a new character as well that we haven't had the chance to see in other early access tournaments and earlier tournaments. So my ECL has been going, and we obviously have seen the new Greenskins in action with Grom the Paunch and all these different characters and things like that. But more recently, the free LC came out a couple days ago. So the Black Orc Big Boss has been added, and he's a very cool character. He's got like a Bane mask. He also gives immunity to psychology to all nearby troops, which is really nice for the Greenskins, especially with trolls as well. So if you want to go for like a troll build, he's really good. We could see he does have a shield as well, so maybe in the Wood Elf matchup, he's like a good character hunter and a good kind of a leadership buff against like dragons and terror routing characters. So yeah, there's so many different things we could see here, but yeah, really not too many predictions. And of course, like we said earlier, thank you guys all for joining. And on the bottom side of the bracket, we do have more competition awaiting. It's going to be Aerocrastic against Soothsayer. And while we're kind of hanging here, we can, of course, update the scorecards and whatnot. Yeah. But Hjalli coming off a very solid victory yesterday against Felcon with a 2-0. Lotus Moon with a 2-0 against Crabling as well. Granted, those games were very close. And actually, for both games, I would say that Crabling was a little bit ahead in the beginning. But that's pretty much all of Lotus Moon's games. He slowly picks apart the elements of his opponent's armies that can actually defeat his like monsters and skirmishing. And then he comes in for the Alpha Strike in the end. Aerocrastic, of course, with the 2-0 as well against Flying Taco in a very solid series. And the only series to not go 2-0 yesterday was actually Hadri's versus Soothsayer, which was certainly a very hotly contested one. I think that was the first time yesterday we saw the Greenskins. Yeah, we haven't seen them too much in this tournament, which is very surprising considering how good they are.
The first fight on that was High Elves and Greenskins, and it's awesome too because Hadri's is, I think this is his second Everchosen Invitational.
No, it's his first one actually.
First one. And he's put up an amazing fight against Loxlon Soothsayer. I believe he won that first match, right? He took a win off of Sooth right away.
He did. He came out of the series pretty hard and was able to get a solid win for sure.
And Loxlon Soothsayer here has won the Everchosen Invitational multiple times before, so that's a pretty scary opponent to come against on your very first match or foray here into the Everchosen Invitational. But Soothsayer did push ahead now against Aerocrastic, who has gone to both the finals and won one as well.
Yeah, absolutely. In the last Everchosen, I believe Aerocrastic got 4th place. I think he played, because I believe Felcon played in Hjalli in the grand finals. And Felcon actually won the previous Everchosen against Hjalli, which Hjalli is now avenged, but Felcon won at 3-1.
And that's now avenged.
Yeah, and then we had Soothsayer play against Aerocrastic for the 3rd place match. And of course, today you can see on the top side we do have the first best of 3, but we also do have a third place match on the bottom side of the bracket. So the obviously the 2 folks who are eliminated here from the running for the grand finals will be going on to face each other in a best of 3 third place match. So
right.
That'll give us a full day of
so
competition.
We're jumping into the match here today. And remember, guys, this is running in conjunction with the Skulls for Skulls Throne promotion that is on Steam right now. So if you are liking what you're seeing here and you want to jump into Total War Warhammer 1 or 2, both games as well as all their DLCs are available on Steam right now for upwards to 75% off. So you can go and check those out on Steam. I think it's pretty much every single Games Workshop digital IP is available through this sale right now. So go check it out on Steam. See if you want to jump into the wild world of Total War Warhammer's competitive realm, or if you really want to have fun in the campaign, because the campaign is a huge portion of the game as well.
Yeah, it's most of the game for sure.
Yeah,
and they're both great. I've been enjoying campaigns so much lately, but
yeah,
we're here, man.
You've been doing a lot of legendary on your channel. And for those of you who don't know, I am ItalianSparticus, and this is Turin alongside me. We both run YouTube channels covering lore, competitive multiplayer, as well as campaign play of Total War Warhammer 1, 2, most of the Total War games, and have a lot of fun with all those. Turin runs the ECL that he's mentioned before, the Eternal Challenger League. So if you want to see more of the Everchosen-esque competitive multiplayer, head on over to Turin's YouTube channel so you can watch that. You're on season 5, 6?
Yeah, I think so. Somewhere around there. We've had a lot of Eternal Challenger Leagues, which is basically like same format as Everchosen, more or less.
Yeah.
So here we have it. We're in the battle. It's going to be Greenskins facing off against Wood Elves, and it looks like Hyali not respecting the rush at all. Going just massively heavy against the counter skirmishing.
Just going full Vanguard on it.
Yeah, which is smart. And Lotus Moon actually did go with a full kite build, more or less. So the fact that Hyali did come with a build like this, it seems like he's going to be pretty well prepared for this. So for Hyali's Goblin Army, I'll let you talk about the glorious Wood Elves, because I know you like those. You got some pointy ears going over there, so I think that's...
I do like some pointy ears. So why don't you go ahead and talk about these Greenskins, and I'll jump into some Wood Elves.
We'll do it. So he's got a bunch of Goblin Wolf Rider Archers, which are just kind of a cheap, jankety skirmishers, but they, of course, are very cheap and very quick with 92 speed, so they can kind of contest the mobile game here with the Wood Elves, and are quite numerous. For every Glade Rider, you can get 2 Wolf Rider Archers, so certainly does have some teeth. He's got Depths Creepers, the RORs, a bunch of Goblin Wolf Riders, a couple Spider Rider, just basic Spider Riders as support. And if you see, 30 melee defense on these little goblins isn't bad. They're shielded. And of course, can pressure Archer pieces himself. Now, what's really crazy about Hyali's build is he has no front line whatsoever. So giving Lotus a bit of a taste of his own medicine here in the form of just having only Archers and Skirmish Cav here. So he's got Night Goblin Archers. He's got Orc Airboys. I mean, just a massive Archer line. And for his Lord here, he has the mighty Night Goblin Warboss. Oh, man. He's got... Man,
I did not expect to see nothing but Archers for Yale's infantry corps. There's no Black Orcs, there's nothing. It's just simply Archers.
He's got a Tormentor Sword and Fermented Fungi. So Fermented Fungi snares and rampages, and the Tormentor Sword snares. So going really heavily, trying to catch Lotus Moon in a misplay. Aside from that, he's got a couple Orc Boarboy Biggins with their good armor values in the back, and that's it, man. So for the Wood Elves, I think it's going to be a classic Lotus Moon,
What was that? Huh?
Classic Lotus Moon for the Wood Elves.
Oh, okay. When we take a look over here, we're going to be seeing 3 units of Glade Riders, 2 with Hagbane tips. On the left side, we got a unit of the Wild Hunters of Kornos, the Wild Riders Regiment of Renown with Frenzy. And we're also going to be seeing 2 casters, 1 with the Spellslinger of Beast with Transformation of Cat-On, as well as Life with Earthblood. And we're also going to be seeing that Glade Lord, who's going to have Prey of Anoth Rama. And ironically enough, there is not a Arrow of Kurnos, and we do not see another Waystalker. But
man, if there had been a Doomdiver Catapult, this would have been so rough for Lotus. Oh, man.
Exactly. We're also going to see some Deepwood Scouts and some Stitches of Thorn on the far left side here, supported by another unit of Wild Riders. But an early shot on to the Spellslinger of Beasts over there from the Goblin Wolf Riders, pushing her back just a little bit.
Yeah, the Goblin Shaman needs to fall back. Lotus Moon knows that he needs to get rid of that caster because the Vindictive Glare actually does a massive amount of damage. So, I mean, and he has the elements to stop this from happening. He needs to move his archers up and start punishing that Glade Lord. Make sure that little goblin can survive. But so far,
there it goes.
Yeah, so far it's just a little bit of poke on both sides. The one big thing to watch out for is the fact that the little Goblin Warboss does have the Fermented Fungi. So if he's able to get either the Glade Lord or the Spellslinger below 80% and also get them within range of, I believe, 100 meters, he's going to be able to actually rampage either of those targets and just crush them. So that's something that Lotus really has to watch out for.
This is insane. I've not seen a fight with as many archers on the field as this fight.
Yeah, this is
everything
wild.
has a bow minus the Wild Riders.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, and a couple of pigs in the back too. So
Yeah,
Hyali does have the Orc Boar Boy Biggins, which are a really good choice. Their 85 armor will be quite durable against the Wild Riders. Granted, it's still a rough fight for them, but the armor, especially the buff they've gotten recently on the Broken Tusk mob, who has 100 armor, makes him a very good choice for kind of stopping that. But Lotus Moon is much more maneuverable, and it looks like he's going to be overloading this flank here. You can see the entire Wood Elf army coming around here and looking to blitz in on these somewhat undefended Orc Air Boys here, who are going to be sacrificed probably.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, but you can see it wheeling in kind. You know, you can see that Yali is taking these Goblin Warfighters on the left side. He's taking over these Orc Boar Big Guns. He's chasing the Wood Elf army, but we're getting those attacks, just like you mentioned, a transformation of Kadon, probably dropping down a Mana Core here as we get the Spellslinger Beasts flying into these Death Creepers. But just as you mentioned, take a look at that. You get those Orc R boys who are just getting sacrificed to the Wild Hunters of Kurnos to appease Gork and or Mork, whichever one it is at the time.
Yeah, and there could be a rampage here. I think that the Night Goblin Warboss may actually decide to rampage the Wild Hunters, which wouldn't be a bad play, because then that would take out one of the dedicated, anti-large sweepers that the Wood Elves have. But it looks like he's going to be super conservative. No, he goes for the Rampage. Rampage is down on the Wild Hunters. They currently are sniffing some of that fungi, apparently, and cannot move.
Honestly, I think that was a really good play. He got rid of this dedicated dedicated melee unit really quick. All he lost out of it was the Orc R boys. You can see here the Wild Riders are coming in to respond in kind, and it looks like a big breath attack's coming out of that Glade Lord. He's lining up for the shot, and he shoots down and lands.
Oh, God, that was so good.
Melts into the Broken Tusk mob and the Orc R boys and the Orc Boar Biggins and the other Forest Goblins.
Lotus Moon is winning this engagement very heavily. The Boars are certainly a much lower tier kind of troop in terms of their leadership. There is a Tormentor Sword on the Night Goblin Warboss, which he has used to try and allow some of his pigs to escape. But you can see the balance of power goes massively in the favor of the Wood Elves there, as unfortunately those pigs are
dropped on the Night Goblin Big Boss as well as Shield of Thorns in responses to both of those actions.
I think that engagement may have cost him the game, because unfortunately Hyali didn't have the Black Orc Big Boss, or as I like to call him, Bob, in position. Bob was a little bit kind of on the other side of the map. But, I mean, the Manticore Summon is falsely inflating the bounce of power, and there is a chance some of the Greenskin skirmishers may come back, but that's a devastating loss right there for sure.
Yeah, I think what actually it was supposed to be for Yale was, let me just do this quick little pick. And it ended up becoming a real quick, hard alpha strike into both sides. Like, okay, now this is an all-in now. This is an all-in. And it was just kind of upping that ante back and forth. Yeah. And I think at the end of the day, like you said, the Wood Elves really pulled through on this one and got more value out of that exchange than, and you can just see the value going through this right now. You can see the Wild Riders are pushing further in with the Sisters of Thorn, just jumping from unit to unit of Orc R boys, breaking them apart. And I think we can see the balance power bar is now shifting pretty wildly in favor of Lotus Moon. And another vicious breath attack down to those Night Goblin archers there.
Yeah, very nasty. He actually used Praven Raven to lock them in place to make sure the breath attack would actually make contact. Something else that's very rough is that the Wood Elves, of course, have a ton of mobility. So anything they do break that is of value, like the Broken Tusk mob up on the high ground, can simply be chased off the battlefield. And for anyone who's newer, if a unit gets broken, it's not going to be able to come back from that broken state if it is being chased or attacked, or I believe shot at if it's in a closer proximity. So I mean, the Greenskins aren't out of this yet. They still have a fair amount of archers, and if he does get a really good catch, but the Wild Riders are so nasty. And also, the Manticore Summon is going to be very effective at taking out the Night Goblin Warboss, who is not a very tanky character. And you can see the Night Goblin Warboss is running away. Maybe a Tormentor Sword being used there, which is a bit of a rough usage. So the Tormentor Sword did lock down the Manticore, but like having to use your Tormentor Sword against a summon unit like that is certainly not going to be fun.
And the color that is kind of pulsing around that Feral Manticore tells us which stage the summon is at. As it pushes through these colors, this is the second to last stage before finally collapsing, correct?
Yes, correct. So basically, summoning units have two stages of degrading. In the first stage, they'll have like a blue aura around them, and you can also see on their unit card, there's a little bit of an expiration timer. And when the Manticore does disappear here in about 4 or 5 seconds, you'll notice the balance of power will creep back towards the middle ever so slightly, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Hyali's going to have to get some really good picks here, because the Glade Lord and the birds and all the mobility here is really just punishing the Greenskin army, it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. It's looking pretty rough right now for Yale. He does have some things left on the field. He still has some mobile elements, but chasing down those high-value targets, I think, was really, really important for Lotus Moon to kind of increase this gap. Because when you deal with armies like Skaven or the Greenskins or anything with low leadership that does kind of flee, it's almost like an implied portion of that army that you're going to have a portion that's going to flee, and you're going to have to bring it back into the fight here. And now he doesn't have that luxury.
It also looks like the Goblin Caster is gone, so I think the little Goblin Shaman probably got nuked at some point earlier in the battle, which poor little guy. But that would have been very useful because the Vindictive Glares would have been able to really punish the Glade Lord and then open up the Rampage play coming in from the Night Goblin War Boss, who is kind of just becoming a pincushion here for the mighty Wood Elf Lord. And Wood Elves,
Black Orc Big Boss, man.
He's a beast.
There's so many like shafts sticking off of like both the boar itself and the shield. Like, it's wild.
I mean, he's super tough to kill for Wood Elves.
Yeah.
I think he's a really, really good choice here. Unfortunately, he was very out of position for that first engagement because he would have actually given immune to psychology to the Boar Boy Blob, which would have then prevented them from being terror routed. So he's trying to rampage the Spellsinger of Life, but unfortunately it wasn't below 80%, which means he's not going to be getting the Rampage off. So Rampage isn't free. You don't just get to Rampage something. You actually have to damage them. But, I mean, this could be a way for them to get back in the game. It's too bad Bob isn't nearby. Bob is kind of lurking on his pig over here. And here comes the Night Goblin War Boss. He might actually have Tormentor Sword. And you can see the Spellsinger of Life actually is getting broken here, perhaps.
Ooh,
yep, Tormentor
Sword down, so she's stuck in place. She is getting a little bit of healing. That's not going to do much against this.
This is a really good catch here for the Greenskins. Really, really good catch, because it prevents Lotus Moon from healing his big monsters in the late game here. So we'll see if he's able to get the pick.
And I believe we've seen 2 transformations of Cat-On, correct? So we probably are out of beasts.
We are. Oh, and look at Bob going fisticuffs here. The Black Orc Big Boss just getting in there against the Glade Lord and doing huge damage.
Headbutts the Monarch Butterfly Dragon.
He's a beast. I mean, the Black Orc Big Boss has a silver shield on a mount, 110 armor. Like, that's so good against almost everything they have here. But unfortunately, the Goblin Big Boss wasn't able to actually finish off or push off the Spellsinger of Life, it looks like. Granted, the Orc Boar Boy Biggins have come back and are making pretty quick work here of these Glade Riders, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild how this at one point looked like it was handedly going to go for Lotus Moon. But I think Yali has been able to stay in it here, get a lot of really good little picks here. I think that damage onto the Spellsinger of Life, while it didn't unfortunately crack her 100%, it was a really good amount of damage and a really good commitment there. But I think that now he's getting his Goblin Wolfriders on the right side coming back into this fight. And those Wild Riders in the back there are really what's left for the most part. It looks like they're gathering up for a nice Earthblood, get some healing done over here.
And also the monsters, though, that's a big problem. Like, you have 2 Great Eagles plus a Dragon. I mean, that is a lot of stopping power, and I don't think that Kelly's going to be able to come back from it. The he's immune to psychology, but yeah. Yeah,
like we said, too, is a lot of the archers that are left are just, they don't have any AP, they don't have any big ways to threaten into these big scary monsters, so... Just like you articulated, it's going to be a hard-fought road for these Greenskins.
And there you have it, guys. Lotus Moon is going to be advancing on to the grand finals to face the winner of Aerocrastic and Talaxlan Soothsayer. But Yelling Valley... the goblins were taken out. But honestly, Yalik had the build to win the game. But the initial execution, I mean, both players could have won that, obviously, based on their builds. I think they could have both contested the circumstances. But the pig engagement and plus the Black Orc Big Boss not being in the proper engagement for the big Alpha Strike, it cost him the game. He lost, like, probably close to 2,000 gold worth of assets. And then when the pigs were gone, the Broken Tusk Mob and the Hogs, there was nothing to stop the Wild Riders from just running amok amongst the archers. Whereas had Hyale played more defensively, maybe just let those Orc Air Boys go, keep skirmishing, regroup, and get the more optimal engagements, I think he would have had great tools there. But that one engagement, I think, really cost him the game.
Yeah, and I think he didn't read it wrong. I think he was saying, okay, this is going to be a hard pick. And he did a really good job of popping those Wild Hunters of Kronos very fast. I just think that he should have pulled out of that engagement quicker. He had too many pile-in after that, and he was just clumped up too heavy for that big, massive 108 kills on the Glade Lord because of those Dragon Breath attacks between that big blob and the Prey of Anathrama lockdown later. So Lotus Moon really used those Dragon Breaths to his advantage and really got a lot of really good value out of them.
Did you find, and I was kind of curious about this, when you, back when you used to play, because obviously you have a huge background in playing Warhammer Fantasy Battles on tabletop, did you actually ever end up facing a lot of Wood Elf armies?
No, dude, so that was a thing. Like, the Wood Elves were in a really weird place. They didn't get, they were late to almost every edition's revamp. And I think they were one of the first revamps for 8th edition. And they had really ramshackle models. They got a really nice overhaul in 8th edition to look really, really beautiful.
Yeah.
But 6th edition is where they really got a jump up in play. They changed the way that the Wood Elves played from 5th edition to 6th edition. 5th edition Wood Elves played very similar to previous Wood Elves, just with a heavier emphasis on wood spirits wood spirits and archers. But in 5th edition or 6th edition, 7th edition, 8th edition, things moved more towards, okay, Way Watchers are these really elite skirmish style sniper units that could like shoot in between armor. And you have the dragons, and you've got all of the Sisters of the Twilight, and the Eternal Guard got these beautiful models in 8th edition. But for all of that, even they got these awesome Treeman models were massive. I think I've maybe seen one Wood Elf player in the entire time I've played Warhammer Fantasy on tabletop.
Yeah.
And it's not that they were terrible. It's just that I think that more people wanted to play High Elves or Dark Elves, or more people wanted to play Chaos or Chaos Demons. And it was unfortunate because the Wood Elves had such a beautiful range and they had really, really cool rules, especially their 6th
Yeah,
edition
like the new Treekin, like the Durthu model, I think that was from the end times, or at least from the 8th edition, was really cool looking. But
Yeah.
what would you say were the most common tabletop armies you would engage? Like when you went to the store, what was the one that you would see the most frequently?
High Elves, Vampire Counts.
Vampire
I saw
Counts.
a lot of Chaos because Chaos was just a lot of Chaos. And I saw a lot of Greenskins, a ton of Greenskins, because Greenskins, I feel like, of any army, 40k or fantasy, it's one of the easiest ones to break into because, okay, if you're painting a Greenskin
It's pretty easy.
and you mess up,
Yeah.
you just made it look cooler.
Yeah, it's like playing Nurgle in 40k or fantasy. It's like, oh yeah, it's just, it looks like he's messed up anyways. Might as well just leave that mistake there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that's war paint, war paint on his shoulder. It's good. And like, it's really, really interesting about that. And I think that Greenskins, Vampire Counts, High Elves, and Chaos Demons and or Warriors probably the ones I saw the most of. And then I saw a good deal of Empire.
Yeah, the Empire is the one that I'm definitely very excited for the Old World. I hope that
Oh yeah,
I can rekindle the Empire army. I think I saw something about how the Old World was going to take place in like some sort of a time period, like the Three Emperors or something. I can't quite remember, but I don't think it's going to be like where 8th edition left off. It's going to be a little bit of a rewind. I think I read somewhere.
yeah. We're gonna probably see a bunch of little vignettes or a bunch of different portions of the timeline. One of the ones that they did showcase was that time of I think it's like 3 or 4 emperors, where it's pretty much that
Like Civil War
portions of the elector counts that said, no, I'm the emperor. No, I'm the emperor. No, I'm the emperor.
Yeah.
And they get in a pretty bitter civil war.
You're basically dealing with that right now.
Roses.
Right, and like Total War, that's kind of what's happening when you start an Empire campaign, right? Like Franz has to like bring all the other elector counts to heal, right?
There's a term for it. I believe it's called summon the elector counts.
Yeah. I think we saw some Empire yesterday. I think we saw a little bit of Empire action. I can't quite remember.
Yeah, we saw because Soothsayer played Empire.
Yeah, I think he had a Balthazar Gelt. Yes, we saw Gelt go 2-0 yesterday.
Yeah, it was the Gelt melee meta. Yeah.
Yeah, those were the times. But anyways, my friend, we have another best of 3 coming up. It's going to be Talaxon Soothsayer against Aerocrastic. We'll take a brief 2-minute intermission. It'll be very quick. And we'll be back in business soon, man. You hyped for this next match?
I'm stoked. It's going to be a good one. This is a grudge match between 2 former winners of the Everchosen Invitational here. So this is going to be definitely one to tune in for to see who pushes on into the 3rd place and who pushes on to the finals of the Everchosen Invitational number 6.
Yeah, man. It's going to be good. Anyways, my friends, thank you for joining. We'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Don't worry. It's going to be a very quick break just to get some water and set up the next lobby. And yeah, we'll see you guys in just a minute. Cheers.
I'll be right back.
Nope, I gotta unmute myself there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in business from the home edition. Not quite as tech savvy, but it's all good, guys. We're here. It's going to be Talaxel and Soothsayer facing off against Aerocrastic and our second best of 3 of the day. Certainly had a very long series between those first 2 players, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you're dealing with a lot of really heavy moving skirmish style play, and that's kind of Lotus Moon's forte. That's what he's really great at, is using a lot of that intense micro to really pull apart your army. But with Loxon, Soothsayer, and Aerocrastic, we're probably going to see a different style. We're going to see something that's very I don't want to say standard, because it's not that they bring boring builds. It's that they have a very nuanced approach to their builds, and they have a very specific way that 2 armies are going to clash together. And I'm really excited to see what we get with both of them here.
Yeah, this is fun. It's a rematch of a previous Everchosen Grand Final. And of course, Aerocrastic is going to be on the Greenskins. So finally, we're getting some more Troll Toll action. And Soothsayer, of course, will be playing the Tomb Kings, which we did see Tomb Kings play yesterday, but they did actually drop their series, or at least their sole game, I believe, to the Brettonians. Yeah, the Brettonians, actually, which is who they lost to yesterday, which is quite cool.
It's funny you say that, because last time you said Troll Toll in reference to the Greenskins was with Loxon Soothsayer, and he brought a ton of stone trolls.
No, that was Hadri's.
Oh, it was Hadri's that brought it. Okay.
Hadri's is the troll king of this tournament so far. So, yeah.
The Stone Trolls are a great new addition, though. Stone Trolls just came with the newest DLC, as well as the River Trolls and the River Hag. So they actually are a really amazing addition to the roster. I'm really stoked on them.
Yeah, I think they're really good. Against Tomb Kings, I think they could be a functional option as well, against some of the missile pieces like Skeleton Archers and whatnot. But yeah, we'll certainly see. So let's go ahead and jump into this battle. We are loaded in. It's going to be Soothsayer leading the forces of the, I don't know, what would you call it? I guess the Nehakarans or something? Yeah, I guess that would be the proper term.
I'm not sure, but hey, oh, there we go. I was going to say your screen's black, but it just pushed through. It was not showing anything, but it's all good now.
We're all set, man. So would you like to talk about the Greenskins or the Tomb Kings, my friend?
Since I am thusly decorated like one, I would love to talk about my new folk, the Greenskins.
No way.
Welcome our new leaders in the Greenskins. So, looking through the front line, we just simply have some Orc Boys, which is a very solid pick. You don't need anything crazy to deal with the front line of the Tomb Kings. But in addition, though, we also see some Savage Orc Biguns, which are a really good choice here, because they do have some good anti-large. They've got Frenzy, and then they've also got nice 25% physical resistance.
They're
going to be able to do...
They hit so damn hard, those guys.
Exactly. They're going to be able to do a lot of really scary damage to those larger constructs. In addition to, we're going to see some Night Goblins in the front. I believe that's the 8 peak loonies with their Fanatics.
Yeah, you got to bring them. They're just such an auto pick now because they're unbreakable, and also the Fanatic ability. Then now that it can be aimed is just so powerful.
Absolutely. And we also get 2 units of Stone Trolls, as we've talked about just a little bit ago. Now, these big, disgusting daddies are probably one of my favorite troll variants in Warhammer. They have regeneration, as all trolls do, which makes them weak to fire, but it does allow them to regenerate health throughout the entirety of the fight. They also won't until they hit their health cap, at least, correct?
Correct, yes.
They have now 25% magic resistance and 30% missile resistance, which is going to help them get into that close combat nice and heavy with 120 weapon strength that is AP. We're going to see a giant river troll hag that is going to have actually quite a few of her abilities. She's going to have Mither, she's going to have Spirit Leech, and she's going to have her overwhelming odor, which is going to reduce the melee attack of everything within 30 meters. And it looks like we also are going to see Skarsnik.
Yes. Ooh. The Warlord of 8 Peaks himself.
Indeed. And what is this? 1 unit of Goblin Wolf Chariots? I can't see the 1 unit of Goblin Wolf Chariots, 2 Orc Boar Boys, and then Bob himself, the Black Orc Big Boss, getting ready to show off his brand new Brass Cleaver, which is going to increase the melee attack of everything around him in 40 meters. So got a nice little shock army here, and I think it's going to do very well against the front line of the Tomb Kings.
It's very solid. It's using pretty much all of the new Greenskin tools that are just exceptionally powerful. Savage Orc Biguns are an absolute lawnmower of a unit. Now, before the battle starts, you can't actually see on Savage Orc Biguns, but when the Frenzy is active, their weapon strength is now higher at 46. So yeah, they don't have the best AP against constructs, but basically they're immune to psychology while their Frenzy is active. They can chop down Tomb King's infantry so quick, and are relatively functional against some of the bigger targets. And yeah, it's a great army. Also, you'll notice that these are Orc Boar Boys. They're not the Biguns, right? So you're kind of wondering, like, oh, why didn't he bring Biguns for the anti-large to, deal with the constructs better? Well, that's because Skarsnik typically can give them bonus versus large using Spite and a Bad Moon, but Arrow actually didn't bring it, so just opting to go very cheap on the boards there. Mm-hmm. And of course, Bob, like you mentioned, does give immune to Psych. Now, for the Tomb Kings, we have Carrion. We have an Ushapti wall, so just a huge screen of Ushapti here with Skeleton Spears. So we got the the chaff in the front with the monstrous infantry chopping down the Tomb King's Greenskin infantry, Casket of Souls, Setra the Imperishable, and it looks like that's going to be it with the Necrotech. So yeah, very much a blitz army here. I was expecting a little bit more kind of a maybe monstrous play, but the Ushabti could be pretty strong here.
Help me out with this. So is the Ushabti pick because he was maybe anticipating some Black Orcs, or is it just because they also have anti-infantry and will do very well?
Yeah, it's just general infantry. So if you look at Ushabti, they they have 90 armor themselves. So even though Savage Orc Bigans do have bonus versus large, the 90 armor is a really good mitigating factor against their low AP DPS. But the bonus versus infantry is just really strong. They can chop through goblins, orc boys, chaff infantry incredibly quick. And just like you articulated in our early game, a lot of people bring cheap infantry against Tomb Kings, right? Because, you're like, oh, I don't need good infantry. So then that really gets punished by this Ushabti play. But, yeah, man, look at that casket go.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Casket of Souls has already just done so much damage to the Savage Orc Big Guns. I mean, Loxodon Soothsayer knows that they are a very high-value, heavy-hitting unit. They will do, even though they don't have a lot of AP, they will still do a lot of damage to these Ushabti. So, I mean, take a look at this. Ushabti are already at... they've lost like a quarter of their health.
Man, they're getting crumped over there so incredibly hard. And the Stone Trolls are also a great answer against Ushabti. Stone Trolls are like a hard counter. Because Ushabti have really low melee attack, which is compensated for by their bonus versus infantry. But if they're fighting like troll-type units, they're going to be paying the troll toll 100%.
Well, they did get a nice Usef's Incantation Desiccation dropping down here, reducing their melee defense and melee attack on pretty much everything in that radius with these Stone Trolls. But you can see that we can see the Black Orc Big Boss amongst the Stone Trolls to help out with all the fear and terror causing.
Yeah, they're immune to psychology now, which is crazy.
Say that again, sorry.
Oh, they're immune to psychology right now, which is incredibly powerful. No, you're fine, dude. Don't worry about it.
Huh?
But yeah, it's a good engagement here. The Black Orc Big Boss giving immune to psych to these Stone Trolls is really strong. And you can see the Ushabti lines are 100% crumbling. On the far side, the Orc Boys and the other units here on the, I suppose, northwest flank of the map. It's a little bit hard to tell on the mini-map here, but they've already broken down the Ushabti screen, and now Soothsayer is having a kind of a panic and fall back a little bit. I think that Aerocrastic is in a very dominant position here in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's rolled through with now all of his Savage Orc Big Guns and his Stone Trolls right into this line of Skeleton Warriors, and he's just going to mulch right through that. The Necrotech is in a pretty bad place right now because he's amongst a lot of heavy-hitting units. And you can see that Setra the Imperishable has pretty much had to jump across this entire line. They did just get a nice little rear charge in from the Force Goblin Spider Riders that were looking to knock out the Casket of Souls, but it was quickly shut down by the Ushabti and then a Hekara Horseman over there on that rightmost flank. But, I mean, man, there's now a lot of holes in this Tomb King's line where the Greenskins can start to really push through and pressure the rest of the army here. I mean, like you said, Aerocrastic is really in a favorable position compared to where Loxodon Soothsayer is.
Certainly, and a couple of good plays from Sooth for sure. Like, he was able to break off the Orc Boar Boys and chase them off with Carrion, but if you look at his front line, it's just crumbling. And that's the thing. The Ushabti pick is certainly decent against Greenskin infantry rushes, but if the Greenskins bring a bunch of trolls like this, the trolls are just so much more functional in that monstrous infantry head-to-head combat. A little bit of Fanatic play going down as well in the front line. Fanatics do some exceptional damage against infantry and cav units that they can catch. And Bob is actually going fisticuffs. So we have the Black Orc Big Boss fighting the Necrotect, and Bob is just showing him who's boss here. And
I mean, he is, man. Look at that big shield. He's just bashing it about. He's got
the Necrotect is just like whipping him with his like stupid little whip, and like the Black Orc Big Boss.
He doesn't care. Like, he just knocked that Ushabti like over. Like, oh.
And like Setra, like, yeah, normally like these monstrous units could potentially carry in the late game, but I think it's going to be so tough. With Bob here, we also have the Giant River Troll Hag, who can slow him, and is a monstrous AP monster itself. In Skarsnik with the Rampage and anti-large poison attacks is going to be so brutal against Setra. And Setra's now been Rampaged.
Setra getting hit with the fermented fungi.
But not low enough. You can see Setra needs to be below 80% or else the Rampage will not take effect. Granted, it still does apply the melee defense.
Exactly, I was going to say that melee defense is still pretty crucial. And for those of you guys who are wondering what melee defense is versus armor, melee defense is the likelihood to be hit versus melee attack, which is the likelihood to hit something.
Yep.
So when we talk about melee defense and melee attack, that's pretty much their ability to hit or be hit.
And here you can see the Casket of Souls in the back, and that's definitely a very good explanation there, man. Savage Orc Biggins are chopping down the Casket of Souls, so DJ Kotep's Prodigy here is certainly having some problems, because it is a large entity, actually, and the Savage Orcs are anti-large, especially against light armor. And Bob is just tanking it like a champ. The Giant River Troll Hag has her giant sack of meat, and she's basically just beating down Setra the Imperishable with a little bit of support from the trolls. Granted, a Terror Route actually going down. It looks like, nope, that's actually just a natural break there on those trolls, and could the Tomb Kings be posed for a comeback? I don't think so, but maybe, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think so. I think that Setra now is in a pretty bad situation here. He's got some Savage Orc Big Guns that are following after him. He's got some Orc Boys that are gonna try and pin him into place, and some Orc Boar boys that are going to try and pin him, but Ushabti are about to just kind of fall off from this fight here, and that's going to really affect that balance of power here in just a little bit.
And the thing is, too, if the trolls don't get chased off by something, so these stone trolls still have 12 of their 12 starting models. The other ones have 9 of their 12, which means, like, if they come back, they're going to be able to heal up so much that it's going to just be game over. But Sooth does have some carrying up in this guy to maybe chase them off, but I don't think it's going to be a thing. The Orc Boys here finishing off the Necrotect, and Setcher the Imperishable, there's no way he can deal with Bob, Skarsnik, as well as the Giant River Troll Hag. I think the build he brought, like, I think the Ushabti Gambit coming in with 4 Ushabti just was so inefficient against his Greenskin build. Arrow having a Savage Orc big in front line with their anti-large mixed with Stone Trolls, it just steamrolled Sooth's front line. And he put up a good fight despite it, but it just wasn't enough.
Those Stone Trolls, I think, honestly, like, okay, if we're not talking about Lords or Heroes, I think the Stone Trolls themselves are the best addition of this DLC for the Greenskin.
100%.
I think they're such a strong anchor to the line. And now that you can make them immune to psychology with the Black Orc Big Boss, you can effectively wipe away what is one of their biggest weaknesses, which is their leadership. Their leadership, I think, is like 65.
No, Trolls are worse. They're like in the 40s. Oh, yeah.
Even worse. Yeah. So that's the big thing with the Stone Trolls. Yeah, they do get the ability to regenerate. Oh, and Rampage now kicking in with Fermented Fungi this time.
Yeah, the game's 100% over anyway, so the Fermented Fungi is just doing us a favor of getting this battle over that much quicker, so Setcher can't run away and kite and stuff. But the Giant River Troll Hag and Bob are going to be able to get in there with their the meat sack. And what does she have in that? It looks like a squid. I think I see like a goblin.
It's just disgusting, man. She's got everything that smells. That's something I talk about a lot. But like, could you imagine how the Greenskin army smells?
Oh, horrible,
like a rat. Oh.
Yeah, they don't bathe.
Throw up thinking about it. I can smell this green face paint. It smells disgusting.
And they're actually fungi too, which I would imagine doesn't have the most kind of pleasant of smells. But you know, a smell is in the eye of the beholder, right? Like, I don't know about you, but are you a fan of like stinky cheese? You know, that really like pungent, sharp cheese that just is like so nasty smelling.
After this fight, after this whole thing today, I'm going to be washing my face in a fountain of Gouda. I don't mind cheese at all.
But like, you could handle like the stinkiest of cheeses.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so for me, I just can't. Like, it makes me like gag. I'm just like, nope, I can't do like.
I can't do it.
Yeah, Anna likes it as well. But as far as the build goes, yeah, I think this was very much I mean, Arrow. They both played as well as they probably could have. I didn't see too many big glaring misplays, but Arrow Krasnik's build was just so dominant against the Ushabti. The Stone Trolls. If you have a Stone Troll fight in Ushabti head-to-head, the Ushabti might get it down to like 80%. The Stone Troll will absolutely decimate the Ushabti. So that plus the Biggins just cutting through the chaff was just so brutal. And I don't think Sooth had too many answers against that play.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I think that the Ushabti were in a specific direction that just did not work out for his build. And that's one thing that's always unfortunate is you can have two armies and there's just such a rock, paper, scissors mechanic to making your build that you might actually come out the gate with something that is completely counterpicked by your opponent. And I think this is a really good example of he invested so many points in those Ushabti, and they actually ended up effectively losing the game for him because they weren't able to threaten back into the Stone Trolls or pretty much the rest of the line outside of the Orc Boys.
The thing is, like, Tomb Kings have some answers for that, right? Like, if you have a single Ushabti Great Bow with its AP, like, giant shaft, would be doing so much massive damage against the Stone Trolls. Also, you could bring the ROR Sphinx, the Necro Sphinx, which has anti-large. It does fire damage, I believe. Or is it fire or magic? Yes. I believe it's fire.
Uthef does fire damage.
Yeah, so that thing would like immediately dumpster the Stone Trolls. Like, so had like Soothsayer had that one monster, for example, it could have been a very, very different game. But it looks like they already have their builds and everything ready. So these guys just super prepared, but it's going to be
really
Soothsayer.
On top of it. Locks on Soothsayer, jump into the Empire with Aerocrastic on the Vampire Counts.
It's a pretty classic matchup. Now, in terms of like lore, I would imagine the Empire and like the Vampire Counts are like constantly having these like kind of scuffs and battles and Sylvania and that realm, right?
Yeah. So the very first instance of this would be the Vampire Wars, the very first Vampire War as head by Vlad von Karstein. And that spins off into a second one. And then a third one, we have Manfred that leads, I think the third one. The second one is Conrad von Karstein, who almost looks like a Blood Dragon vampire. And this all comes full circle into the end times where Vlad actually ends up helping out the Empire to help out with the Auric Bastion. So you have a really weird dichotomy between these two with the Empire and the Vampire Counts. The Vampire Counts kind of look at the Empire as their chief nemesis, I guess you could say, because they're trying to rule over the Empire.
Are there ever times of peace between them, or is it just constant like conflict?
You know, there's points where in between the Vampire Wars, it's like, oh, the Scourge of Sylvania is gone. We don't need to worry about it. They're dead. they're not going to come back.
They've been like forced back to their lands, or they've actually been like kind of taken out by the Empire.
They've been forced back to their lands, and they think they've been taken out by the Empire.
Yeah, and of course the evil scheming vampires.
They'll assume, there's nothing wrong with Sylvania. It's just a haunted land. All the Gardens of Moor are there. It's fine. You can go there. It's totally safe. Lo and behold, there's ghouls, zombies, and skeletons everywhere.
And the Empire, does the Empire win? I would imagine it probably does, but I assume it wins all of the Vampire Wars, or is there one that's kind of like a little bit dicey and they almost lose it?
That first one is a little bit dicey. Effectively, what happens is Vlad von Karstein gets to, man, I can't remember if it's the walls of Marienburg or Altdorf.
Yeah, doesn't he like fall off the walls and get like some dramatic like movie ending kind of finale?
Essentially, yeah. The Grand Theogenes at the time hires a thief to steal Vlad von Karstein's family ring, which effectively removes his immortality, but kind of not really. Yeah. And the Grand Theogenes basically gets in a duel with him, bear hugs him, and throws him off the walls with him.
He jumps off with him?
Yeah. They fall into a stake, and the Grand Theogenes pins Vlad von Karstein down at the bottom of the stake.
It's pretty epic, man. So this is Volkmar's like predecessor, yeah. So the Grand Theogenes, that's like the same like role that Volkmar the Grim had, right?
Correct.
Got it. Very cool, man. So
I say it's Grand Theogenes. It might be something else, but or it might be Archlector.
Got it. Yeah, someone in the Sigmar ballpark.
One or the other. I can't remember off the top of my head.
So here we have Soothsayer on his Empire, and if any of you guys are wondering about the main factions for these two players, I would say Aerocrastic certainly has a very diverse range of factions. They both do, but Soothsayer I think has a very identified kind of primary role of playing the Empire and the Lizardmen, at least in most of the games I've seen. Now, would you like to talk about the glorious Sons of Sigmar, or would you like to talk about the accounts?
I know you love Empire, so I want to give you your just deserves. Go and talk about Karl Franzia's army.
So for these forces of the Empire, it's going to be a combination of some unbreakable troops in the Sigmar Sons and basic spearmen with shields. So a lot of you guys might be wondering, why on earth would you bring shields against vampires who do not have any powder or bow weaponry? Well, the reason you do it is simply because units that have shields not only have block chance, but they do also have better melee defense in general. So they hold a little bit better and last longer, which is definitely nice against the vampire counts. Aside from that, he's got a couple more spears in the back, but very much going to be a cav hammer army. So Karl Franz does have a really good activated item called the Reichland Runefang. And what this does, it basically buffs nearby units' melee attack and leadership and a couple, I think those are the two variables, but you run around with a big old blob of Demogryph Knights, you buff them with Franz, you heal with a Jade Wizard, and then you use the Warrior Priest as well to give them some of the Prayers of Sigmar to buff them up. So yeah, it's very much a Demogryph Knight Sweeper squad. That's going to be it, man. So who do we have here for the spooky vampire counts?
So we got a scattered front line of zombies and skeleton warriors supported with a secondary line of crypt horrors, which are actually pretty sweet in this matchup. They're going to be a nice little kind of shock troop alongside them. Then we have that secondary line behind them of tertiary line behind them of additional skeleton warriors supported by, check that out, the big black coach. It's coming in, it's hot, it's heavy, it's ready to do some damage. Supporting all this too are 2 units of Blood Knights, which are going to be great in this matchup, that anti-large. Then take a look who's up in the air though. The Strigoi Vampire Lord, which is different than the Strigoi Ghoul King. He has 4 different ways to replenish health. He has his Invocation of Nehek, he has his innate version of regeneration, and he gets Ghoul King of Ush-Oron, giving him 1,500 health. And then lastly, he's got command of the, it's 3 ways to regenerate health.
Correct.
With the Opal Amulet, which is going to give him 22% damage resistance.
Dude, your mighty black coach just ran through a bunch of those spearmen there and did a little bit of damage, but this is a good play by Arrow. I mean, it kind of forces Soothsayer to respond or basically just lose 400 gold worth of infantry here, but it looks like nice little free real estate, but Soothsayer is going to be going for a big old fight. This is very thematic. We have the Blood Knights, like a massive horde of Blood Knights facing off against the Demogryph Knights of Altdorf, which is incredibly awesome, led by Franz to boot. Doesn't get much better.
I love this. So, I mean, this is such an awesome battle here. I mean, we have the Demogryph Knights with halberds trying to chase into these Blood Knights, who then basically get screened out by the Skeleton Warriors and now can return fire back into these Demogryph Knights. A
huge misplay there.
The Gold Vampire Lord drop down on them, and the big black coach coming in as well, and a summon up behind them of Crypt Horrors. This is deadly for those.
That was a massive misplay by Soothsayer right there. Basically, the Demogryphs have been sacrificed, and that's 1,400 gold worth of value instantly gone. And Soothsayer's trying to respond with his Warrior Priest, but the Vampire Counts, I think, will have a slight advantage in the blob fight, especially since they're supporting elements and Crypt Horrors that can then pin in. And look at Arrow kiting back like an absolute champion, pulling back these Blood Knights and just dragging these Demogryph Knights through the mud.
And look at the Cryptors right behind. They're ready to pin in this new charge here. They have the Shield of Faith, Hammer, Sigmar, and Reikland Rune thing down, as well as Standard Ground. That's going to give them a massive bonus to about 48 in total to their melee attack, 24 of their melee defense, and they're also going to get that nice bonus of 22% damage resistance. But there's now more Invocation of Hex dropping in. We're getting more charges in from the Blood Knights. I mean, this is a really disgusting melee really fast here in the dead center portion of the
And I mean, I think both of these armies are functionally in many ways very similar. They both have a powerful flying lord. They both have a heavy cav presence. But to be honest, Aerocrastic has just gotten all of the better engagements with his cav. He's lured in Soothsayer's cav. He's pinned them with summons. He's overextended Sooth's cav and then countercharged them once they get tied up in chaff. It seems like Aerocrastic in pretty much every way is just playing like an absolute master right now. And he was able to also chase down the Jade Wizard. So Soothsayer has also probably lost his caster to boot.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I think that initial pin in with the summon of the Cryptors was so huge. Then having the Cryptors in the background to pin in the secondary charge. We have a little death streak down onto the Warrior Priest, the bald representative on the battlefield. And it looks like
that's going to be game. Yeah, I think Soothsayer withdrew. I think he knows that it's pretty much 100% over. All of his Demogryph Knights were mucked up. Franz was still functional, but that's going to be a very quick 2-0 from Aerocrastic, and he's coming. He's coming for blood today, and metaphorically and literally with his vampire count.
Yeah, I mean that was.
You know what was
shocking?
My favorite part about that was the freaking the what's it called? The Cryptor summon like behind, because normally you can muck down Cav pretty well with zombie and skeleton summons, but summoning the Cryptors like truly does pin in those demis with high mass. It poisons them.
I forgot that they can overcast to become Cryptors rather than Crypt Ghouls, and that totally like floored me. I was like,
it's just like Mighty Helm and Gorst, because Gorst can summon Graveguard, but if he overcasts, it actually summons a White King. So it's kind of the same family there, but. Yeah, the Blood Knight play was super good. He was able to get all the proper engagements. I think the game was kind of going downhill for Sooth when the Demogryph Knights with Halberds went to the front line and got pinned in there. And then he kind of was forced into a panicked situation where he couldn't like pick and choose his engagements. He rushed in all his demis into the Vampire Count army to try and salvage that situation, which was already lost, and was kind of just investing more and more resources in a losing situation, which really spiraled out of control very quickly.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. So it looks like we're going to be seeing Aerocrastic versus Lotus Moon in the finals here, and Loxlon Soothsayer is going to square off against Yale Nale in the third round.
Correct, man.
The third place round.
It's going to be a good run. Yeah, the Knights of Red Keep. I think Blood Knights are hands down one of the best cav units in like the entire game. They're just like, and the reason why they're so good is because they have insane armor. They have missile resist when they're riding around with the red banner, and also they have anti-large, really good shock damage. But they're on the Vampire Count roster, which means they're essentially unbreakable in many ways, but also they have access to Invocation of the Heck, which means they can be resurrected. So even if you lose Blood Knight models, they can be brought back to life with Invocation, which is really strong.
Right.
And the Blood Knights in lore,
one of my favorite models in the entire.
They're so cool.
They're awesome. The blood dragon vampires in general are one of my favorite portions of the lore. Like I actually love them.
Yeah, they're incredibly awesome, man. And like in the lore, they like either the vampires essentially have like bloodlines, right? So the Von Karsteins kind of have their own separate style, but the Blood Knights all descend from a specific bloodline, right? Like what's their whole deal?
I'm sorry, say that last part again. What is
the bloodline? So the vampire counts have like bloodlines, right? You have like Necrarch, who's like a little bit more associated with like magic and things like that, but I don't know too much about like the actual blood dragon line. What is their whole deal? Are they like more honorable, or are they more like kind of like a knightly order type thing?
So it's kind of like a little bit of both here. They extend from the line of Abhorrash, and Abhorrash was one of the greatest generals of ancient Nehekara. And when you take a look at this lineage for him, like he's one of the last defenders of Nehekara as the city is being torn apart by the other priest kings. As they're finding out like, hey, this is a land of the lost and the damned. This is a place of vampires. So they go and attack Nehekara, and he's one of the last figures seen on the stairs of the temple leading up to like the temple of Nehekara, or of the Blood Temple or something like that of Neferata. And he's defending it, and he's like cursing his vampire brothers who have all fled the city. And he essentially takes it's one of the Harkons. I don't remember if it's Luther Harkon. No, it's not Luther Harkon. It's one of the Harkons, Wallach Harkon, and another one of his closest disciples. They kind of travel the world for a little bit. He goes to a mountaintop, finds at the time they were called red dragons.
Okay.
Now we know dragons is like their certain delineation, right? Like star, moon, black, forest, so on and so forth. But at one point you had different colored dragons. So he found a red dragon on this tippy top of a peak, and they fought like the epic kind of like they fought for a day and a night.
Yeah.
He drank the dragon's blood, and it effectively cured him of the need to drink blood of humans. And that was one of the biggest things that he hated about his vampirism. He didn't want to be a beast of the night. He thought that was very dishonorable.
So he's kind of like Blade.
Hard. What was that?
He's like Blade a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. I just think of so many like cheesy lines from that movie all of a sudden.
Yeah, with like the whole leather get up and like the two swords and everything.
It's right in the middle of a dance club, just pulls out a sword.
Yeah.
But he charges his disciples pretty much say, hey, go out, test your mettle, improve your martial ability, and when you finally come across your finite or you've fine-tuned your skills, I charge you to kind of do the same, pretty much. Go find a dragon and drink the blood, effectively. So for a long time, blood dragons, before when we take a look at blood knights, we're talking about blood dragons that have that are from the blood keep. And that was at one point an order of Empire Knights that was converted by, I think it was Wallach Harkin. And the blood dragons themselves, for the most part, kind of travel the world fighting other noble, I guess you could say honorable duels. Like, for instance, the Red Duke is an example of someone who he fought to the bitter end, and Abhorresh found him because he witnessed the whole battle and was like, well, I'm going to convert you because you are an amazing fighter. You fought honorably. Like, there's honor ingrained in your body. Red Duke did not kind of turn out that way, but still.
Yeah, the Red Duke's a little questionable for sure, but
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But effectively, like the blood dragons are supposed to be this honorable. They guard like mountain passes or bridges and say, "Oh, well, you fight me because you seem like a worthy opponent." That's kind of what they do.
I bet you they have some like pretty epic duels with Brettonia, right? Like some of the Grail Knights, like dueling like famous Blood Knight characters. That's probably like a recurring theme, right?
Yeah, in the 6th edition art of both Vampire Counts and of the Brettonian books, you can see so many of Grail Knights fighting against Blood Dragon vampires, or even questing knights who are on their quest to find the Grail, end up fighting against Blood Dragon Knights a lot.
Yeah, they're incredibly awesome characters, man. I saw a couple like tabletop models of like the old Blood Knights when I was at my local game store, before all this lockdown started happening, and yeah, they're really neat looking for sure. They're really neat.
100%. One of my favorite models.
So we're going to be jumping in to our third place match, and I think we could just go straight for it, man. We have Hjalli against Soothsayer, which is going to be a best of 3 showdown. So we'll jump straight into that since that last series was relatively quick. But this is going to be for the third place match, and there is prize support for first through third place. So certainly still something at stake here. And then from there, we'll do our third place match. We'll do a show match. So we'll get to see Lore Master of Sotek and Party Elite go fisticuffs with Creative Assembly to see if CA can get their names on the board. And then it's time for the grand finals, man. Any predictions?
I think the prediction is that we will continue our reign of terror against Creative Assembly and win the show matches.
Yeah.
Sotek and Party Elite will pull out the big W for us, and we will push into the sunset.
Yeah, I think so. Well, we're 2-0 so far. Your mighty campaign units were very, very functional for sure. So, all right. So we're just
you guys' first time tuning in here. This is for the third place for the Everchosen here. So whoever wins this match will win $100, and then we have $250 being given to the second place winner and $650 for the first place, the next Everchosen Invitational champion. Now, this is the 6th Everchosen Invitational, as always, and we're running it alongside the Skull for Skulls Throne sale on Steam, where you can get Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2, both full games and DLCs for up to 75% off. So please go and check those out on Steam. But this is going to be a pretty interesting fight. Loxon Soothsayer is coming here against Hjalli, and Hjalli has now just gone against Lotus Moon in 3 really long slog.
Yeah, it's kind of like the fatigue thing, right? Because way back in the day in like mixed martial arts, for example, in the 90s, they used to have, obviously they don't do this now because it was proven that it's like very dangerous and damaging to the fighters. But back in the 90s, they used to have tournaments. So like one night tournaments, they would get 8 heavyweight fighters, right? And they would fight in one night. So you would have certain fighters who would have to fight these like brutal grinding matches that were like, just went the full duration. Then there would be some fights that were over in like a minute. And then those players would meet in like the second, or those fighters would meet in the second round of competition. But I wonder if like Hjalli, having played so much like longer games, I wonder if that'll affect. Granted, Soothsayer may have just gotten warmed up as well. Obviously, may have, shaken off some of the rust against Arrow there. And I don't know. I wonder how that does affect them. But these guys are also really close friends and sparring partners. They play against each other all the time. So
all the time.
Yeah, so they know the tricks,
man. The term you were looking for about the 90s martial arts competition is called the Kumite, I believe, with Jean-Claude Van Damme as one of the winners of the Kumite.
It's pretty funny with that movie. The movie is based on like a quote unquote like true story, right? Apparently there was some guy who was just like, God, I can't remember the guy's name.
Frank Dukes.
I don't know if it was they had the same name as the character in the movie, but like apparently like in real life he claimed he would just like disappear into the forest or like some like a rural area for a period of time and then come back, you know, with this championship kind of status, being like, yeah, I won some secret tournament, but later I'm fairly certain it was proven that he was just like going and camping out in the forest and coming back. But yeah, the actual
not
movie,
nearly as cool as Jean-Claude Van Damme doing the splits in a hotel room before a vicious blood fight.
Now, I know Jean-Claude Van Damme has had many mullets, but I don't think he had one in Bloodsport. Didn't he have like a shorter haircut?
Yeah, shorter haircut for sure. Shorter haircut for sure.
There was a couple movies of his where he did have a pretty powerful mullet. I mean, he was one of the guys who really rocked them for sure, but I don't think he had it in Bloodsport.
He's a pioneer. He's a pioneer of martial arts, of 80s and 90s fashion, and really of 80s and 90s hairdos, if you really think about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, in the 90s, we had, like, segueing from the 80s to the 90s, we had, like, you remember how we had, like, celebrity boxing matches and things like that? How they would get, like, they would get some celebrities who were a little bit down on their luck and, you know, pay them cash to, like, go into a boxing match versus each other. I always had wished that we could have had like a Kumite or like a one-night tournament between like Chuck Norris, Steven Seagal, Van Damme, and I don't know, maybe like Stallone or something, even though Stallone doesn't have as much of like a martial arts background. But wouldn't that have been awesome to actually get like a Kumite or like a tournament between those guys?
The world cannot sustain such an event, Nicholas.
Yeah, that would be some legendary stuff for sure. Oh, look at this. We have lizard trinkets. We have Talaxla and Soothsayer on the Vampire Coast facing off against the Lizardmen. So this is very much
lizard trinkets.
The lizard trinkets. Yeah, I know. It's pretty great. But I don't know. I think it's a good matchup for Coast for sure. I think Luther Harkin is super oppressive in this matchup. But
yeah, I agree with you. And the Vampire Coast has access to so many scary things with gunpowder. I mean, they have, ever since their inception into the game in the Vampire Coast DLC, I would honestly say they have always been a top tier faction.
100%.
They have just been so strong. They bring so much to the table because it's basically Empire with the ability to heal very easily and always cause fear. Like I think they're a way stronger force than a lot of the other factions out there.
What's interesting though is Empire actually is a really good counter against Vampire Coast. Vampire Coast has always struggled with Empire. Like Huntsmen and like baseline state troops outtrade the zombies. Obviously, the advantage that Vampire Coast has is lore of vampires and they have monsters as well. So they have like Morngulls and crabs and things like that. But Empire's always been a really good hard counter against Vampire Coast. As a matter of fact, yeah, High Elves started Lizardmen. He banned Wood Elves and Empire. Okay, so yeah, that was what he was trying to like play around there. But yeah, Luther Harkin is so good. And Vampire Coast has been like beaten with the nerf stick like over and over. Their deck droppers were nerfed. They've had cost increases across the board. Count Noctilus was, I believe, nerfed quite some time ago. Yeah, they've had a lot of nerfs for sure, but still are a top tier faction. I would agree with you. I think like of the undead factions, if I had to like rank them, I think that Vampire Coast is probably the strongest of the undead factions, with Tomb Kings coming in like right behind them. And I think that the Vampire Counts are probably the weakest of the three. Granted, Vampire Counts have some teeth for sure. We got to see Aerocrastic in a super dominant performance with the Vampire Counts, but the Vampire Counts have some matchups which are very, very tough for them.
Right.
Very, very, very difficult.
It's interesting too, because the Vampire Counts used to be one of those top tier factions too we talked about. But
yeah,
I think with other things coming into the game, the power creep from additional DLC units and ways to really fight back against the Vampire Counts, and the Vampire Counts having been a static force since really their last DLC, you really can kind of see for the most part, or I guess their Vampire Count rework, a lot of factions have started to push above them, especially the undead factions like you just articulated, with Vampire Coast now being that top daddy undead faction.
I think they're the steadiest. Like Vampire Coast has a couple really bad matchups. Like Vampire Coast like has almost no chance of beating a good dwarf player. And also Vampire Coast struggles very heavily against Empire. But aside from those two matchups, like they have good matchups versus all of the Elvish factions. They have good matchups versus, you know, the Beastmen, the Greenskins. It's really just those particular factions. So yeah, I think Vampire Coast is top tier. And counts have been nerfed quite a bit as well. Vampire Counts used to have a lot of really oppressive mechanics and certain units that were a little bit overtuned. But this is way back in like Warhammer 1 days. It's been a while.
Yeah.
I was so tempted. Been a while. I was hoping you would do that. I was like trying to bait you into that, but
I know you would.
Yeah.
I know you would.
I know. I was actually I was listening to one of my playlists yesterday, and that's actually Stained. That's not Nickelback, but some Nickelback came on. And it reminded me of that whole kind of time period of music. But it looks like Soothsayer is about ready. He's got a nice little army.
Y'all and I to ready up, and we'll have a lot of fun here. So with these two factions, I'm expecting something from Soothsayer that kind of really takes the advantage of the Vampire Counts into effect. So I'm expecting some gunpowder with the cannons, if not one or two handgunners here. I would say that one of the best units the vampire counts have, and especially against an army that primarily has a lot of infantry.
You mean the coast, right?
Huh?
You mean coast, right? Vampire coast?
Thank you. Yes. Vampire Coast is the bombers. Bombers are so strong against so many different types of armies. And I think we're going to probably see them in this matchup here today. And then what are you thinking from Yali Nale is really going to be the strong thing against these Vampire Coast?
Well, Yali always plays Lizardmen Kite, so what he'll probably do is he'll bring 2 Ancient Segedons with the ballista, with these sniping ballistas, or maybe a Skink Chief with one of them, who knows. So he'll probably bring 2 of the big old Stegos and try and like snipe out the cannon, because they have these like pinpoint sniping ballistas on their back with I think over like 300 range, which can snipe Vampire Coast cannons. So you snipe those, you put some focus fire on the big old Colossus if there is one. Those are really the big things, but Yali plays like a very kite style of play, so you need to like, from Soothsayer's perspective, you need to bring a couple cannons and like ranged assets. But I think Yali, how he usually plays, he'll bring the assets to snipe your cannons, and from there he'll pick you apart with kite. Because Vampire Coast isn't a faction that likes to like move up and kind of reposition itself. All of their units, for the most part, their zombie infantry and their gunnery mobs have like 23 speed, like something in the really, really kind of pitiful range. So, yeah, so you just want to force them to reposition. But again, blitzes work very well. Also, Lizardmen can go super wide. So what you do is you bring like a ton of skink cohorts and red-crested skinks, a bunch of cold one riders, and you just have an army that stretches out into like the sunset, right? And from there, you just go, and that doesn't give too many choice targets for the cannons or for the gunnery mobs to shoot at. That's really kind of the important factor there. So Yali, I think, will either play his kite style of play, but I think Soothsayer knows how he plays. So I think Yali will actually probably just go for like a very wide build, a steady build, no good targets, that just grinds your opponent out with a bunch of chameleon skinks to just kind of shoot Luther Harkin. I think that's probably what we'll be seeing. So yeah, it would just be my 2 cents. But yeah, who knows? And this is a best of 3. Yali, Nali, and Sooth are going to be playing potentially up to 3 games here. The only game in our Everchosen, as you see the brackets here, that is a best of 5 is actually the grand finals between Lotus Moon and Aerocrastic. The winner, of course, will be crowned Everchosen champion. Aerocrastic has won the title before. Lotus Moon is a first-time challenger here, but has had a good run with a 2-0 against Crabling, a 2-1 against Yali Nale, and yeah, now he's here in the finals, getting ready to face off against Aerocrastic. But of course, we have show matches coming up soon as well. So that'll be fun to see.
We're about what I was going to say how long we are in this right now, but
we've been going strong, going hard and firm for about 2 hours now, but. We'll probably have another 2 hours because the best of 5 final certainly can take quite some time. And especially, I think, when you look at the players who are playing, Lotus Moon, almost all of his games go like 15 to 20 minutes because of his playstyle. Granted, I think he may switch it up against Arrow here in the finals. I don't know. Because Arrow is probably going to go so hard to try and shut down the what's it called? The kite. And that Lotus could use that to his strength because like the entire tournament, I was kind of wondering if Lotus would deviate from his playstyle and go with something that's a little bit more blitz heavy. He actually mentioned to me a couple days ago that he was thinking about it, but we haven't seen it yet. He's played pretty much his traditional playstyle against everyone. So maybe he's playing like the long game, right? He's planning this long-term scheme where when he gets to the grand finals, he just pulls a hard switch, and like his opponents have been preparing so hard for that one playstyle, you know?
And that'd be a great tactic. I mean, it would work really well because, like we said before, a lot of these guys all play together. They are in tournaments all the time with each other. So they have a really good sense for how each other build their armies. Like Falcon has a very specific style. And when he's teaching me things, people will say, oh, I can see that you have had Falcon's influence in the way you build things and stuff like that. Every single one of them has their own way of doing things that is very unique. And if you're able to kind of break that mold and be comfortable and confident doing it, I think it would really be a huge wrench in the opponent's wheels in a way that you really can't normally do in Total War Warhammer. I mean, outside of the builds, things for the most part are going to be pretty set in stone. So if you can really change the way you build your army out in a standard formation, it's really going to mess with your opponent's mind.
Absolutely, man. And you know who I'm surprised we haven't seen in today's, or at least in the Everchosen so far? I don't think we've seen Grom the Paunch.
Not once. Not
we've
once.
seen the Paunch. Understandably.
No. We did yesterday.
Did we see the Paunch? Which match?
Yeah, we saw the Lucky Banner with. I think it was. Loxlon Soothsayer brought him because Hadri's played Greenskins, and he did not bring Grom the Paunch. And then I believe we saw him in that maybe the third match. But I know we saw Grom yesterday. Because we talked about the Lucky Banner, and we talked about how effective he is with his 45% or 40% damage resistance.
That's right, yeah. He's a really good character against like sniping builds. Grom the Paunch is like, he's got 100 armor. I don't know how his like ramshackle, like wooden chariot with the little janky wolves pulling it has 100 armor, like more than
Total
some of the
iron
high
gut. You can
Yeah.
bounce a lot of arrows off that thing.
I mean, I guess those staples are certainly, he's got the staples. I guess that's a little bit of a kind of functional armor in a way. But here we are in the battle. The fate of Middle Earth, or more specifically third place, shall be decided here in this battle. We have Luther Harkin, led by Talaxon Soothsayer. And then for the Lizards, let's go ahead and see what we have. I would imagine it's going to be Krakar. That's Yali's favorite. No, it's actually going to be a Slann of High Magic. So which army would you like to touch upon, my friend?
You know what? I'll do the Lizardmen. We're over in this direction. Let's just go ahead and hit on them hard and heavy.
Okay.
So just talking about the Slann Mage Priest right away. We have Apotheosis, and something that I would definitely would bring with a Lizardman, and we do see that right here, is Tempest. That's going to be able to lock things in place and do some damage to them at the same time. It's going to slow them down by 72% in speed. So it's a really good pick here, because typically when you're playing against Vampire Coast, you're going to see some sort of big flying disgusting creature, either the Death Shriek Terrorgeist or Luther Harkin, and we see that right here, and we can see the Slann Mage Priest is kind of really expecting that. But throughout the rest of this line, we're going to be seeing some skink play here with skink cohorts with javelins all through the front line. The mid line here, we're also going to see an ancient salamander, which is quite nice, especially in this matchup, because it's going to bring a lot of fire damage to the board, as well as this new ability called Flammable, which was added with the ancient salamander, which will light things on fire and reduce its weakness to fire even further, or increase its weakness to fire even further, which is great for the Vampire Coast. Then behind them, we see the Umbral Tide, the Salamander Hunting Pack Regiment of Renown, which has stock and perfect vigor. So it's going to be moving around the battlefield, doing a nice amount of anti-large flaming damage as well. Some Feral Cold Ones, some Good Girls as they're called, in the flank on the far right, and then Clever Girls, and Pterodon Riders all throughout the center field with some Chameleon Skinks.
Now, I have a really important lore question before we begin. Who do you think could eat more between Grom the Paunch and this Slann Mage Priest right here? Like, who could
easily
put down
the Paunch? Easily Grom the Paunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Slann Mage Priest basically has the most sedentary lifestyle ever. It wakes up, it gets fed by a skink high priest, and then goes back to sleep and meditates on the old one's plans.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, I figured it would be the Paunch. I just had
scratches its belly as a temple guard looks on dismissively.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And here for the counts, we have Luther Harkin, by far the most competitive choice in most matchups, but he is a little bit susceptible to the Tempest play. So ItalianSparticus did articulate that the Mighty Slann has come in with Tempest, which does lock the target in the air, basically. It slows him by 72%, so it's not a true snare, but it does slow and also do huge damage. So, for example, if a Soothsayer flies forward, makes one misplay, gets caught in a Tempest, and suddenly there's skinks shooting him, there's salamanders, there's the Ancient Salamander, Luther Harkin can go down very quickly, especially considering he is weak to fire. We also have a Colossus, a zombie front line, bomber secondary line. Bombers are very good at clearing out skinks and Saurus with their high burst damage. Low AP, but against Saurus and skinks, you don't really have to worry too much about that. Got a couple gunnery mobs in the back to fend off Pterodons, a single cannon to counter the kite, and some halberds and scurvy dog support here in the back. So, man, the Colossus has still got to be one of the coolest models in the game. Just look at this thing, man.
Yeah, look at this defensive formation, man. This looks really cool.
It's good. He clearly knows how Hyale plays, and Hyale came in with a pretty kite-heavy build for the most part. I mean, he's got skinks, he's got, I think, 3 or 4 Pterodon riders. He has no true infantry quality. I mean, it's mainly skink cohorts with javelins. He's got salamanders, he's got an ancient salamander, and he did also bring, just like we predicted, the sniping stegodon here. But I think the Colossus plus the Carronade should actually be able to outtrade. So Hyale's going to be forced in, and that's what Soothsayer wants, really.
The Necrofex Colossus is, like you just pointed out, is so awesome. I mean, it's got 3 cannons for an arm, basically, or 4 that spin just like when you're watching Transformers. So it's a full-on Decepticon going just crazy on these Lizardmen over here.
Yeah, it's certainly doing some good work, and the Pterodon Riders are moving in, trying to basically he's going to use the Pterodon Riders to corral Soothsayer. So he's going to be getting the Pterodons pushing on the scurvy dogs and these supporting elements of Sooth's army, so then he can get a full surround and skirmish at will. Because if the scurvy dogs are running free and wild, they're actually going to be able to harry these salamanders pretty efficiently. Salamanders are okay in combat, but their melee defense is in the 20s for the most part. So even a scurvy dog press is able to actually take out these salamander models pretty quickly. So it looks like the laser dino is beginning its first volley here against the front line of the Vampire.
Yeah, the Solar Engine's going into those Zombie Pirate deckhand mobs, which is not the best target for him. I think that, he can actually pull off some nice shots here into the Necrofex Colossus, but he doesn't want to extend too far out of these trees. It makes the shots from the Carronade and the Necrofex Colossus way easier to hit home here, so I think he's just trying to keep that distance, pull back a little bit. You can see he's actually moving the Solar Engine back over into the trees here, over on top of that hill, get a little distance here from that Carronade and the Necrofex.
Yeah, it's actually... A pretty good start here for the Lizards because Hyalianali's sniping Stegodon was able to take out one of the Carronade crews. You can see the zombies here just all shattered and disheveled here.
But just misses again.
Yeah, with the Laser Dino going after the Colossus. But yeah, I think the Lizards are going to be able to outtrade in the artillery game, which is ultimately going to lead to what Hyali wants, which is the Vampire Coast moving forward and then being surrounded and enveloped by a very skink-heavy army, which I think is awesome. Very thematic as well. But, you know, the skinks like ambushing and, you know, coming out of the trees with their javelins and then running away and kiting back the zombies is very cool. But
making disgusting little hooting noises the whole time.
Yeah, they're pretty great. But the Carronades are they're weak binding. They only have 2 models left, and Soothsayer is going to start having to press here, which if he gets forced into a desperate situation,
Oh
the
man,
Slon,
take a look what's happening with Luther Harkin now.
Brutal stuff. And the Tempest could come, but the Slon's out of position, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a good thing that Slon was out of position because he got hit with some poison, he got hit with the Solar Engine, and the Umbral Tide just missed him. So I think what Soothsayer was doing was kind of prodding to kind of see if there were any other hidden portions of the army while he moves his up. But that almost was a pretty deadly situation there. If Tempest had locked him down, he would have started to get a lot of focus fire.
Yeah, that could have been a very early game here for the Vampire Coast. However, the Carronade has been able to shoot for most of the battle, but you can see if you look at the Carronade model, there's only 1 left. And the Stegodon has actually really been using the trees very well. So what Hyale is doing is he's getting his Ancient Stegodon, which is his counterpiece against the cannons, and he's kind of like hiding it behind the trees, where he gets a good angle on the cannon, but the cannon then has to shoot through a tree line to hit it. It's just some masterful positioning for sure.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, those bolts are a little bit more accurate than the cannon shots, especially because it's undead Carronade shooting here at the at the Lizardmen. So he's been able to snipe them out pretty well. It's been a pretty awesome move there.
And also you can see the zombie pirate gunnery mobs for Soothsayer are scooting forward, and we're actually able to range some of the ancient salamander here in the back. And did a fair amount of HP damage. Granted, there is healing on the Lizardman roster. High Magic does have Apotheosis, which heals, I believe, 900 HP. So you can certainly get some good healing and heal up the Stegodons. But yeah, Soothsayer's cannon is about to be offline, I would imagine. And, you know, I can tell. I could just see Soothsayer wants to go in there with Luther Harkin and start going after that Stegodon. But there's so much support hiding in the trees. The Chameleons are hidden. There's a Tempest Caster. And also, of course, you have the Salamanders and a little bit more support. So yeah, the Vampire Coast kind of being picked apart here a little bit. Soothsayer kind of getting spread out. If you look at the general formation of his army, you'll notice that it's kind of becoming this like giant, like U-shaped army here that's really kind of conducive to the Lizardmen being able to isolate pockets of very slow Vampire Coast troops, or Vampire Coast, excuse me.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think that like as we start to see this moving forward, he's trying to get a little pick here with the Scurvy Dogs into the Skink cohort on the far left side. He's pushing Luther Harkin up this direction as well. He does recall a little bit. He can, like you were saying, he's very timid with Luther Harkin because he knows there's so many ways to get him focused down. And I think that's going to be a real deadly approach here for him. Is he can't get a lot of his bigger, heavier hitting units, and he's losing things one at a time. So now his Scurvy Dogs are shut down, which are a really good, strong harassment unit.
It's a very inefficient engagement for sure, because the Scurvy Dogs here are just going to get wrecked by the Skinks. And yeah, they might break these Skink cohorts, but honestly, from a cost effectiveness per point, it's really not great for the Vampire Coast. And also Rock Drop going down to the back. If you look here, the Pterodon Riders dropping all the bows here on the Zombie Park Gunnery mobs, taking them down to half HP. And now they can rotate back here and also take out the Carronade. So honestly, it's looking very good here for the Dinos. We have yet to even see a Tempest.
Yeah, I mean, you can see too, like the Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs are just getting picked apart. The deckhands up forward. He's having his other Scurvy Dogs try to chase down these Skink cohorts and trying to just get little victories here. But really, the Lizardmen, Yale Nale has been able to pick. Oh, Tempest!
Oh no, here it comes.
Down Luther Harkin.
Oh, this is going to be painful. So he gets slowed. He also takes damage from the spell itself. Plus, the little annoying Chameleon Skinks are going to be shooting him. So this will probably take Luther down to about 60%, but any kind of perpetual long-term damage you can do to get a vampire character closer to its healing cap is always really nice. And the Laser Dino coming in and blasting him with that fire damage. Luther Harkin's in a bit of trouble, man.
Yeah, you know, I thought that Luther Harkin was, I was like, wait, you know, he's not really getting focus fired as much from these Skink cohorts and Chameleon Skinks as I thought. And the Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs with bombers are now in range of these Skink cohorts with Javelin. And they will probably start to do quite a bit of damage, but you can see Luther Harkin here trying to get out of this big fight. He did take that Solar Engine in the face, but he's dodged a couple more. And the Necrofex Colossus is just about out of ammunition. I think he's got 1 or 2 salvos left before he's going to start having to get in there and, as you would say, go fisticuffs. So it's going to be very interesting to see now that almost everything that's going to have the big, scary ammunition is just about on its last shots or two, how these things are going to start to play out. The Umbral Tide is starting to shoot into the Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs on the right flank as he, it looks like Loxon Soothsayer has got a bit of a bastion on that right side. Yeah. But we'll see how that kind of pushes out for him because he's still getting shot by that Solar Engine. Yeah,
he's doing a little bit of a slow push. You also have to remember that the Skinks, they're not like great in melee combat, but they're certainly good enough to beat down Zombie Pirate Gunnery mobs. So basically the Skinks with their 46 speed, 46, is going to be able to outrun most of the defensive zombies and eventually shut down the gun line. But yeah, for the most part, the Dino army is very healthy, and you can see the balance of power is reflected in that. The balance of power is very heavily in the favor right now of the Lizards. Not quite to the point of no return, but it's certainly looking very, very good. Also on the far side, Hyalinali using his Stegodon here to waste the Bomber's ammunition, which is a very, very incredibly good play. Luther Harkin did get invocation, but it looks like another Tempest is going to be going down, which...
locking them in place.
Even if there's no follow-up to the Tempest, it still does a ton of damage itself. And Luther Harkin is going to be getting drained. You can see he takes him about 60 damage, getting blasted by that laser dino. It's looking pretty rough here.
Each one of these Tempests has been an overcast, so it's going to be lasting a lot longer than normal. It's going to do a little bit more damage. And, you know, I don't know if they've bumped up Tempest damage or not, but I don't remember it doing this much. It's actually doing a lot. It's a lot more effective than I remember it being.
It always has. Yeah, Tempest has always done insane damage. Like, I can't tell you how many of the games I've casted in my other tournaments where, you know, it's like, all right, guys, the battle's getting started. Everything looks very even. And then suddenly one of the lords gets caught in a Tempest and just gets brought down to, like, near death. Luther is, you know, somewhat tanky and, of course, has access to healing. But imagine if this was like a Karl Franz or someone who doesn't, you know, have all these innate healing abilities. They would be pretty much on death's bed right now. But in this case, right. Luther has been the recipient of 3 or 4 invocations of Nehek, the healing from the vampire counts. But still, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Although vampire counts Coast are pulling back here a little bit in the balance of power, if you see. It's creeping back towards the middle.
You know, and we still haven't seen a lot of the big... This is the very first time I think we've seen an actual shield of the old ones drop down from the Stegodon. Hornswaggle was dropped from Luther Harkin to reduce its armor, melee defense, and speed. But there's still a bound... Oh, there's that banishment I was just about to mention going down to the center. Not really hitting anything really crucial, actually just pushing through a vampire fleet admiral, or a fleet captain, not doing too much. But I was going to say that we haven't seen a lot of the bound abilities used in the Salon Mage Priest until right now, and we're at the 9-minute point in the battle here. So there's still a lot of tricks up the sleeve for Yalinale as he used his salamanders to just pepper that Necrofex Colossus over there.
Yeah, the Colossus has 75 armor itself, and salamanders don't have the best AP values, but it's still the anti-large there. It really packs quite a bit of punch. And you know, even though the bounce power might be starting to look a little bit better for Vampire Coast, we still have to remember that the Salon probably has a ton of Winds of Magic left, and he's going to be able to get at least 2 or 3 more Tempests. So for Hyale here, I probably would just delay the main engagement, keep skirmishing like you're doing, picking apart this army, and just using Tempest every chance you get. And that really kind of mitigates the annoying aspects of Luther, where he can always escape and cycle charge and use his pistol. It's really good that he has something to punish Luther Harkin, because otherwise, man, he would just be such a nightmare to deal with.
Take a look at this backline here. So he's taking the Pterodon Riders. He's got very little threat against them, right? There's this small unit of 25 zombie pirate gunnery mobs. Now he can take these Pterodon Riders. He can start to push, and here it is. We're getting another Tempest drop down.
Yeah, it looks like Tempest. Maybe no. Yeah, it looks like it might be an invocation or something. Or no, actually, I think that's a debuff here on the Pterodon Riders. But
right.
Yeah, that was a really good catch you had in the back line. And just like we kind of talked about earlier in the cast, the skin cohorts are so fast with their 46 speed, they can outmaneuver pretty much all of the Vampire Coast characters, or not characters, well, characters and units, and can get those juicy engagements. In the meantime, you know, he just kites back with everything else, harasses the back line, and picking apart the slower elements with the skin cohorts.
Well, now seeing some Feral Cold Ones on one of the flanks here starting to activate here. We haven't really seen them in the fight for the most part at all. And the Ancient Salamander is still over there on the other flank. So there are still some really imposing dinosaurs that don't really have many ways to be threatened at this point. Another Tempest locking Luther Harkin into place. And this is pretty bad. He's very low in health right now. So he's going to drop a last-minute Invocation of Heck to heal him up, as well as the Vampire Fleet Captain and that Necrofex Colossus try and top them off just a little bit. But his health is still kind of teetering below that 50% line here.
It was a really good invocation. It hit all of the single entities. It hit Luther, hit the Colossus, hit the Vampire Fleet Captain, who's actually a really good combatant. And that's kind of the thing. Even though the battle is going very well for Hyale, if he can't mitigate Luther as the game does go into its later stages, and he starts to run out of ammo, Luther Harkin could be a hard carry. He has incredible AP and melee. With poison attacks, he has great armor piercing with his pistol as well. So Luther Harkin is a character that could single-handedly take on a Stegodon, take out the Salon, finish off the Bastillodon if he isn't dealt with. So certainly going to need to get more Tempest and also get some good isolations. But yeah, Vampire Coast isn't out of this game yet. I mean, they still have some bombers. The Colossus also has decent AP values in melee as well, and might actually be able to get the Bastillodon
Look
here.
at this little Alpha Strike happening here on the Bastillodon. We got both Taunt and Hornswaggle on it. They've just stacked up as many of the debuffs as they can. We got Harkin swooping down and the Fleet our Captain, as well as Necrofex trying to get as much damage as they can. And a Banishment being responded here in kind from Yalinale is what it looks like.
Really good. It hits all the zombie pirate Decker mobs with pole arms. Takes them from about 70 models down to 53, and honestly is pretty solid. But I kind of am seeing the Vampire Coast creeping their way back into this game. It's really, he needs a good Tempest here. Luther keeps squeaking away, and even though Luther has been caught in a couple Tempests, Soothsayer has been doing a really good job making sure they haven't been like really bad positions. So he's been able to survive. Oh, look at the Colossus getting in there with his peg leg.
Yeah, jumping right in here onto that Slann Mage Priest. His peg leg.
Yeah, the Slans are pretty tanky, actually. They don't have the best like combat stats, 24, 32 respectively, but Slans have almost 6,000 HP. So you can kind of use them as roadblocks. And also their leadership is really good. I mean, you can see the Slann is sitting at like 80, 90 leadership right now. But here comes the focus fire. Chameleons and Salamanders shooting into that big monster there. But remember, this is ammunition that is not going to be here for Luther in the fourth quarter.
Right. And it looks like we're getting a little bit of an all-in here as they jump onto the Necrofex Colossus. It's starting to get into critical binding stages here. It's very low in health, and even the Vampire Fleet Captain is really dropping in health hard. We got a summon up of zombie pirate gunnery mobs over here onto the Ancient Salamander to shut down its firing capabilities. Yeah. And we're also going to see a shield of old ones try and negate a lot of the damage that's been poured out in this little alpha strike.
Yeah, the big old Colossus is going to be going down. Now let's go ahead and take inventory of what the Vampire Coast has left. So they have some gunnery mobs here, some bombers. They also have a couple of halberds on the weak side, but really it's just, two very tattered bombers, one halberd unit, and Luther Harkin, the Vampire Caster. And the Vampire Caster is an infantry-sized character, which means the Stegodon, with its massive bonus for its infantry, is going to be able to run over this caster very quick, which is great. Gets rid of healing for Luther. And in response, you can see Soothsayer actually does use one of his probably last heals, I would imagine, to try and salvage this character. But I don't know why Hyale isn't following up and finishing off that Vampire Fleet Captain. Looks like he's a little bit mucked up back here.
It's just kind of limping away here. I think he's trying not to invest too much into it, and he's trying to just shut down everything else, because he keeps getting Luther Harkin charging into his Umbral Tide, and which Umbral Tide is now broken and fleeing away. Or is it broken?
Yeah, he's broken. They're running for the hills here, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, they're wavering because they were terror routed, technically, so they do come back after a period of time, but honestly, they're pretty much going to probably be a non-factor from here, as Luther will chase them down, I bet.
You got that fleet captain now dueling the Ancient Salamander, supported with the Stegodon, pushing that fleet captain into some pretty dangerous territory here.
You should have said waters, man.
That was good.
Yeah, but the Vampire Captain goes down quick to that bonus first infantry, and now, again, for the first time, Hyale does kind of reassert his dominance here in this game. Luther Harkin is being kited out here by the Chameleons, and Luther's just being poisoned and kind of trolled around the edge of the map, it looks like.
The rule of two, man. Hyale learned a lot from Loxodon Soothsayer, their primary sparring partners. Loxodon Soothsayer, though, has this massive pedigree of winning multiple Everchosen invitationals, and we're seeing, the Master and the Padawan go at each other, and I think we're seeing the Padawan kind of come ahead right now.
Yeah, Hyale may have the high ground here in this situation. Luther Harkin is closing in, but I have an inkling that there might be another Tempest here in the back pocket for this Slann, but even without Tempest, that Stegodon plus the other supporting dinos, even though they're not powerhouse duelists. Ooh, a nice breath attack there from Luther. Nasty stuff, and really negative 48. Ooh, that Stegodon's down for the count, man. I still don't think it's going to be enough, though, because the Skink Priest, the Bastillodon, the Slann, and wasn't there an Ancient Salamander somewhere? Do you see where it is?
The Ancient Salamander, I think, was killed with the fight with the Vampire Fleet Admiral.
Okay.
It was really low in health during that, and it got supported by the Stegodon, but I don't see it anymore on the battlefield.
Now, the Slann, the thick man himself, is going to be getting into mortal combat here with Luther Harkin, but obviously he would lose that in a vacuum, even probably in Luther's very tattered state. But there are still a fair amount of Chameleon Skinks lending their Overwatch fire, and also some of the Vampire Count supporting elements or Coast. Excuse me, I keep getting that wrong today.
I don't think I realized that there was a Skink Priest this fight almost the entire time.
Yeah, he's been doing his thing. He's been casting Wind Blast. Wind Blast is very good against very slow bunches of zombies and things like that. But Luther's probably going to chase off this Bastillodon, but I still think there's too many Chameleons, and also the Skink Priest with his little cudgel does have 280 weapon strength, so I think Luther Harkin is not long for this world.
Yeah, especially if he's building up for even a not overcast Tempest, it's going to be pretty deadly here for Harkin.
Absolutely. Skanks are piling in. The last of the zombie pirate gunnery mobs are being smited into oblivion by the glorious Slann, conjuring up some sort of witchcraft there. And there are some
coming back online.
Yeah, that's it. That's army losses. You can see Luther Harkin's going to be crumbling to dust here, and down he goes. What bloodline is he from, by the way, Luther Harkin? Is he a blood dragon?
So there are like a number of people that think he's a von Karstein, but I think he is a blood dragon.
Yeah. I think that's.
Noctilus is a von Karstein.
Yeah, because he's like Nikolaus von Karstein or something, right? That's like his actual name. Yeah,
100%.
Man, that was a scrappy game in our first best of three here. That just went to the end.
Like we said, like Hyale, we were talking about, like maybe he's a little winded after playing Lotus Moon in 3 pretty long games, but he pulled out an equally long one here today against Loxodon Soothsayer in this beginning of the third place, and it went really, really well. He just kind of slowly picked apart Soothsayer little by little. As soon as he took out the Carronade, he switched to another important target for him and just kind of went down that process of eliminating these targets. But Sooth, I think at the same time,
he almost got
able
back in there
to keep a good amount of cohesion.
Yeah, Sooth almost got back. The cannon going down was rough for sure.
Right.
I remember I play Vampire Coast quite a bit in the tournaments and against some of these guys, and I consider myself to be a decent Vampire Coast player. But the first time I had my eyes open to like that Lizardmen style of play was against Hyali Nali. I was actually playing on one of my King of the Hill streams, and Hyali came in to challenge my Vampire Coast, and I had felt really confident in that matchup. I had like a cannon, I had Count Noctilus on foot. I was like, okay, I'm going to be able to endure, use the bombers to clear out their rush, and I felt confident, but Hyali came in with this like build just like this. Salamanders, 2 Ancient Stegodons to snipe my cannons, and I was just like, man, I had a lot of trouble dealing with it. Luther Harkin in my game also got caught in a Tempest. It's just so incredibly strong. But I think Vampire Coast maybe could afford to bring like 3 Carronades maybe. Like if you bring 3 Carronades, I think that would be enough to kind of force Hyali to come in and fight, which of course would heavily favor the Vampire Coast. But
I mean, by the time all those Carronades were destroyed, the Stegodon had lost about like 65% health. Like it still had taken some good beatings.
Yeah.
So if there was an additional Carronade there, he wouldn't have been able to sit, fat and heavy in the back of those tree lines and just shoot into those Carronades nonstop. He would have been threatened enough that he would have had to either waste Winds of Magic healing it back up in the middle of it doing its damage, or actually not be able to take part in that tactic.
It's just like we saw earlier with the Greenskin game we had against, I believe it was Hyali against Lotus Moon. Was it the Greenskins, and he didn't bring the Doomdiver catapult to like counter the kite? It's just like goes to show if you have like one element that can force these kite builds to come and have to fight you on your terms, like it just makes a world of difference. But not having that, it kind of forced him to have to play this skirmish game with Lotus, which Lotus of course was able to get the advantage in that match. Yep. But we have the next matchup set. It's going to be Talaxla and Soothsayer on the Dinosaurs playing the Lizardmen, which is one of his main factions, and he's banning Vampire Coast and banning Greenskins. So Hyali Nali is actually going to be going Vampire Counts. Which, Vampire Counts, which many players, I think, in the competitive circuit probably would consider a bad matchup for the Vampire Counts. I feel like the Carnosaurs and the big dinosaurs are very tough for the vampiric monsters to fight. Terrorgeists are anti-large and armor-piercing with poison, but they're not quite as durable, and they have trouble staying in sustained combat with the big Lizardmen dinos. So, I don't know, man.
Very little access to anti-large across the entire Vampire Counts roster with only Spearmen and their Blood Knights. So
and the
really hard ways to crack open those bigger, scarier dinosaurs.
Absolutely, man. There are a couple kind of roundabout anti-large or kind of like untraditional anti-large characters. But Banshees, for example, are a really good one. Banshees are ethereal, which means they take 75% damage mitigation or physical resist against all physical damage. So Banshees come in and they have really good AP and really good staying power. So you just get them at the legs of a big dinosaur and they just have their little ghostly daggers and just shank the heels of like a Dread Saurian. And over the course of a long battle, they can bring it down. And on that same note, the Lizardmen also do struggle to bring down those magical characters unless they bring dedicated, allocated, targeted magic damage, which isn't super common. So I think we would see some Banshees, but I don't know. We'll see, man. Soothsayer's got schemes.
We did see a Banshee play I believe this was the show match we saw a Banshee play with Duck. Duck
brought a Banshee, but I mean, I when you play Greenskins, you pretty much always have to expect there's going to be at least 1 or 2 Banshees against you because Greenskins, one of their biggest issues is direct magic damage. It has been partially remedied with Fist of Gork and Spirit Leech from the Hag, but nonetheless, I was pretty well prepared for it. And he only brought 1 too, but if you bring 2 Banshees, it can be very overwhelming because they also do cause terror, which is incredibly impactful in these blobby fights here. So yeah, Soothsayer's picking the army. Maybe this could be a matchup for anyone in chat who's a big fan of the mighty Dread Saurian. This could be a circumstance in which we do see a Dread Saurian pick, because obviously the big monsters with support can be good against counts, but yeah, we'll see. And also, for anyone joining here, if we take a look at the bracket, this is going to be the second game between Hyali Nali and Talaxla and Soothsayer. Currently, Hyali Nali is up here, 1-0 in the series, so we'll adjust the scoreboard to reflect that. Then we have Lotus Moon versus Aerocrastic, but before we get to the grand finals, we will have a couple show matches featuring Party Elite, our glorious co-casters, Party Elite, and Lore Master of Sotek as well. So currently, we're 2-0 against Creative Assembly, man. Feeling pretty good here going into the fourth quarter.
Good. Just talking to the competitors here, making sure everything was all right. We had Hyali Nali just popped out real quick, but it looks like he's back online, putting his build together.
But, I think it's going to be double Banshee 100%. Like, I think we're going to see double Banshee be picked. I think from there we'll see Heinrich Kemmler is really good here because he can summon Krell, and Krell is an excellent anti-large character. Granted, he is a summon, so he does disappear over time, but I think we'll see Heinrich Kemmler. I think we'll see double Banshee.
Awesome looking too, so.
Yeah, Krell is cool. I wish Krell would last forever, but I understand that summon units can be very oppressive, so you need something to mitigate their power, especially with like manticores and cygors. But yeah, Krell would actually be interesting too as like a heroic character. Imagine if like Krell could only be picked, let's say, if you have Heinrich Kemmler as your lord. So he's like a locked hero, a hero that can only be unlocked if you're picking Heinrich Kemmler. I actually would like that quite a bit, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly like that model is amazing looking. Like they did a really good job of like bringing it to life, almost like exactly like the model is in the tabletop. Like, oh, Krell is probably one of the coolest portions of the Vampire Council. You don't really get to see him too much, especially in competitive play. I pretty rarely see Krell, but every time I do, it's a treat.
I've been seeing him a lot, actually. Yeah, he's been
the shaft of souls that he has, like the actual axe itself. It's got all the like the moving faces and souls that are up and down it. It's
kind of a weird thing, right? Because from a lore perspective, Krell is like a cornate dude, right? Like he's all about that corn life, right?
He's that corn life. He's an ex-corn champion.
But he still is like a loyalist to Korn, right? Even though he's kind of like with the Vampire Council with Heinrich Kemmler, he still is like, dedicated to Korn, right?
We don't really find that out until the end times. He's pretty like, he's more or less an automaton throughout the majority of the lore of fantasy up until end times, when that starts to become a little bit more of a thing.
You kind of have to choose sides, right? In the end times. Yeah, it gets a little bit more kind of focused there, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, I would wonder why. I guess maybe Heinrich Kemmler kind of bound him to his will, or is Krell like? I wonder if he's like more of like a strong, independent, undead corn monster,
strong, independent white lady. But the thing about him is like all the white, what's it called? White kings, all the black knights are considered whites. All those are former chaos champions or anything of the sort, and they were buried with their armor and even their horses.
Yeah.
So it's like when you take a look at the whites that are the black knights, those guys are all actually considered like they were buried with their armor, with their horses, and when they were brought up, they were brought intact with their armor and horses together. So it's kind of like they're bound to it, and they all have these unearthly glows in their eye and everything. So they have a really awesome lore. All the white characters, the Grave Guard, the Black Knights, the White Kings, Krell are probably some of my favorite portions of the Vampire Count roster.
And that's like the big difference if you really look at it in when you compare them to like Tomb Kings, because most of the Vampire Counts, with the exception of the vampires and maybe like the necromancers, are kind of like obviously they're just like, they're mindless in a way, right? Like they're all controlled by the vampires and the necromancers, whereas with the Tomb Kings, correct me if I'm wrong, but like all the different skeletons and like the Tomb Guard and whatnot retain their former kind of memories and to a degree, and kind of have more autonomy. Is that like an accurate statement? Yeah.
It's like, it's less autonomy, except that they have a memory of their former lives.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily that they walk around doing peasant-like things, like, I'm simply a Tomb King soldier when I'm in war. Otherwise, I'm just haggling at the bazaar as a Tomb King. Like, it's not quite like that, but they at least know what or who they are and what they represent. They have some sort of at least cognizance of their position, versus, like you said excellently, the zombies, the zombies and the skeletons are pretty much bound to the will of the necromancer or vampire that summons them.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of reflected when you look at the combat stats of like Tomb Guard and things like that. Well, I guess Grave Guard are kind of in the similar ballpark, but yeah, it's a pretty cool thing, actually. I think Tomb Kings are, as far as like DLCs go, I think my favorite DLCs of all time were probably Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings. Those were so darn good. And this one, honestly, with the Greenskin update, I think is awesome, man. Like the new Confederation mechanic for the Greenskins is really good. I like how each Greenskin Lord has its own unique wah, which really kind of creates a very flavorful playstyle. But yeah, Vampire Coast, I think and this DLC have probably got to be two of my favorite ones, hands down.
And Vampire Coast, when it came out, like I just remember and right now we're jumping into the fight here, so we're waiting for everything to load in.
Sure.
But remember when Vampire Coast came out, and it was amazing. Like no one was really expecting that. I remember people asking me like, "Hey, do you think Vampire Coast is coming?" Like, no. It had like a small little entry in a White Dwarf with an allied contingent and some converted models. It never really had a full list, but we got this awesome army list with the Vampire Coast.
Yeah, their campaign's so fun.
I totally agree with you that this is probably my favorite Lord pack that has been released for Warhammer 2. Aside from the fact that obviously I love Eltharion, but I think that the campaign mechanics of both Eltharion and of Grand Lepanch are amazing. I love the FLC playthrough with Imric. I think it's really cool. And for someone who doesn't like playing Greenskins, I think that all the stuff they did for the Greenskins is actually made them fun, unique, and playable, and awesome.
Oh yeah, so the cooking mechanic with Grom is so ridiculous, and like the the sound effects he makes while you're like making is that it's just so over the top, man, for sure. But here we are in the battle. We have the Lizardmen. Oh my god. Do you see what the Lizardman Lord is? It's Nakai the Wanderer! Oh.
As to be expected, and it's really not to be expected. I did not see
Sooth
that
doesn't meme very often, though. That's the thing. Like, he usually plays very serious builds, so maybe somewhere in that mighty Slann mind of his, there's some sort of a scheme he has with Nakai, or maybe some sort of a functional purpose. But would you like to talk about the Lizard army or the Vampire Count army?
You know what? I'll talk about the Lizardman army. I talked about the vampires last time, so let's go through real quick what we got with the Lizardman army. It's a small elite.
You can see it all
Doom
here.
Star, Death Star.
Doom Stack Death Star. It all works. Yeah.
Doom Death. But we're going to be seeing a lot of Temple Guards here, and you were talking about this at the beginning when we were going through the kind of the pre-matchup here about having very focused magic attacks, and we're getting that here with the Star Chamber Guardians. And we're also going to get that with the Sacred Croxigors. And the Star Chamber Guardians are a really, really, really strong unit here. They have anti-large, they've got AP, they've got magic attacks, they've got bronze shields. They also get a lovely expert charge defense, so they get that charge defense versus all, as well as a Guardian passive. And then throughout the rest of this, we see the cohort of Sotek Red Crescent Skinks, a Dread Saurian, a Skink Priest of Beasts, and then the Sacred or Nakai the Wanderer himself.
Yeah, it's a nice little high and tight lizard army here, and Nakai is a bit of an interesting choice, but Nakai does have a really good AoE buff. It's called the Primal Roar, which gives melee attack and physical resist. So if your whole army is in the radius of like 100 meters like it is for him, he's going to be able to get some really good force multipliers. Now, my concern for this Dino army, it's going to be kind of tough to catch that Mortis Engine, and the Mortis Engine is essentially a hard counter against all these elite infantry. For the Vampire Counts, we have zombies, we have Skeleton Spears and Graveguard in the secondary, we do have Knights of the Red Keep, Blood Knights in the back, and Black Knights with some Direwolves up on the high ground as well. And for the Lord, we have a mighty Blood Dragon Vampire Lord with the Helm of Discord. So, no Banshees, actually. I'm a little bit concerned about this Dread Saurian. Aside from the Blood Knights catching it in open field, I don't think there's too many good ways to really bring that beast down.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty wild fight here. I think there's a lot of interesting things going on. I did not expect a really, really high and tight Lizardman army like this. And I think it's going to work out pretty interestingly for Sooth, because it is really against what we normally would expect from him, like you said. So we'll see how this kind of plays out. I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure here from the Black Knights in the back, and then the Blood Knights in the right flank. But like you said, there's not a lot of there's not a ton of anti-large in this. There's
not too many good angles for the Vampire Counts to attack with because of this natural terrain piece. And the Temple Guard are obviously screening the weaker sides of the formation. So what basically Hyali needs to do is use his Mortis Engine like he is now and get really good breath attacks with his Dragon Lord. So the Blood Dragon Lord going to be getting a huge breath attack down the pipe. It actually wasn't as huge as we thought. It didn't really make square contact there.
I was going to be like, oh no, glancing!
A little bit of a limp breath attack there. But the Mortis Engine's falling back. The Vampires have collapsed. But honestly, I think this is looking pretty good here for the Dinos. But the Blood Knights are able to find an opening into the back line, and they are collapsing on some of the Skinks.
They just thread the needle there and get right into it here. And that's really good. I think that's the whole point of this natural terrain piece. We have those Fellbats jumping in here, and then we get the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, who is very scary in combat, going right for the Skink Priest of Beasts, which is a good target. I think that's a really awesome way for him just to use his offensive capabilities and shut down that casting fast.
It's going to be hard, though. The Skink is a very small character, and oftentimes, instead of actually taking damage, he just gets knocked over and punted. So no damage was actually taken on that character, and it looks like the Mortis Engine is happily draining in the front line. Look at the Temple Guard in the front as well as the cohort of Sotek. It looks like the Mortis Engine, I think, is hitting both of those units, at the very least the Temple Guard, and I think the Vampires are doing pretty well here, but the Blood Knights being caught in combat and trapped in by the Dread Saurian is a pretty catastrophic mistake, which is reflected in the balance of power being heavily in the favor here of the Dinos.
Absolutely, yeah, and we pretty much got a wasted Helm of Discord here with the Blood Dragon. Although that does affect everything in the radius around it, it wasn't able to really help him push that Alpha Strike into the Skink Priest of Beasts there.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get the Skink Priest just like you articulated. That would have been a huge grab because it basically would shut down a second Manticore summon, which is about to come in now. So the Manticore, basically, by Soothsayer, is going to be used to just chase down the Mortis Engine. The Mortis Engine is going to be the ace target here, because without the Mortis Engine, there's pretty much no way that this Vampire Count army can defeat all of the elite Lizard troops. And the Mortis Engine looks like it's going to be feasted on by the Apex Predator, my friend.
Oof, man, it is. It's getting just chomped apart. And anytime you kind of take a look at the unit card of any of these units, if you look in the lower leftmost corner, you'll see a number of little symbols followed by a line and then more little symbols. So those little symbols, that last line there, shows you any kind of constant effects. So when that Mortis Engine was involved in that fight, everything in the radius around it was getting damaged by its Mortis Engine damage effect. And now it's no longer going to be able to regenerate and help out Yalinali's army. It is now kind of having to move out of this situation here before hopefully coming back in after a heal if we can get one off.
Yeah, and the Blood Dragon Lord is basically being used to fight the Manticore and keep it away from the Mortis Engine. And it looks like the Mortis Engine has stabilized. Its leadership is positive. It's healing once again. Maybe there's a slight chance here for Hyali Nali if he is able to pull back the Blood Dragon Lord and get an invocation over the top of these characters. But, oh no, the Dread Saurian emerges from the ranks and is coming for blood.
His prey is in sight.
The Dread Saurian is such a cool model. Look at that thing, man.
It's terrifying, man. Like, look at this slow, cumbersome beast. And as Sotek was saying, that the Dread Saurian pushed all of the dragons out of Lustria.
That's so
you were
cool.
asking this question yesterday. Don't the Dread Saurians and the Star Dragons fight? Sotek told me that they actually pushed them out of Lustria. That's how vicious and destructive these beasts are.
It's such a freaking cool monster, and even though it looks slow when it moves, that's one of the biggest strengths of the Dread Saurian, is that it's rocking 60 speed. So if it's fighting things like giants or like other monstrous units that are kind of between 30 and 50 speed, this bad boy is actually one of the faster, bigger monsters out there. So it really can chase down targets like Mortis Engines, which are rocking only 48 speed. But yeah, I mean, the Black Knights are being used to try and muck it up here and keep it in combat, but the balance of power is massively going in the favor here of the mighty Lizardmen with a Nakai and
has
Sacred
done a lot of
Crossguard
zombie
build.
summons here to try and pin it in place, but like you can see, it just kind of moves willy-nilly wherever it wishes. And now that Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is in a really bad situation. It's very low in health, it's crumbling, it's critical binding here, and it's trying to get back up into the air, but it's not looking too good as army losses kick in here across all the Vampire Count's army.
The mighty Lord tumbles to the earth. The Dread Saurian and a lot of the Lizardman army, including those Temple Guard, in really good shape. But yeah, I think like the Blood Knights just were horribly ineffective, and they're not a cheap unit. Blood Knights are very pricey. Right. They got in, they got wrecked, and from there, like the only anti-large tool in the army was the Blood Dragon Lord, who of course had some hard fights on his hands, and the Mortis Engine was screened out. It was just very well played by Soothsayer for sure.
You know, that was a really wild fight, because like we said earlier, this is not something I expected from Sooth at all.
Yeah,
and it worked out very, very well for him. He was able to shut down a lot of the play from Yale's army. He wasn't able to really kind of get any teeth on anything, no pun intended, with the Vampire Counts thing. Yeah, and I think that big strike from Yale in the very beginning with the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord onto the Skink Priest did not turn out for him, so he wasted that Helm of Discord, which would really been used in a nice big group fight to reduce melee defense and attack to help push any advantage for, say, the Blood Knight trying to do damage on maybe Nakai or even the Sacred Croxagores. But instead, that Helm of Discord couldn't come to the fore until much later in the fight.
Yeah, and I mean, even with all that being said, like I think had Hyale played perfectly or close to perfect with his Bloodlord and also with the Blood Knights, I still think he would have lost. It's just like his army didn't have the tools to deal with Sooth's army. He needed Banshees, he needed more Graveguard. Even though there was magic damage, Banshees can still hide amongst zombies and like really get good AP attacks on Croxagores and the Dread Saurian and against Nakai. He just didn't have enough stopping power in his army. It was very much an army that, the Mortis Engine is good against infantry. I do like that pick, but if you're going to have the Mortis Engine, you need other threats as well. If you don't have good enough threat saturation, they're just going to be able to screen that out with the Dread Saurian, and then the elite Lizardman infantry will just destroy the rest of that Vampire Count army.
177 Dread Saurian kills.
That Dread Saurian was certainly not taking any prisoners today. He did
absolutely not.
He did very well for himself. So now we'll head back to the caster's desk and get this next game going. This is going to be game 3, deciding who will be our third place champion in today's Everchosen Invitational. As far as picks and bans go, they're still working it out. Oh, Soothsayer is explaining his strategy. You see that there? He's
not that bad. Perfect vigor for the the Dread Saurian is nice. So yeah, that's actually very interesting. I didn't think about that at all.
Nakai has this necklace called the Golden Tribute, I think is what it's called, and it basically gives perfect vigor to all nearby troops. So not only does he have the big primal roar to really buff up the blob, but he also makes it so all of the Lizardman troops nearby aren't going to be getting tired, which is incredibly awesome. Yeah, I really didn't even think of that when we were looking at the initial game there, but yeah, that's quite a nasty build for sure from Sooth. But normally you see like, I would say you probably wouldn't see Nakai. Like the more common stuff I think would be to see probably like some sort of a Slan with like a Carnosaur supporting it instead. But it worked out really well. Star Chamber Guardians and even the Power Fist Croxagores with the Boxagores, as they're often called. Did,
the Sock'em Boxagores?
Yeah, they did a really good job. Those guys were just going ham and punching through all those chaff units like very, very effectively. So yeah, it was good, man. We'll update the bracket.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is for all the marbles now. It's a 1-1 match, and this is for $100 prize for the third place. We do also have prize pools for the second and the first place here, with a total of $1,000 in giveaways. So $250 are going to be going to the second place, and $650 are going to the first place. So after this match here, whoever wins, they will be our third place winner. Then we will go on to our finals with Lotus Moon versus Aerocrastic. We're going to do a show match before and after that match, and that final is a best of 5.
Correct.
And you're, of course, the 6th Everchosen Invitational. I am ItalianSparticus alongside the mighty Turin here, and running in conjunction with the Skulls for Skulls Throne promotion on Steam, where you can get anything from Warhammer 1 to Warhammer 2 and all of its accompanying DLCs for up to 75% off. So please do check out that Steam sale.
It's going to be good, man. It's going to be good. I'm really excited for this next game. As a matter of fact, we have Soothsayer playing Greenskins and banning the High Elves out, which is interesting because I feel like High Elves have a rough matchup versus the new Greenskins. So Hyali Nali, oh no, please don't do this to us. Oh no, God, it's going to be a mirror match. Oh no. We have a Greenskin mirror match, guys. So if you guys are a fan of Greenskins, let us know in chat with your biggest and most glorious wah that your mighty chest can resound there. But it is going to be Greenskins on Greenskins. Yeah, I hope they at least pick different lords, you know?
I don't. I want to see two Grom the Paunches run at each other and just belly slam.
That would be pretty crazy. Have you ever done one of those like carnival games? So you know at like carnivals.
Yes, with the sumo suits and you run at each other.
Yeah, where they put you in like a big suit. Yeah, those things are pretty crazy. It just kind of reminded me of that. But I remember actually when I was in college, in my final year of college, they brought one of those to campus for like a carnival they were having, and I was going against one of my friends who was quite a bit smaller than me, and I launched him out of the ring, and he got like a really bad concussion.
Chipped a tooth.
Dude, those things are dangerous. It's like,
I know,
because like they have like a little bit of a V-shaped ring, but like if you're like running at a wrong angle or you get knocked out, you can still fly out of the ring and actually like, you know, go down pretty hard despite your helmet. But yeah, those
they give you a false sense of confidence where I'll be fine. I can take any kind of damage. And then you just realize that, yeah, you chipped a tooth.
I got tumbled out of the ring as well. And yeah, it was actually kind of painful despite them like giving you a helmet. But yeah, they have those ones. And then the other ones are the boxing games. Did you ever do one of the ones where they put like the giant like clown gloves on you that are just like massive?
Yes, and by like 2 minutes into it, like your forearms start to hurt because you're holding up these massive gloves.
Yeah, they probably weigh like 15 pounds. I don't know. There's something in that ballpark. But yeah, it's pretty serious for sure. But as far as analysis goes, guys, I really don't have much for you in this matchup. It's going to be just like the Wild West. I think that really anything could go. You use like Blackwork army. You could use a Goblin army. It'll be functional. Like Greenskins are one of the few factions in the game that, like, if you look at the meta, right, you have Vampire Coast against Lizardmen. There's a relatively kind of structure that you're going to stay within. There might be a couple things that deviate, but for the most part, there's like a formula that is kind of acknowledged and is proven successful. But with Greenskins, like in almost every matchup, they have so many weird, wild builds now with their new lord choices and their new units that like they can almost make anything be functional. That's what's really powerful about the new Greenskins, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens, man. I would imagine there's going to be some goblins.
I mean, you would definitely know more than me in the situation because Greenskins are not my strong suit, and against another Greenskin, I am even more out of my gourd. So I'm not really sure how this is going to go, or what lords we're going to see, or what kind of finagling is going to go on. But
I think the power choices are Grimgor. Not Grimgor, excuse me. I think the power choices are Skarsnik and Wurzag. I think they're going to be some of the more effective choices. Wurzag has the ability to snare things in place, which is very good. But more importantly, his Bonewood staff makes it so every time Wurzag casts a spell, his entire army gets a huge force multiplying melee attack buff. So I think we could see Wurzag. Skarsnik is also very good simply because of how good Rampage is. So if you catch the other Greenskin player slipping, you can basically punish them with the Rampage mechanic. But as a matter of fact, I had my tournament a couple weeks back, and I saw Soothsayer in the grand finals of my tournament play this exact same matchup. So his opponent picked a Greenskin mirror against him. So I actually, now that I've kind of racked my brain a little bit, I think I have an idea of what Sooth is going to do, but of course I won't talk about it because I don't know if there's any spoilers afoot, but
because the treat is coming.
Yeah, Soothsayer, I think, has a very well-developed build for this matchup. As a matter of fact, I think talking to him beforehand, he mentioned that like he was comfortable in the Greenskin matchup. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see what Hyali does. Maybe Hyali will go like full kite, you know, just like a ton of Spider Riders and Wolf Riders and just force it into an absolute circus.
That does fit Hyali's strength here of really kind of working on a lot of skirmish cav and kiting style plays, but it is quite interesting to see. And Turin did just mention on his channel he's done a number of competitions. So if you do really enjoy watching the Everchosen Invitational, please head on over to Turin's channel. He does the Eternal Challenger League, which is on season 5 or 6, which we've talked about plenty of times now. And he does a very similar format using the very similar rule set. And he will progress all the way through a series of qualifiers up to a grand final. So it's a very fun set of competitive matches you can watch on Turin's YouTube channel.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words, man. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Absolutely, dude. I will always be your hype goblin.
Dude, you're the niblet today, man. And yeah, of course, if you guys haven't seen Spartacus, he's lore videos, tournaments, all sorts of games. It's a great channel, so make sure to check out the madman himself. And yeah, you got to do more streams with this this goblin look, I think, at least for the rest of the week.
The goblin look doesn't bother me. It's starting to kind of peel off over here because I have like the expressive forehead.
How do the ears feel?
Terrible.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably really annoying. And like, how are you listening to me? Do you have like wireless headphones under those, or?
No. I mean, they just kind of pop off. I mean, if I like kind of like pull hard enough, this thing just come right off.
But are you not wearing headphones?
No, I'm not wearing any headphones.
Yeah, I guess for you it doesn't matter as much because yeah. But I was gonna say like I thought you had like some secret headphones like hidden under there. I was like, how is he doing that?
When I put on the makeup, I was like, how am I gonna get my headphones on? Well, going through the speakers. Hopefully, it doesn't reverb.
Well, it's really convenient also because I was actually a little bit concerned when you first mentioned you were going to be doing the goblin face because I only have a green screen. I don't have like a blue screen, so I was like, you're just going to be a pair of like floating eyeballs and teeth with like your lips like showing, you know. And but yeah, you actually ItalianSparticus has a blue screen, so he has like a two-sided thing, so he can switch to the blue screen, which we can use to actually cut it out. But yeah, that would have been really funny actually.
Yeah, because when we first booted up the stream, it was basically just like he's like, I can't see you, I just see your shirt, man. Like,
no, I saw your eyeballs and your teeth and your lips and then your beard as well. So it was like
it's a disembodied ghost.
Yeah, it was pretty disturbing for sure, but I don't know. Maybe we'll get back to it. But anyways, players are getting ready here. Soothsayer is ready. This is like the exact same army I saw him bring in the ECL grand finals of my tournament, in which he actually beat another very good Greenskin player. So we'll see. We'll see if he can make it work round 2. Hyalinale. You know what I want to see here? Well, take a guess. What do you think I'm just itching to see here in this match?
Stone Trolls.
Stone Trolls are exciting, but there's something we haven't seen in the Everchosen yet.
Well, we've seen the Catchweb Spider, so we've not seen the Ragnarok Spider.
Mm-mm. That's not it. No.
Okay.
Come on. What is the coolest thing in the whole DLC for the Greenskins? Like the most awesome looking thing.
Oh man, we have yet to see a Rogue Idol. You're absolutely right. I couldn't even think of that.
I really hope Yale's listening, even though they shouldn't be. I really hope he's listening, and he brings a Rogue Idol. Just bring Debiggin, man. I would be so happy.
The Debiggin versus the non-regiment round. Debiggin actually has a shooting mechanic where he'll actually launch his pieces of his body off.
Yeah, he's a Cygor. So he basically just like throws like boulders that do some pretty good damage actually. And you know what? Debiggin actually could be pretty not good, but a regular Rogue Idol could be good because it gives a massive AoE buff of leadership to all your greenskins. So if you're going for like a defensive build against another greenskin rush, having a Rogue Idol in the middle to buff leadership with the Spirit of Gork or Mork is actually incredibly strong. So I don't know. We could see it, but I really hope we do, man. I really hope we do.
You know, another thing that people have said that we haven't seen either is the pump wagon. We have not seen a single usage of the pump wagon. What the heck is that?
Pump wagons are so good. Like
that's why I was surprised.
Yeah, I don't think there's been matchups in which the pump wagon has been really applicable. I think most of the matchups the Greenskins have been forced into have been matchups in which pump wagons wouldn't be viable, but pump wagons are very good against like dwarves, pretty good against High Elves as well for penetrating into the backline of their archers. And they're so cheap too. They're like $450. Bringing like 2 pump wagons gives you so much battlefield utility and control for such a little investment, you know?
Yeah. They've got so many different variations too. Like you can really get a lot of use out of them. I really like. I don't think I ever saw a Snotling pump wagon in tabletop once, but they're actually pretty cool when it comes to their application in this game. And I actually
yes, there's a Rogue Idol.
Yes,
it's happening.
Yes, it has happened.
So
it has happened.
I will talk through Sooth's build since I've seen it and I kind of know what he's doing, and I'll explain it, and then you could just go ham on the Rogue Idol. So
go for it, please.
So basically, what Soothsayer does, he gets Stone Trolls. He just backs them up with like some biggins and basic Goblin Chaff units, and he goes for a mass terror route build. So using the Giant River Troll Hag, he overcasts the Doom and Darkness when the Stone Trolls collapse in the front line, which immediately can buckle enemy troll formation. So for example, if Yale goes with Trolls but doesn't have like any leadership buffs, his Trolls can get buckled almost instantly by the Giant River Troll Hag. So his buff is going to be River Troll Hag. He's got Skarsnik, with the Spider to Bad Moon to give anti-large to his trolls, and also does have the Fermented Fungi, a couple of Goblin Wolf Chariots to just harass and also punch into a Daka line. But mainly it's Stone Trolls, monsters, with the Black Orc Big Boss giving immune to Psychology here, and trying to get the big mass route with the River Troll Hag. So now, talk about this glorious Rogue Idol. Oh my god, it's the Big 'Un also!
Yes.
Oh,
yes, yeah. The Big 'Un is here. So he's got the Big 'Un, which is going to give him all these awesome abilities. He can throw armor-piercing projectiles from his own body. He does AP, he does anti-infantry damage. But here's the coolest thing about the Rogue Idol. The more damage it sustains, if you take a look at these 3 little nodes here, you see Rubble and Ruin 1, 2, and 3. The more damage it sustains, the lower its armor becomes. But the more AP damage it gains. So at 75, 50, and then at 25% health, it will lose a total of 90 armor, but gain a total of 90% AP damage. It rampages at Rubble and Ruin 3, but it also does damage around it, correct? As it hits each one of these individual portions?
Yeah, it's incredibly awesome, man. And what's really neat is its weapon strength can get up to almost like 1,000, so it hits so hard. Yeah,
but really for the rest of the army here, we're going to see 2 units of Stone Trolls supported by the Black Orc Big Boss. In addition, we're also going to see an Orc Shaman, who's just going to be having, there we go, Edbutt and Brainbuster. And then take a look at the Lord. Who's this big Lord for Yalana's army, this champion of the people?
It's Grimgor Ironhide, who's actually not terrible anymore. So as much as we used to laugh at him, he's actually not bad here. He's got really good AP and can punch through the Stone Trolls pretty effectively. And of course, if he duels Skarsnik, he will annihilate Skarsnik. What I really like about...
He's got an ability too called Your Next, which is amazing. Helps him out with melee attack, speed, and melee defense. Like, oof.
It's super good. But what the biggest thing for Hyalianali is that's going to be really good is the Black Orc Big Boss. Because since Soothsayer is going for a leadership breaking build, trying to tank their leadership using the Doom and Darkness, the Black Orc Big Boss giving the AoE immune to Psych on the Trolls is going to prevent them from being terror routed easily with the leadership debuff plus the Arachnarok Spider. So we'll see how that goes, man.
This is going to be a fun fight. We're gonna start to hopefully see the Big 'Un start shooting some rocks here.
It threw one rock, but it's so slow, man. Here comes another pitch right here, so we're gonna see if it can make contact. Oh man, did you see that Edbutt right there on the AP Loonies, and also the bombardment hitting those Orc boys? So far, some pretty good skirmishing and magic here from Hyalianali, but Sooth does have a much wider army, and the Spider should trade very effectively here with the Big 'Un. So a little bit concerned for the Big 'Un fighting the Arachnarok Spider, which is an anti-large specialist.
And a further point too, which you're talking about with leadership. The Big 'Un does have its innate ability to increase leadership map wide until at least it's 25% health. Spirit of Gork or Mork, giving it 4 leadership for the entire Orc army here.
Wolf Chariots from Soothsayer are also going to be unsung heroes because they're pretty good against light armor. Honestly, you can see running through the goblins here. But on top of that, with good cycle charging,
catching it right in the face. Savage Orc Big 'Un responding in kind.
Yeah, they could like charge into the Savage Orc Big 'Uns too and do good damage. But also a little bit of a misplay here from Hyali. He's pulling his Savage Orcs away from his like dense pocket, and I think if Hyali wants to have a chance to win this, he needs to keep his entire army together because Sooth has a wider force that can pick him apart.
Agreed. He really needs to take advantage of the fact that he does get that immune psychology from the Black Orc Big Boss. And right now, pretty much everything is getting it. They're getting a little summon up from the Spider Hatchlings from Loxlon Soothsayer here, coming out from the Arachnarok Queen, kind of trying to muck up the Black Orc Big Boss a little bit, but it does nothing as he jumps into battle wholeheartedly, and everything is going off. Here we go, Spider to Bad Moon.
It's a much better engagement for Sooth, though, because Spider to Bad Moon gives anti-large to all of these Stone Trolls. So suddenly you have these Stone Trolls fighting these Stone Trolls of Hyalianali, which have anti-large and AP, so they're vastly going to outtrade that. And you can see Hyali is falling back. He does have his Wa active, which of course will give him immune to Psych, but now the Rogue Idol's here, so maybe this is where things change. The Rogue Idol certainly can beat down Stone Trolls in many of these infantry. The body slam!
This goes for the full slam into everything.
The Space Jam. That actually seemed to do some pretty good damage as well, but I mean, my concern is that Hyali's support is going to buckle here. Yeah, Doom and Darkness overcasted here by the River Troll Hag, and if the Rogue Idol is left alone versus like Stone Trolls and a Spider, it's not going to last terribly long. We also have to remember Grimgor's here too.
Yeah, it's just so hard to follow. There's so much green. There's so many.
I know, that's why they're trolling us so hard, but Grimgor is going to be a monster in combat. He will, of course, handily defeat a Black Orc Big Boss, because he is the biggest, of course.
Right.
So he should be able to win that fight. Maybe Grimgor could be the X Factor. Another Edbutt going down here by Hyalianali in the back against the Orc boys, but honestly, it's just a very messy fight. Grimgor, Rogue Idol, and their own Big Boss fighting, and it seems like the trolls on both sides are kind of just starting to break.
Yeah, and the nice thing though is they do have regeneration, that we'll get that benefit of it. Grimgor Ironhide getting a little fermented fungi to get that reduction in his melee defense, as you pointed out plenty of times. Oh, he's actually rampaging.
He is, but it's not a big deal for him. Like, there's not much follow-up, and honestly, like, him rampaging, he's fighting what he wants to fight, but it looks like he's maybe attacking the wrong target. Yeah, I don't know. That Black Orc Big Boss and the Stone Trolls are really putting a huge hurt on Grimgor, and
Yeah, Spirit Leech down on him too, chipped off a lot of his health as well.
that's what it was. It was the Spirit Leech then. I was wondering why he was taking so much extra damage, but Grimgor is wavering, and the big problem is if Hyali's Grimgor does break here, some of the Wolf Chariots or any number of the mobile assets for the wider army of Soothsayer here are easily going to be able to chase him off, which is a big problem.
Man.
Grimgor's holding on. He's holding on for dear life. The Rogue Idol's still crumping. It's got 75 kills, so the Rogue Idol's been performing actually very well here, and you can see dropping its giant ham fist down on the Arachnarok Spider, but Grimgor does have to get back here, and he's fighting and actually starting to pull it back here against the big boss, but he is also being beaten down by the Hag and her giant sack of meat.
Man, I'm like locked in way too close to the like zoomed into the fight. I'm like watching this, and I'm like, when you said something happened in the background, I'm like, oh no, there's something else going on.
Yeah, Grimgor's actually going to break here. The Wa is active, it looks like, for Hyali Nali, and also active, I think, for both players. And Grimgor does fall, man.
Yeah, Grimgor has just fallen here. Another summon up with some spider hatchlings. We're going to see another blast into these orc boys, and boom! Look at it doing some damage back there. We're seeing Wa activated as well across the Nali's army, bringing those stone trolls back in.
It's looking like it's pretty much over, though, because with Grimgor being gone and the Rogue Idol also being broken, that was the thing.
Right.
Like, all of Hyali Nali's support kind of broke off, like the Trolls and the Orc Boys, because of the leadership debuffing mechanics of the River Troll Hag. And then that allowed the Spider to actually just get the great engagement against the isolated Biggin, which was also being beaten down by Stone Trolls. So I think that's going to be a victory here for Soothsayer. Granted, his Spider breaks as well. I think the weak link in the army for Hyali Nali was, of course, Grimgor, sadly. He really didn't do much of anything. Grimgor just kind of got beaten down by some trolls and, the fermented fungi. And the Lord, of course, for Soothsayer was much more effective, right? We had Anti-Large being given to the trolls. Right. Debuff, Skarsnik lasted the entire battle and was much more effective at buffing up and multiplying his force,
Curse of the Badman was such a solid pick right there.
Yeah, that won him that first fight. Because the Stone Trolls, I mean, they're obviously on equal playing fields there, but if one of them has Anti-Large, those ones are going to be vastly superior. And Talaxalon Soothsayer is going to be claiming third place in today's Everchosen Invitational. So despite dropping his previous series against Aerocrastic in a relatively tough fashion, he comes back and shows why he is one of the best players in the entire world with a mighty battle against the Biggin.
That was wild. That was wild. The Master reclaims somewhat of his title. He at least stays ahead, pulls up in this one, and does win that third place. And we're going to get ready now here for a pretty gripping final, too. So we got a lot of fun still ahead.
We are. And, also, guys, let's hear a round of applause in chat for Hyali Nali, because obviously the Biggin isn't the best thing in the world in competitive multiplayer. But for you guys, he sacrificed himself in this tournament, sacrificed his prize, and brought the Biggin for all of you. So just remember that. And Grimgor, too. I mean, come on. That's some hero of the people kind of stuff, in my opinion.
That's one of the most noble and bold moves I've ever seen.
A true sacrifice worthy of the ages. And now I think it's time to move on to a little show match action before we move on to the grand finals. So we'll see if the caster team, Party Elite, Sotek, of course, can carry us on to a glorious victory against Creative Assembly. Their tyrannical ways shall be put to an end here today, hopefully. We'll see. All right, so we'll jump out. Well played to those two players there.
Kick that bad boy off here. We'll get ready to see what happens. We're watching the Party Elite one or the Sotek one?
I don't know, man. They're both pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and pull one up. Let's go ahead and see which one we'll do first. So Lore Master of Sotek has a Skaven versus Lizardmen match, and then Jamrod from CA versus Party Elite has Brettonia versus the Greenskins. So I think we'll load into that one first to get a little bit more green action going, and then we'll close out with a glorious showdown with the Lore Master of Sotek.
Absolutely, I like that.
So what was your favorite element of that battle? Beside was it the Biggin? Was that really what got you quite excited there?
Initially, yes, and I think like watching the Biggin just do like the full fall forward is amazing.
Yeah.
Or watching it like do the pound where it basically falls apart and then pulls itself back together is so cool. But I really did like the Stone Trolls fighting. Like I thought that was so awesome.
Stone Trolls with the Spider to Bad Moon is such a good combo. It's such an incredible powerhouse piece. And now we can jump on over. Let me go ahead and pull it up, and you'll go ahead and join us on stream.
Yes, sir.
We'll head on over to the battle. So for this battle, it's going to be Party Elite leading the forces of the Greenskins, and Party Elite, ever the champion of the people as well, has also brought the Biggin. So he's got the Biggin here, and Against Brettonia, I guess Cygors are good against Brettonia, so why not the Biggin? And Brettonia has always struggled with big armor, so having him is quite good. But aside from that, I mean, Party Elite has brought no front line whatsoever. He actually went with a giant horde of river trolls, which we haven't seen yet, but these are the mighty river trolls. Oh man, this is so exciting. Look at this.
Because yeah, we haven't seen the river trolls once. They do get regeneration. They get that ability to vomit on things as well. Or no, it's the melee attack.
Yeah, the thing is, river trolls in multiplayer are vastly outclassed by stone trolls because stone trolls are just so much more durable and hard hitting. But what's really cool about the river trolls is they have the overwhelming odor. So I'll talk about Greenskins, and then we'll have you look at the glorious Brettonians over there. But yeah, a little bit weaker in the combat department, but they do have an AoE debuff, but it's still not super impactful compared to what Stone Trolls can accomplish. However, the Swamp Things are the Arwar of Stone Trolls, and these guys actually cause terror, which is unique to all of the trolls in the Greenskin roster. So I think in competitive multiplayer, I think the Swamp Things are actually pretty decent. And it looks like we have a Goblin Great Shaman on a shrine here, a Catchweb Shrine, and a Ragnarok Spider as well. So pretty nasty Greenskin army. Obviously, these guys aren't playing in the same tournament rules. They're just kind of messing around with some fun builds here. But that goes both ways. So would you like to talk about what you see in the Greenskin roster? Or excuse me, the Brettonians?
And not in this fight. So if you want to kind of look at them, I can tell you what I see. But I think maybe you're better to go through it because I'm going to be a little bit delayed here.
Yeah, no problem. So we got the Royal Hippogriff Knights. We do also have a fair amount of Knights Errant and Brettonian Cav. A well-rounded core of Spearmen with Gotrek and the Fey Enchantress and the Grail Relic here as well, with some Man-at-Arms with Polearms. But really, it's just going to be a couple of elite Cav units, Royal Hippogriff Knights. And on the far side, we do have Royal Pegasus Knights flanking in, which, of course, Royal Pegasus Knights on paper should be a pretty solid counter against the Trolls. Did you ever counter River Trolls in like Tabletop or ever see their models? I heard they're actually pretty nasty looking.
I don't actually... I thought I saw a lot of Stone Trolls. I own Stone Trolls.
Oh, you do? Do they look pretty similar to how they look in game, the Stone Trolls?
Actually, yeah, they look very, very similar. They had bigger ears, way bigger ears.
Yeah, more like exaggerated features and stuff.
Yeah, they have like the maces are very similar. The coloration's really the same. Like, but the River Troll models were actually still really cool. Like, I liked the Stone Troll models, but the River Troll models were like disgusting, decrepit looking. They were huge. They were really big and bulbous.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, somebody shared with me a link to the giant River Troll Hag model, and it actually looks really similar to how it looks in the Total War, so they definitely did that justice. The Big End, in the meantime, throwing some boulders downtown, but opting to go after the Peasant Mobs, which probably isn't the best target. But I mean, they're mostly Men-at-Arms, so probably going after the Polearms with the Cav would be better. But nonetheless, Party Elite doing a good job. Of course, Party Elite is one of our glorious co-casters and creators here. He is playing the Greenskins against one of CA's own, who is leading the forces of Brettonia. And he was able to screen out those Pegasus Knights using the Goblin Wolf Riders, but I'm a little bit concerned for the Brettonian army. They don't have too much. I mean, the Royal Hippos should be good against the Spiders, but these are Knights Errant, which are really only good against infantry, and the Greenskin army does not have any infantry, so it's going to be tough for those guys. And it looks like they are taking the fight here. So Knights are going to be charging in, Hippos and Fey Enchantress getting ready to do some glorious battle. And also the River Trolls will debuff, so it should be good. Yeah,
so I do want to also just give a quick shout out here to Lore Master Sotek and Party Elite. Obviously, they can't be joining us because we're not doing this in cloudy Horsham Town, but they are here in spirit. They're here in chat. They're answering questions about Everchosen, about lore, stuff like that. So I do want to give a quick shout out to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're amazing guys, and it's kind of sad to not be there with them because it was really fun last time. But I just want to give that quick shout out.
Yeah, no, it was so much fun getting the whole crew together and, spending all that time in Horsham and whatnot. It was very, very fun. And here on the far side, we have the Big N actually fighting the Fey Enchantress, the Duel of Duels. I don't know if the Fey Enchantress should be taking such an uphill fight, but it looks like...
I think she's fine.
You think she's good? She's got this?
She's enchanted with the lady.
Oh my god, a Chalice of Potions is going down onto Big N. That's so haggard. I don't think that's going to do any damage, even if it hits. But...
No, it'll be fine. Watch this damage. Watch the damage.
But in the body flop, it misses there. But the Royal Hippogriff Knights actually do have a good fight here. Yeah, Royal Hippo Knights will be very good against the Big N, but the Big N can also clobber them back. And up on the high ground, we have the Slayer, the mighty Slayer himself, Gotrek, doing battle with two Arachnarok Spiders. But do you think Gotrek's plot armor will save him from these glorious monsters here?
One thing I like about him is that he can just like hack his way through big creatures. But I think he's in a pretty interesting situation. He's getting shot from the Hadab on their back, and he's actually getting chipped away in health pretty handedly, and he's also taking quite a bit of damage too. So even though he can do a lot of AP and anti-large, it's really not going out that awesome.
Yeah, he's popping all of his debuffs. So you can see Gotrek's Doom and Regrowth and all that stuff is active, and he's actually doing pretty good work here. So at least Brettonia does have Gotrek, but this fight on the far side is actually also going very well for the forces of Brettonia. Flesh to Stone being used on the Royal Hippos, putting him up to 150 armor. But the Enchantress, unfortunately, was taken out by a Goblin Big Boss on his little spider, with the Sword of Anti-Heroes being popped.
Boss,
I know, super sneaky get, man. Taking out the Enchantress. That's pretty painful. No more healing for the hippos, you know? No more healing for those hippos, those hungry, hungry hippos. And the River Trolls are
really awesome. I mean, we make a lot of jokes about their matchup viability, but I mean, they do have a lot of AP damage. They've gotten buffed in some more recent patches here, so to see them on this battlefield is pretty awesome. I mean, they're basically Grail Knights on Hippogriffs, which did not exist in tabletop, but it's an awesome like custom unit to see in the game.
Yeah, and the Pegasus Knights, I mean, are a pretty good tool here as well. They should just be getting used to chase down like the Trolls and the Men-at-Arms and these different units like that, so we'll see where he goes with them. I mean, but this big monster core is going to be so awful for Brettonia. If you ask any tournament player what their worst fear as a Brettonian player is, it's basically this. It's just a bunch of monsters. It's the big, well, not the big in particular, but it's so hard for Brettonia to deal with monsters. But thankfully they do have Gotrek. But yeah, those Pegasus Knights, they're going to have a hard time, man.
The monster mash for sure. For sure. Like, I mean, it's awesome to see them showcase, but you can see why monsters like this can really like slow things down, because with there's no cap on single entities, you just get just a destructive amount of monsters in the game that just slog things out back and forth, and it reduces the amount of things that you can bring in the game or in your army that can really counter them. So you just kind of have to deal with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as far as tournament rules go, the one thing that this army would be different is in most tournaments you're required to have at least, I believe in ours, it's 350 units. So obviously the Army of Party Elite has 220. So you would need to add in a couple infantry units to get up to that 350. Also, as far as single entities, I believe there's a limit to 1 on the Rogue Idol. I can't remember the limit on the Spiders, but for the most part, it's definitely tough for Brettonia. But Brettonia does have tools against it here with Gotrek and the Hippogriff Knights and the Pegasus Knights. Obviously, here you can actually see the Brettonians might be able to get back in this game as Gotrek and the Pegasus Knights fully surround the Goblin Great Shaman with their anti-large and, of course, Gotrek's nasty, nasty AP here.
A little delayed on that. I can finally see it now. Like, man, look, it's funny just to see that Goblin Great Shaman just trying to squeeze out of this one. I mean, he's got the River Trolls just looking on, like, nah, you can deal with this yourself. Yeah. As he turns around to try and do some damage back into those guys, but they're just chipping away little by little over here. Deadly Onslaught going down to try and amp up that AP and weapon damage to put the K-Bosh and the Goblin Great Shaman.
Yeah, but it looks like the attempt is kind of being foiled as the second Arachnarok Spider has come in, sneaky, stab, and active, and also some of the River Trolls have piled in as well with their spiky carapaces. They're going to be giving that overwhelming odor, lowering the melee attack of the Pegasus Knights and making them much more effective. And Gotrek, I think, is finally going to be meeting his doom here. I don't think his plot armor can save him, despite that heal coming back.
Where's Felix when you need him?
Yeah, where's Harry Yeager? He needs to come in and drop some of those fat heals. Up on the high ground, though, I mean, it's going okay for Brettonia. You can see the Men-at-Arms were able to push off many of the River Trolls, and the River Trolls kind of have been scattered to the hill, but up here you can see Brettonia does have those Royal Pegasus Knights who certainly need to start getting their hands dirty. And, you know,
they get back to chucking rocks down range, too.
Yeah, he's clobbering some of these Men-at-Arms for sure, and, you know, one thing that's pretty good for Brettonia is they do have a bunch of polearms here, but like 1 or 2 attacks from Da Biggin, the Rogue Idol will just smash these Men-at-Arms with polearms who certainly don't have good leadership, you know?
I love that. I love that this thing is like in the game and it's so destructive to like those bottom tier chaff units. It's like you just throw it in, it falls over something and just does so much damage.
Oh man, there's a little bit of a delay, but in a couple seconds you'll see like a giant atomic slap on those spearmen. They just got like, they just go from like 60% to like almost nothing in a couple seconds. And
there it is. That's my one I like the most, where he slaps his hand together, he falls apart, and then pulls himself back together.
Yeah,
he's so awesome.
He's got some incredibly great animations for sure. And the Rogue Idol is looking like he wants to throw some boulders here, but I think if he just comes back to this engagement, it would probably instantly just shatter the Brettonian resolve. And the Men-at-Arms and the Polearms are dispatching of the Goblin Big Boss on the periphery. It looks like Party Elite was actually able to stabilize with the Swamp Things getting in there and doing battle with the Pegasus Knights, which of course is a rough engagement for the Trolls, but you know, it's kind of looking like Team Caster here might go up 3-0 against Creative Assembly, which essentially means they have no chance of coming back or tying the series.
What can I say? What can I say? It's something we knew would happen. You know, we knew we would beat Creative Assembly at their own game, quite literally.
And I mean, this happens pretty much every Everchosen. Also, like all the matches we end up doing. You know, usually the casters just give them the business. You know.
Yeah, let that be a lesson to you, Creative Assembly.
I'm sure Dogbert's in chat just shaking his fist ready for vengeance.
Yeah, I know. He's just like, hey, man, if they were here in Horsham.
A nice play, though, by the Brettonians here in the fourth quarter. Despite being down in this game, he's really scrapping quite well, I have to say. He does break the Goblin Great Shaman with a really good charge from the Pegasus Knights. And, you know, the Trolls are running. The Arachnarok Spider's holding. The biggest problem is going to be dealing with Debiggen, but honestly, yeah, really good kind of a fourth quarter push here by the Brettonians. Had he not lost the Fey Enchantress in the beginning, I really think with some steady healing, he might have actually been able to win this game, but the Fey Enchantress going that early was quite backbreaking for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Beastie is down for the count. Ragnarok Spider in glorious combat versus the Grail Relic here. And yeah, the Grail Relic actually is large, so the anti-large from the Ragnarok Spider is going to be able to punch that home. And once that goes, all the Brettonians here are not going to be getting the leadership buffs. Oh no, just Swamp Things and the River Trolls are piling in! Oh my god.
Oh.
Such ridiculous
it's
models.
coming down to just that final slog here at the very end where it's like things have come back with their morale, everyone's just beaten, and they're just jumping into this final little morass here as you get the big one jumping in, ready to just slam down on the ground and everything.
And that's going to be a victory for Party Elite, our glorious co-caster, showing the strength of the mighty River Troll and Debiggen against Crackers of Creative Assembly. So well played, man. Party Elite, if you're in chat, a fine showcase, man. Truly brave bringing the River Trolls, but hey, man, you made it work. You made it work with style, that's for sure.
Oh, man.
I know. I'm just so hyped up after that game. Seeing the Big 2 games in a row, I don't know if my blood pressure can handle this.
Yeah, I didn't think we would see that. I didn't think we'd see the Big Un that many times that fast. But it has been a treat, surely a treat for all of us. An unexpected surprise, but one nonetheless.
So now, my friend, comes the grand finale of today's showcase. This is the Everchosen Invitational. Competitive Total War at its best. And now we have Aerocrastic facing off against Lotus Moon. So Lotus Moon, the newcomer, of course. Aerocrastic, a multi-time Everchosen contender and champion at one point as well. So it's going to be good, man. And I think we'll take a quick intermission, get some water, let the players get set up and stretch out their hands, prepare their builds, all that sort of good stuff. And we'll be back in a couple minutes, man. So
yeah,
you ready for this? You ready to go?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go over a quick intermission. We'll jump here into a best of 5 finals. Again, this is run in conjunction with Skulls for Skull's Throne. So do make sure you're checking that Steam sale out on Steam, up to 75% off of both Total War Warhammer 1 and 2 full games and DLC. So we'll be back here in just a little bit after a brief intermission.
All right, guys. See you in a second. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the grand finals. Aerocrastic against Lotus Moon in a best-of-5 showdown. You hyped, man? You good to go? You all refreshed?
Yeah, this is going to be wild. We have already got ready for our first game here, and it looks like we're going to be seeing Aerocrastic on the Warriors of Chaos against Lotus Moon on the Tomb Kings. This is going to be pretty exciting.
I really thought that Lotus Moon would actually open up with one of his tried and true elf factions, but nonetheless, Tomb Kings do have some pretty good skirmishing elements, horsemen, archers, and of course they have good range with the Bone Giant. Oh my god, is this a double Bone Giant build? Oh man, yeah. This is exciting stuff. So I'll go ahead and talk about the Warriors of Chaos.
You're hyped up, do it.
No, I'll get the Warriors of Chaos because I play them quite a bit, and then I'll let you talk about the Giant Bone Boys over there, which should be fun.
Sure.
So for the forces here of Aerocrastic, front line is going to be some Chosen Demon Spew mixed in actually with basic Chaos Marauder. So some decent troop quality here on the far side, which of course we've seen a big recipe for success for defeating Tomb Kings in this tournament henceforth. Has been basically clearing all their chaff and their infantry and then surrounding their constructs and dragging them down in the fourth quarter. But for his lord, he's got Sartorial, the Ever Watcher, the Lord and Herald of the KFC Gods. Certainly quite strong with that giant drumstick of his, but he does have Final Transmutation, which is really good against Tomb King's blobs, like Necrotech blobs with big monsters and against their lords. And plus, the Big Chicken is also quite durable against missile fire. He has 25% magic resist and 50% missile resist, which is really, really good against Bone Giants who do magic damage and also do missile damage. So he's going to be taking a massive reduction in damage from those Bone Giants. On top of that, double Dragon Ogre Shaggoth to fight against the monsters, a Chaos Chariots, and up in the tree line, it looks like we do have a couple of Marauder Horsemen just to give him some counter skirmishing and battlefield mobility. But now, on to the moment everybody is waiting for. What are these giant beasties we have in the back corner of the map?
Well, it looks like we're going to be looking at some skeleton warriors across the front line. We're going to be looking at some skeleton spearmen, a lot of the typical kind of chaff you'd expect. But what do we have? We have the Kepra Guard in the dead center, and then we've got some Bone Giants. Now they're staggered here behind a little obstruction, trying to get some blocking in their deployment here. But there are two Bone Giants, and the Bone Giants, what's really going to make them great in this situation is they have a massive amount of missile strength. It's 624 AP anti-large damage, doing both AP and mainly magic damage as well, with also 400 AP weapon strength. I mean, they're not the best melee combatants, but these two guys can focus down the heavier, scarier models in this Chaos Army, especially the Dragon Ogre Shaggoths and even Sartorial himself, which is a little bit harder of a target, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. Big Bird's a really tough target to shoot at for sure. He's just got such good missile resist and magic resist. But, you know, I mean, aside from that, I mean, yeah, they don't have too many good answers against Big Bird aside from the Eyes of the Desert. So Eyes of the Desert are anti-large armor-piercing specialist. They only do magic damage with their ranged attacks too, so they could actually be used in melee to drag down and kind of obstruct the chicken from running amok amongst the pen here of the Tomb Kings. But we'll certainly see, and we Arc in the Black.
We also see a Lich Priest of Light here to give us some good net of Amontok to help out with focus firing too. And we see Arc in the Black with his Tomb Blade, as well as some other spells here. Looks like he's got Spirit Leech on him and Fate of Buna that he'll be able to take advantage of, as well as Liber Mortis and the Staff of Nagash.
Yeah, it's pretty good itemization and spell picking for sure, because Arrow did actually bring Chosen and Demon Spew, which are both two like prime candidates here for the Fate of Buna. Granted, Winds of Magic is going to be stretched thin, especially if he wants to use nets. But what he really wants to do is basically net down the Dragon Ogre Shaggoths and then just blast them with the Bone Giants, because Dragon Ogres are more than capable of beating down Bone Giants. But it looks like they're actually going after the Chariots right now.
Interesting, and not a bad choice, because those Chariots are going to be mobile. They're going to be ripping through his armor the entire time. Yeah. And if he can just kind of knock them out quickly, it's a nice little thing to kind of at least reduce pressure on his line. The only real heavy things in his entire infantry unit are the Kepra Guard, which are the Regiment of Renown Tomb Kings. They do have magic damage and anti-infantry, and actually a pretty impressive 42 weapon strength on them.
Yeah, they're going to be really good against like Marauder tier infantry. Granted, Kepra Guard do lack armor piercing, so if they have to fight Chosen or Mirror Guard in the front, they're going to have some problems. And the Shaggoths are juking pretty well. You can see that now Lotus Moon has switched his Bone Giants onto the Dragon Ogre Shaggoths, but Aerocrastic is going to be running back and forth to try and dodge that for sure.
Yeah, I think it's really, I think that Aerocrastic realizes that there is a Lich Priest of Light in there. And the second that these guys get too close, especially because they're stacked together, they will start to take some shots from these Bone Giants. We can already see the Chaos Chariots jumping in through the right side here at the Skeleton Warriors. And in the rear, we get Marauder Horsemen starting to chuck some spears down at the Skeleton Spearmen. So there is now pressure on the full right flank, with the left flank getting some Chaos Marauders wrapping around, looking to add some additional pressure into Lotus Moon's army.
Oh, this is going to be really good. So net of Emitok going down to the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, Bone Giants and Sepulchral Stalkers are shooting, but a great response here from Arrow. He uses the overcasted final transmutation and nails the Eyes of the Desert plus the Lich Priest as well. And the Big Chicken is going to be jumping in and disrupting that focus fire. And you can see that huge gambit there from Lotus Moon trying to snare the Shaggoth, basically paid off with nothing. I mean, the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth...
Look at how Aerocrastic's doing this.
Yeah, he's hiding behind the pillars.
The shrubberies of the High Elves against Lotus Moon and blocking these shots. He got the net of Amatok down, but all those shots just glance right off of the fern bush there.
The fern bush, I love it, dude. And the Chosen are grinding in the front lines, annihilating the Kepler Guard, and Sigvald's personal bodyguards here, the Mirror Guard, are annihilating the Skeleton Warriors. And honestly, I think Aerocrastic is certainly in a very good position, as the ranged assets here of the Tomb King's army haven't done too much damage, and now Big Bird's getting back there with his big old beat squad, and I think the Eyes of the Desert are going to be in some trouble.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the Marauder Horsemen too are pushing through a lot of stuff, and the Bone Giants are still able to shoot, but like you said, those Eyes of the Desert are pretty well compromised. One of the Shaggoths is taking quite a few shots at 50% health here, and they are getting their Realm of Souls activated for a little bit of healing, and another net of Amantok dropping down.
No, it looks like a Spirit Leech
onto the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, which is very low in leadership as well. It's getting almost gets some shots in the back. That's the big thing with Bone Giants. While they do a lot of AP damage, anecdotally speaking, of course, I've noticed that they are not very accurate, and you can tell me otherwise. Has that been your experience as well?
So Bone Giants before, not this DLC, but the most recent DLC, did get a huge nerf to their accuracy. They used to be far more accurate, but they're still very powerful. They got, I believe, a buff to their AP damage, but a nerf to their accuracy to kind of make them more of like a kind of less consistent but really rewarding unit when you do make contact. But battle's pretty close. Ark and the Black using the Tomb Blade of Ark to summon some skeletons, but the Big Bird is just going crazy. And yeah, Arrow needs to make sure he doesn't lose that Shaggoth, though, for sure, because he'll need those to bring down the Bone Giants. Aside from that, I mean, you know, he doesn't have much anti-large in his army here.
Yeah, and I mean, the Shaggoths here, it's pretty low in health over on this side. We're getting another summon down of the Arkans, or I'm sorry, that's the Ushabti. That's the Ushabti coming from the final Well of Souls for the Tomb Kings, their respective faction mechanic. And one of those Shaggoths is broken and is starting to rout off the battlefield.
He might be able to come back. I don't think Lotus has any follow-up that is available. He has some Skeleton Horsemen on the far side that are like really getting mucked down, but that Shaggoth could come back in the fourth quarter, and even with 600 HP, could be a big threat against the big old Bone Giants. But Balance of Power is actually ebbing back in the favor here of Lotus Moon, even though Aerocrastic, I think, got the really good early engagements.
They're dropping down right in that stack on the Eyes of Desert yet again, and the King Nikesha Scorpion Legion just doing quite a bit of damage to everything there.
Yeah, they're doing really good, and also something else to point out. If you guys are looking at the Balance of Power right now, you'll notice that it is probably a little bit Tomb King favored, but that's largely due to the fact that the Ushabti summon is active, but once that disappears, it will go back to kind of its current status quo. And look at this, the Lich Priest of Light being taken apart by the Nurgle Afflicted Forsaken here. Man, they tore that Lich Priest to shreds. Did you see that? That's crazy.
It's so sad.
And now Arrow's actually pulling back here, it looks like.
It's been pretty interesting to see how Arrow's been dealing with a lot of this, and also how Lotus Moon has been using Ark in the Black. He has not been keeping him back. I mean, Ark in the Black, he doesn't have the best stats in the world when it comes to melee, but I mean, he still has 40 melee attack and 50 melee defense.
Yeah, he's no slouch.
He's throwing him in little scrappy fights, getting little shots off here and there, but now he's in a pretty bad situation, being surrounded here by the Demon Spew, by Sartorial, and a Shaggoth, so that's not going to go too well for him.
Yeah.
But he's been really weaving him around the entire battlefield, using the Liber Mortis right now, get some 44% of physical resistance and some leadership right now, but I think a lot of this army is beat up.
And just like we said, the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth is coming back with a fair amount of HP, and all it takes is like a couple attacks from that to break Ark. And yeah, look at that huge blow right there. And honestly, I think Aerocrastic's running away with this game. And just like we've seen against Tomb Kings before, all the Tomb Kings chaff is gone, which means the Shaggoths and the Chaos Infantry can muck up the Bone Giant here. And Ark and the Black's on death's bed. And, you know, one Shaggoth is still very healthy and is more than equipped to deal with the Bone Giant. Bone Giants have pretty pitiful combat stats in melee, especially when compared to a Shaggoth who's rocking 53 and 51 respectively with his earned Chevron.
Yeah, versus the 25 and 25 of melee attack and melee defense of a Bone Giant.
Big Bird is not taking this. Look at him, man.
He's not. He's like, I don't care about your skeletons. Get these things away from me. And just goes for the jump slam on Ark and the Black there. Like, no pillow fight needed. He just goes right for the throat.
Yeah, Big Bird was like one of the first memes ever in like Total War Warhammer, because he was introduced in game one like way back when, and he's I mean, not a meme in that he's bad. He's actually a very good pick for Chaos, but just such a funny character. But yeah, the Bone Giant's going down. Look at it.
I gotta say, man, like the MVP of this fight for Aerocrastic, it wasn't the Shaggoths, it wasn't Sartorial, It was the spectacular gardening ability, the horticultural ability of the High Elves. The way that Aerocrastic was able to use those trees to block so many shots was pretty awesome. Like, I didn't realize that those trees had that were actually going to be able to block it. I thought they were going to pass through it. But he blocked like 4 or 5 separate volleys or shots, especially when the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth got netted. So it was really awesome to see Arrow use those to his ability and run around them the entire fight.
Well, it kind of backfired on Lotus because Lotus was using them to like block Aerocrastic's approach, right. But then it kind of backfired on him in a way. But that was one factor. But man, the Demon Spew were lawnmowers, dude. 232 whopping kills on them. They buzzsawed through like several units of skeletons. They killed the Lich Priest single-handedly. I think the Demon Spews were by far the hard carry that game. And of course the Shaggus and Big Bird were very strong, but the Demon Spew just MVPs, man. Hands down.
And we used to see so many more Forsaken, and it's really nice to see them kind of brought back into a nice little pick here because they really did shine in this matchup. And we've made this claim many, many times throughout day 1 and day 2 of the Everchosen of just fighting against the chaffy front line of the Tomb Kings, and they almost did it single-handedly at 232 kills. So it was pretty awesome to see them just really kind of use their strengths to their advantage.
Yeah, and Chaos Constructs can, fight back there. Tomb Kings. Like, if you have Lushopti or Tomb Scorpions, they will annihilate Demon Spew. They will annihilate Forsaken. But Lotus Moon went super all in on dealing with big monsters. He brought Double Bone Giant, Eyes of the Desert, Ark and the Black Spirit Leech spam. Like, he had almost nothing to kill the elite infantry, really. I mean, aside from maybe like a Fate of Buna type effect, there was no Tomb Scorpions, there was no Shopti, there was no Cambrian War Sphinx, no Cetra type character. So that was really the big weakness of his army. However, had his Gambit paid off and had he sniped the Shaggoths, the Bone Giants probably still could have edged it out in a really long fight. Mm-hmm. But ultimately, I just think he kind of lacked the anti-infantry tools and really paid the troll toll for it. But also, I mean, I think his build could have won, but unfortunately, the execution wasn't able to finish off the Shaggoths for him. So,
right. I agree with you that. I 100% agree with you on that one.
Now we have the next matchup, man. It's going to be the Glorious Rats, led by Aerocrastic and Lotus Moon, and not playing his Elvish factions, even when he's down a game, which is very interesting. I would expect him to go to like a comfort pick,
I was looking at that. I was like, oh, he must be on the vampire counts to choose the army he wants to choose. Is really what I thought when I saw that. Yeah, so I was really surprised that he didn't go with an elf. And maybe this is what he was talking about, trying to kind of mix up his playstyle coming into this. So he is already down 1 in a best of 5. This is the finals. The winner here of this match will win $650. Whereas the second place will get $250. So a lot is on the line. And it's really interesting to see, see Lotus Moon not go for an elf build right now. They've already both readied up, so we're going to see Skaven on vampire counts on Castle Drakenhof.
You should have seen the chat they were having, man. Like, so Lotus Moon was talking to Aerocrastic, and he was like, "Those damn planters!" Like the idle planters were blocking his shots, and Arrow was like laughing at it. Oh, that's so funny. But he deployed there purposefully to block the Chaos Advance and to have like more like kind of a caddied corner to defend. So I mean, it's a double-edged sword, I suppose.
Didn't even see it coming. For an 8th edition, for 15 extra points, you could bring a fern bush, and for 20, you could bring a fir tree.
Are you serious?
So you have a lot of different options in 8th edition Warhammer.
You're joking, right?
Warhammer Fantasy with their high elf shrubberies.
Like, part of me wants to believe you, but like I feel like that's actually like a thing that could happen. But yeah,
how dare you? How dare you not believe me?
I actually was playing in I can't remember if it was a tournament game, but I was playing against Hadries. So Hadries obviously was in the tournament and had a very good series against Soothsayer. But I was playing Hadries a couple weeks back, and I was playing my vampire counts, and he was playing the Empire. So as far as the game goes, it was going pretty well. I killed most of his units except Volkmar the Grim, and what ended up happening was I destroyed his war wagons. And then when the war wagons were destroyed, they actually just kind of plop on the ground and become like deployable terrain. So he parked Volkmar the Grim in between a series of war wagons, and I couldn't surround Volkmar with my Blood Knights, and he ended up winning the battle because of the barriers from the destroyed war wagons. So yeah,
see, that's kind of like insanity. That would have happened in tabletop.
Yeah.
If it was destroyed, it would become. It's just like you've played plenty of 40k. A destroyed tank is now basically new terrain, and it's crazy to see the nuance.
In 40k now you pull it off the table actually.
Oh man.
Yeah, maybe I think you're probably thinking of previous editions.
Sure am.
Yeah,
because I definitely forgot about that.
There might be some narrative missions where maybe you leave it, but at least in like competitive tabletop 40k, you actually just pull the models as soon as you get them.
Well,
but some
YouTube 8th edition.
Some YouTube channels though, like that you probably watch, a lot of the ones I watch as well, they leave them on the table and like put smoke on them and like play around them as well, just for like a narrative kind of fluffy look. But yeah, typically you're supposed to pull them.
Oh, well, either way, it still is an awesome nuance thing. And that's what we expect from these guys, is always find these weird little things that kind of make these quirky builds or weird little stuff that makes all of it really work. It's pretty awesome.
It is, brother. It is. And now, I know you're probably more of a Vampire Count fan, so let's have you take a look at the glorious vampiric foes.
Alrighty. So taking a look here, leadership's going to be Manfred von Karstein. So he's going to be on not the Dark Pegasus, but the Nightmare. And he's going to have an interesting kit. So he's got the Master of Black Arts. He's going to have his Raised Dead, Gaze into Gash, as well as Invocation to Heck and Spirit Leech. And lastly, the Sword of Unholy Power. So he's going to have a ton of Winds of Magic reserve at his disposal. We're going to see 2 units of Vargulfs, then a spread out portion of zombies, and then a lot of Black Knights in that back line over there, followed by both a Corpse Cart and a Mortis Engine, a White King, and then some Ghouls spread over with some Fellbats as well. But a very spread out army that he's looking to kind of looks like he wants to wrap around the Skaven and use that fear to as much of his advantage as he can. Yeah. The Black Knights are going to be good to really kind of pressure, especially those flanks. But Black Knights, in my experience, aren't amazing units, but I think in the Skaven matchup, they do well here because they're quote-unquote anti-infantry, and they have that kind of shock cav portion going for that should help out amongst the rest of the Skaven army.
Yeah, you don't need a lot of stopping power to take out like Skaven stuff. And if you can get a Black Knight on top of like a Jezzail or a Rattling Gunner or a Mortar team, like it's paid for itself like just way, way over. Right. Manfred's certainly a good choice. He's him and Teclis, I think, probably have the most Winds of Magic generation in the entire game. And actually using a Gaze of Nagash here on the Gracier on the flank. But as far as the Skaven army goes, it's just your classic defensive Skaven build. Rat Ogres and Skaven Slave Spears to stop the aggression, and Mass Jezzails to just focus down any big threats. It's pretty funny though. Lotus Moon, like even when he plays vampire counts, it looks like he's playing one of his like elf builds with the way he plays.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's so spread out.
Because many vampire count players, yes, will play very tight like formations to get the big force multipliers from like the Mortis Engine and things like that. So they'll have a classic front line pushing up with a ton of like Black Knights and Fellbats and Dogs kind of flanking in the back. But yeah, so far very cautious play. Honestly, Lotus Moon hiding, just doing a little bit of harrying and skirmishing here, but it looks like he is doing a very slow advance here as these Skeleton Warriors actually pulling back a little bit.
Kind of mirroring what you said, he's kind of taken his force and split it in half with the Mortis Engine on the left flank and the Corpse Cart on the right flank, trying to create 2 levels of aggression for him to effectively create exactly that. You've got that cohesion around one of the carts on one flank or the other.
Yeah, both players just kind of jockeying for position right now. Lotus has to be very careful. If he overextends one piece and gets caught in like a bad engagement, the Warplock Jezzails will absolutely annihilate both of Vargulf and Manfred von Karstein. So Lotus is basically using his Winds of Magic here to spam Spirit Leech the Warplock Jezzails and try and, shut them down before the main fighting starts. But, the upside of that, or the downside of that being is that, yes, Manfred has a lot of Winds of Magic, but it does permanently get rid of your Winds of Magic reserve when you cast spells. So he's not going to have as many invocations and raised deads and different abilities like that as the game does progress. So there's, an up and a downside to that, but we'll see if it pays off for him.
Yeah, and he does also, Arokrasik does also have the Warp Grinders in his army. So anything that's going to kind of break through that front line, like the Vargulf or the Black Knights that try to find a nice weakness, the Warp Grinders can respond to that pretty quickly and actually lock them down and do damage to them over time across both of their abilities. So it's kind of scary to see how this army defensively might react to a lot of the big charges that are meant to kind of break open that Skaven force from Lotus Moon.
Man, if Arokrasik had a Howling Warp Gale, he could really punish this Manfred play pretty hard, but understandably, he went with the Gracier Plague, who's really, really good for just summoning rats. Oh, it looks like he does have the Warpstorm Scroll, so he might actually be able to lock down Manfred here. Yeah, Warpstorm Scroll actually does do an AoE snare. It's basically the same thing as Tempest. Something else I forgot to mention, Ryan, in the beginning is that he does have Deathglow Bombardiers, who are super off meta. You almost never see these. They're anti-infantry explosive kind of grenade units, so quite eager to see how those bad boys perform.
I didn't even see them.
Yeah, they're kind of blended in there a little bit, but yeah, look at Manfredo taking a lot of damage.
There they are.
Manfredo. He's rocking your haircut. Mighty pride here.
It's a great haircut. Every Warhammer character should be happy to be bald because it's in the lore that the second you're bit by a vampire, all your hair immediately leaves. Because we see it replicated on Red Duke, Manfred von Karstein.
Look at the Globadiers, not to interrupt you, but man, the Globadiers in the front just almost two-shotting those Crypt Ghouls. Do you see that? In the very front. Oh my god, that was so much damage. The Deathglow Bombardiers.
There it is. Okay, I'm still having trouble finding them. I locked in on them.
Yeah, no, it's tricky because the Skaven units are all pretty small, so when you're looking at the battle in a macro perspective, things can get lost. But yeah, Arrow's holding pretty well, to be honest, as Jezzails are shooting, but now this is where things get really messy because now the Vampire counts are going to be collapsing from many angles, so we'll see if Arokrasik can really hold this position.
Yeah, he's got some Fellbats kind of jumping in here onto these Warplock Jezzails, which is not going to do a whole ton. The Warp Grinders are in a pretty bad position right now, getting shut down by the Vargulf and the Black Knights, which is actually a pretty good solid pick for them, because that thing is no longer going to be able to threaten them as they push, hopefully, into the gooey center of the Skaven force here. We can see, though, take a look at those guys, man. They're getting ready to chuck again right into these Crypt Ghouls.
Yeah, they're melting all the chaff. They're melting all the chaff. And honestly, Arrow's holding. You can see the Vargulf on the far side, the one that is near the Crypt Ghouls, did take a little bit of damage on the approach. But now this is quite scary, as Lotus Moon has engaged with the Black Knights in the back. And the only thing to really defend are those couple Jezzail groups there, which are really, really kind of cramped in this formation now, are a couple of very janky Skaven Slave Spears, which will do their best, but I don't know if they're going to be breadwinners. All the Rat Ogres are like condensed on the right side of the battle, and yeah, they're not close enough to really defend those Jezzails, which I think might just get pushed off.
Yeah, we did get a summon up of Storm Vermin with halberds on the far
he
right
did
side
that?
here.
The dreaded 13th spell?
Yeah, I was like, man, I haven't seen that in ages.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. And yeah, you can see in the back here, we do have the Blightscab's Plague Pack pushing in to attack the Vargulf, which, even though they're not anti-large, they still do have a pretty good contaminate effect and hit very hard against light armor. So, you know, even if Arrow loses his range tools, he still might have a decent force with the Grey Seer plus the Rat Ogres. And it looks like he was able to stabilize one group of Warplock Jezzails here in the back, but those Black Knights are really, really persistent here.
Yeah, without those Warp Grinders to lock them down or keep them in place and get them focused down, the Black Knights have been able to really push a lot of damage into into Aerocrastic's army. We see units being kind of just beaten out here right now, but the other one is surrounding this Great Seer of Plague, and there are some Rat Ogres that are coming to kind of just drum on those shields of the Black Knights.
Yeah, and you can see here the Blightscab's Plague Pack is, they have great AP values and just absolutely wreck like Black Knight type units. So the Blightscab's Plague Pack in the late game is going to be tough, but one thing that will be very hard for the Skaven is the fact that for the most part, Lotus Moon has all of his single entities alive. So he's got the Mortis Engine, he's got the double Vargulf, he's got his Lord and the White King as well. And Skaven don't really, aside from their Jezzails, have too many tools which are great against these big monsters. I mean, maybe the Blightscab's Plague Pack and the Ogres, but that's going to be a tough fight if that Mortis Engine is still standing.
Yeah, I mean, the Dreaded 13 spell was an interesting summon to see with those Stormvermin and Halberd, but I think by that time, the Vargulf and the two Black Knights on the right flank had actually moved away from it. So that summon was just, I think, a little too late for Aerocrastic for it to really pull out a lot of value for him. And now he's, like you said, he's now having to deal with two rabid Vargulfs alongside a Mortis Engine, which is giving them some health as they just kind of rip through these Deathglobe Bombardiers right now.
I love the descriptor. Yeah, they certainly are ravenous, rabid creatures here. The Assassin is trying to get away, which is super important because the Assassin in the late game, if he's able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ogres, will lend a lot of really good DPS against these big monsters. Also, Arrow has gotten some Jezzails back online, which are putting some pepper here into the Mortis Engine, but it's rapidly probably going to be shut down by the Black Knight flanking in the back and maybe even some Fellbats. And yeah, man, look at the kills in the Blightscab's Plague Pack, though. 100 kills and climbing, and most of those are against Black Knights and pretty good units for sure.
Yeah, really high value kills out of those, which is something that you always take a look at when you're fighting, like, say, a Vampire Counts, Coast, Tomb Kings, or even Skaven army, is you get a lot of low value kills. So those inflated numbers don't usually mean much. But like you said, Blightscab has been fighting pretty high value targets this entire fight.
The big problem for Skaven, though, even though the bounce power is even and it looks like it could go either way, is the fact that that Mortis Engine is still standing. It's going to just drain down all these Skaven troops, and at the same time, it's also going to be healing the Vargulfs. For anyone who doesn't know, the Mortis Engine does also damage enemy troops and heals your troops, so it's a huge power piece here for the Vampire Counts.
And look at this. Look at the last boy in the band. The Corpse Card's joining in, too.
Yeah, quite slow indeed. But look at this Slinger play. Skaven Slave Slinger is actually putting enough DPS into the Mortis Engine to maybe break it. And this is huge for Arrow. He needs to kill this here. He needs to.
Oh. Trying to just finish it off. Invocation to heck down, and I think it's happening right here. Boom! Wow. Mortis Engine just explodes.
That is huge, because now the Blightscab's Plague Pack, there's not too many things left in the Vampire army that will just dismantle them. They are immune to psychology. They have a Discourage effect, which might not seem like it's great against vampires, like breaking their leadership, but it actually is, because it leads them to crumbling that much quicker. If the leadership is broken, you're getting free damage. And suddenly it's just kind of a single entity blob versus, what's left of the Skaven force.
Yeah, I mean, we still have some nice Rat Ogres in here that can do some AP damage to these Vargulfs. And we got some Slingers that are actually doing a pretty impressive amount of damage here, too.
Yeah, and also some Jezzails on the back of the map. You see those ones running? If they come back, that's going to be really bad for the vampires.
Oof. I didn't even see those. And we got more Rat Ogres coming in. We have some more Clan Rats coming in to kind of join this all-in fray here. We do have one Vargulf kind of pulling off at full health. But Manfred von Karstein's having a little trouble getting back up into the air here, so we can start casting once more. He is surrounded pretty heavily, and that assassin looks like it's dueling the White King, I think?
Yeah, I think it's trying to wear down the White King with the big old Grey Seer. And there are zombie summons on the battlefield, which do give the vampires some sustainability on the ground, but once those are gone, a lot of the monsters are going to be surrounded by the base level rats, and really will run into some problems. Vargulf is crumbling, taking free HP damage. Manfred up in the sky looking to engage here. But, yeah, I don't know.
What's Arrow's doing? I mean, even though he does have these slingers and they're very low value units, they're getting such a high value for him that he kept that unit of Rat Ogres, which is now jumping into the fight, back with them. So Manfred von Karstein pulled up into the air to swoop down onto these slingers and pulled up immediately when he saw a pretty high health unit of Rat Ogres ready to just clobber him back in kind. So it was a pretty interesting little defensive move, even when he was invested in this pretty all-in fight in the center here.
Yeah, and really the unsung hero, though, is the Blightscab's Plague Pack, although not even unsung, really, but because they have an ability called Demagoguery, which gives immune to psych to all the nearby Skaven. So suddenly the Vargulf and the big scary monsters of the vampires aren't going to be terror-routing Rat Ogres. They're not going to terror-rout Clan Rats and Skaven slaves. You're going to have to actually break those guys the old-fashioned way. And the assassin almost able to finish off Manfred, and for the first time, Aerocrastic pulls ahead. Oh, is he going to get him? Clan Eshin, baby! Let's go!
600?
Yeah, it's really close. I think Manfred will get away, though. He's very
just squeeze up in the air at 627 health left.
He's very, very swift on that mount. So Bounce of Power is actually pretty decisively in Arrow's favor. And man, I love the Grey Seer bell. Like that ominous toll of the bell. It reminds me of that Metallica song, For Whom the Bell Tolls. It's just awesome, man.
Dude, it's got the tingles from that one.
Yeah. Like in the Skaven trailer, when they first had the Skaven reveal, when they were ambushing the Dark Elves, and it had that bell as they were sneaking up and just it was so awesome.
I think that was a collective very ecstatic moment for every single Warhammer fan to finally see Skaven brought into this game. That was such an amazing trailer.
The Assassin and the Rat Ogres trying to finish off that Vargulf there. It looks like a Lotus Moon might kind of be stabilizing a little bit. Skaven Slave Slingers still have a little bit of ammo.
Manfred getting a Master of the Black Arts here at the last minute, jumping down to 660 health. He can't quite finish off the Master of the Black Arts with Manfred von Karstein, but once he does, it will actually be very devastating here for the Vampire count. So Lotus Moon and Aerocrastic are in a pretty interesting play here, using their leadership to essentially bait out each other's charges.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the Vargulfs is down for the count. The Assassin and Slinger is able to take him, and that's really big. But also, the Skaven Plague Pack is gone, so there's no more immune to psych here. And it looks like this is going to be a Warp Lightning or something. No! Oh, he was saving the dreaded 13th spell for the fourth quarter here. Oh, man, what a clutch play. And now suddenly he has all these Halberd Rats, which will, of course, be very good. That was, man, I love seeing that used and actually being good. That is...
Glad my face wasn't on during that, because it was just
oh! And the Corpse Guard's going to get dragged down, and I don't think there's any hope for Lotus Moon, as he's going to be stuck in combat here with these Halberds.
At the buzzer, gets the layup. That was amazing. Just that last minute 13th spell, I was like, man, did they put not a cast timer, but what's it called? A limit on that? I thought you can only do it once.
Twice.
Why hasn't he used it again? And boom, there it is. That was such a great last minute play there.
For whom the bell tolls? Well, it tolls for Lotus Moon as Aerocrastic claims victory in the second game, one game away from taking the series and becoming a 2-time Everchosen champion. What a
Skaven continued to be unforgiven.
That was yeah, that song's great too. Man, the dreaded 13th spell victory in the back pocket, that was insane. Who would have thought that would work?
Totally floored me. I was like, what?
But it was so good too, because let me explain why it's even better. Because in tournament rules, if all you have left on the battlefield are single entities, which that's all Lotus Moon had, you have to stay in combat. You can't cycle charge. So
right.
Aerocrastic waited for Lotus Moon's zombie summon to wear off, which was the only thing that was allowing him to cycle charge. And then when the zombie summon was gone, he summons the dreaded 13th spell, and then bam, they're all stuck in combat with, Halberd units. And that was just pretty much GG from there. It was just such masterful timing and patience, and it really paid off. And Aerocrastic has gone up 2-0 here.
Wow.
I know. That was legendary for sure.
That was sick. I think that's maybe one of my favorite moments in Everchosen, next to was it Arrow and Sooth, when it was Setra the Imperishable on his Chariot of the Gods against both Kolek and a Shaggoth, and they were running around each other.
Yeah, that was because at that point nobody was really bringing Setra on a Chariot, because it was kind of perceived as overpriced. But yeah, it was super wild, super wild, man. So now we're getting into our next one here. It's going to be Aerocrastic, of course, against Lotus once again in the next round. This is best of 5, so we'll see if we go the distance. But of course, if Lotus wins, he'll have a chance to claw his way back and win the next couple of games and reverse sweep. But if Arrow wins, the Everchosen shall conclude.
Well, what we've had, so every match we've had today has been a rubber match, right? Or both of our
no, Arrow
2-0 with the very first.
Arrow 2-0 Toothsayer. That was the only one that wasn't, I believe.
Right.
Yeah, so Arrow's certainly on a roll for sure, and he's been. I've seen him in practice, and he's certainly been playing very well, and that's reflected here in the Everchosen. So players are doing their picks and bans now. Yeah, we're almost ready.
A huge shout out to all the competitors. I mean, a lot of these guys now host their own tournaments. They've got involved with their own Twitch channels or their own YouTube channels. Aerocrastic is the one who has pretty much led the charge in creating. They're called the banner rules, correct?
Yeah, we're using the banner rules for this tournament, correct?
And he is like pretty much like, the owner of that tome, and he always is kind of curating it with every single patch update. So these guys are always involved very heavily in the tournament scene. I mean, Aerocrastic himself, like I just said, he runs his own tournaments. We have Yale Nale and Sooth. We've got Flying Taco, Crabling. Every one of these guys, Falcon, of course, has played such a huge part now in not just initially becoming big competitors in the Total War Warhammer 2 narrative, but also becoming these huge mentors. Like you kind of have, I guess to make a weird analogy here, comparing like chefs. Like if you were taught by one master chef, you become a part of that legacy. Yeah. Falcon has a number of people that he helps teach the game to. Aerocrastic included, Lotus Moon. Like everyone kind of really teaches each other, and you get this legacy of play style that kind of evolves and continues throughout the multiplayer tournament arena. It's a really amazing story from where we started Everchosen 1 to where it is now, and how very different the meta has become.
Well, and especially the level of competition compared to the first Everchosen,
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is the last couple Everchosens have had insanely high levels of competition for sure. And it looks like now we're actually getting into our last game. The picks and bans are concluded. Lotus Moon is going to be going with the High Elves here, and Aerocrastic is going to be going with Norska. Norska has traditionally had, I think, a good matchup against High Elves using the Pendulums and the Sea Fangs from Wolfric, and of course very good swarming elements. But Silver and Guard are a huge game changer here. Those bad boys really allow you to hold back those Norscan rushes. So we'll see what Lotus does, but I think he'll go full kite probably.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty vicious Sea Fangs in the past year. I believe it was another Everchosen wherein we saw the Sea Fang go down a whole entire 3-block unit of
went down 3 blocks.
Sea Guard.
Yeah.
Delete them.
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, I thought you were going to say like three street blocks or something like that. And
it's just 3 street blocks down, just shooting its cannons for shooting arrows out the whole entire time.
Yeah, it's so good. I mean, so oftentimes you'll see that mixed in with Pendulum. Burning Head is also quite good here as well. Burning Head against High Elf Spear lines in the past was really good because High Elf Spears have low armor. So obviously the Burning Head would roast them. But again, Silver and Guard hold better because they have better armor, better magic resist. So you have to use like Pendulum type effects, ones with better AP to really crump those guys down. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, that's what we saw in that one game was Sea Fang and Pendulum used in conjunction down 2 separate lines of archers, and it pretty much ended the game. All the Lizard Sea Guard were killed in that those 2 initial shock attacks. So
yeah, it certainly buttered some bread for sure.
Absolutely.
I think having like one, like normally against High Elves, you would think like, oh, I probably shouldn't bring like a big mammoth or something because like the High Elf archers can really pepper it down, right? Like Sisters of Avalorn. But I think bringing you like one mammoth, and if they can't like finish it off, the rest of your army then just kind of runs rampant. It's kind of like if you're playing tabletop 40k and you have like, let's say you're playing Death Guard, you have Mortarion, a big expensive centerpiece model. It might be a big target for your opponent, but if they don't finish off Mortarion, like the rest of your army is just going to be going ham as well because they have to allocate all their resources to hammering down one target. So we'll see. It looks like players are making their picks. Aerocrastic's army is ready. Certainly some very cool units in his build I can see, but I'm not going to talk about them too much now until we join. But
because we've got Lotus Moon now on an elf faction, so hopefully now he can try and pull back a win, and we'll come into a 4th round after this.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't gone to his elves for the first couple games, but I suppose he maybe had a set game plan against the factions that Arrow was going to play, but it didn't quite pan out.
And maybe this was a part of the tactic with the pick and ban system. Like he was trying to kind of leverage the fact that, okay, I'm going to have him pick some of his better things out the gate, and I'll save my best stuff for ladders. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But now that he's finally on an elf faction, I'm really curious to see if he's really going to pull out all the stops against Arrow, because this is it. If he loses this, he's out of the fight. He gets 2nd place, and Arrow claims the title of Everchosen Invitational Champion.
Yeah, having played against Arrow, like I play against him quite often, and he's just like, he's so good at coming up with builds, and it's just like most of his builds are just so tight. There's nothing that's like glaring or like missing in his builds. Like they address everything they need to in that respective matchup. He's just very much a technician of coming up with builds. As a matter of fact, yesterday when I played CA Duck, Arrow and I the week prior had been talking about builds. Like I was like, oh, for Greenskins with their new stuff, what would you actually bring against vampire counts? I'm kind of curious. And this was before I knew I was playing Duck, who was playing vampires. And he mentioned trolls and like Savage Orc Biggins. And these are many things I was like, oh, would they really be good against vampires? Like I didn't think they would, but I took it into practice and used it. And man, I was like steamrolling vampires on ladder and like in quick battles and people I was playing with. And also yesterday, you saw how truly effective that build was. That was a build he came up with. And he has builds like that for like every single matchup. And that's one of his biggest strengths as well, as his faction range is super dense. Like he can play a ton of factions very effectively. So we'll see. We'll see if Lotus Moon can run him out of factions. But of course, Lotus Moon, if you guys have ever watched his streams, he's an insanely good player. I mean, he's one of those players who plays from like a satellite position where he's like super high up, not really looking close into the armies. And he does not miss much. Like he sees the whole map and has really good map awareness. And also his elf play is just insanely good. So we'll see if he can kite back. Galbaraz is a medium-sized map, so he should have plenty of room to work with. But we'll find out, brother. We'll find out.
Yeah, this is for all of the marbles for Arrow here. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a grudge match here. If Lotus Moon can get this win here, I think it'll help break that momentum a little bit for Arrow. But I think Arrow's on a pretty hot streak because he's won both his games against Soothsayer, and he's won both his games now. So he is undefeated so far in day 2 of the Everchosen Invitational.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And he's up 2-0 right now. That's got to be a pretty big psychological toll for Lotus. I mean, I've been in countless tournaments myself and have been dropped down to a position like this, and it's very tough to come back from that. But if anyone can, I mean, and like you were saying, he hasn't played his strongest factions yet. So I think that could be a big factor as he comes in with High Elves, who we've seen Lotus, I think, in every single series so far, have success. And I don't think he's lost with his High Elves yet in the Everchosen. I think he's won with them every time. So
as one would with High Elves.
Yeah, it's just quite a glory. Not you said, but you did indeed win your show match against Josh. So using those
sweet, take that, Josh. If you're watching, take that.
That's right. Using those sweet campaign units, pretty good stuff for sure.
using any kind of handicap it can.
Just getting in there. All right, so I'll take a look here at the Norskin forces. So we have Marauders in the front line, and he's going to be relying on his monsters and magic to do most of the damage here. So Marauders backs up with a couple of trolls as well. So Norskin trolls. He does also have the Maws of Savagery Arwar Skin Wolves, which are much better against High Elves because the armor is very useful against Dragon Princes and Silver Helms and things like that. So Marauders, Trolls, and he does have a pretty good mobile core himself. He's got 3 Norskin Hounds, 3 Marauder Horsemen, Wolfric on a Mammoth, as well as the Maws of Savagery, like I said, and 2 casters, including a Spirit Leech caster and a Glittering Robe caster. Okay, that's interesting.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's very much a defensive spell, which buffs up armor by 60. So I guess that's really good against Dragon Princes, right? Like if you put that on Trolls, they'll have 100 armor against the low AP values of Princes, which is quite awesome for sure. So, man, it's time. Who's this legendary brother up here on the bird?
Who is on that bird over there? Just jump over to the bird. Let's take a look at what Teclis is riding. And it is a glorious Arcane Phoenix. So he's going to be having the Bound Fiery Convocation. He's going to have the Potion of Charoi, and then he's going to have his Sword of Teclis with the Net of Amantaka as well. We're also going to see a Mage with Death Casting to help out with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech here. But we're going to see a lot of Cav play, just as we would expect. Illyrian Reaver Archers making up that front line. We do see some Tyrannoc Chariots in the back center with some Silver Helms and Dragon Princes in the far back corner there, accompanied by some more. So 2 units of Dragon Princes, 2 units of Silver Helms with another unit of Illyrian Reavers, just a melee variant.
You know what's really cool about the build from Lotus is that fact that the Mage of Death has the Book of Hoth and Starwood Staff to get like insane Winds of Magic regeneration, and then Teclis has the Sword of Teclis plus the Greater Arcane Conduit. So the amount of Winds of Magic this High Elf army is going to have is going to be ludicrous. Like, I was worried for him at first. I was like, oh, he's not going to be able to afford Buna, Nets, and Regrowth, but with that magic generation, I think he might be able to.
And at least he'll have a bound Fiery Convocation, so he'll be able to use that in any big situation where he gets a nice good line or a nice blob. So, and on top of it too, he's on the actual Arcane Phoenix, so he'll be able to use the Arcane Storm. What is it called? Arcane Storm? Whatever the Tempest is, I believe, that he gets on his the bound ability of the actual Phoenix itself. So he'll be able to do some damage with that.
Oh no, he actually doesn't get that, unfortunately. So Teclis can't do the Ember Storm because, like, apparently if like Teclis, only the regular Arcane Phoenixes can, because like apparently since Teclis is riding, if it went down and did the Ember Storm, it would like incinerate Teclis, I guess. It's kind of the lore flavor of that. I wish he could. I think it'd be really cool, but yeah, it's the nature of the beast.
Man.
I know.
Well, I'll allow it.
So he's actually, the thing is here, Lotus has used a Spirit Leech on a Chariot and then a Fate of Buna on Marauder Horseman. So really going all in, trying to like stop Arrow's mobility. But if he uses too much on those, like, I don't know if like he's going to have enough to kill Wolfric and all these trolls in the late game, but we'll see.
He's already cracked open one of the Marauder Horsemen, who's now starting to flee off, which will come back in due time. But he's trying to now catch out these Norscan Warhounds a little bit, because Arrow's trying to fight fire with fire here, right? Trying to match that mobility with these Warhounds, with these Marauder Horsemen. And Lotus is just doing the best he can with these Illyrian Reavers and Silver Helms on the right flank, supported by the Tyrannok Chariot, just taking these kind of glancing shots here. He's already knocked out another Norscan Warhound, so his point, I think, is just to use the Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech a little bit at a time, and maybe save it for the big hits here, because he does have the way to recharge it so fast that if he uses it up front quickly and then comes back around to it, he can hopefully pull out another cast or two.
So check out that Seafang there. He tried to do that to catch the Illyrian Reavers because it does have a slowing effect. Granted, a pretty unfortunate circumstance here. The Norscan Warhounds for Arrow are terror routed and then chased off here by the Illyrian Reavers and other units. But honestly, both armies have taken substantial damage. I mean, the Reavers and all these kind of missile cav have taken a little bit of poke. Arrow's army has taken poke, but it's mostly on like Warhounds and kind of lower tier troops. And as a matter of fact, those hounds on the back of the map do rally, which is going to be very useful here for pinning in the Reavers. Right,
but another one did just get smashed out as well, and it looks like they're going to get hit by the Illyrian Reavers. So I think that while they have taken quite a bit of damage, especially this Illyrian Reaver Archer, which is now about 50% health, the advantage here is that Lotus Moon hasn't really lost any units, or at least pointed to the fact where they've fled off the table here. So I think that, Major Death Throes get Hunter of Champions and is in a pretty bad position and might get a little bit of a wrap-up going.
The Werewolves might be able to catch it. The Skin Wolves, I don't think they will. I think she's just barely going to get away. But if Arrow could get the Norse controls up and around and pin them, maybe. And more Winds of Magic being used. Another Fate of Buna. So, even though he has a ton of Winds of Magic regeneration, like the Fate of Buna is super expensive. It's 20-plus wins, which, he's probably not going to have enough for like regrowth in the late game. And if he uses all of his skirmishing to poke the Horsemen and the Chariots, I don't know if this High Elf army is going to have enough stopping power to deal with Wolfric on that Mammoth. That's my big concern looking at Lotus Moon's army here.
Well, it's not going to be from an Ember Storm. We've already found that out.
Yeah. I mean, Bird Teclis is pretty strong in combat. He's got 440 weapon strength with 46 melee attack, so he can certainly chip down Wolfric, but he's not going to want to sit and fight that fight because obviously Hunter of Champions and Wolfric is, just a massive powerhouse. And even though he's on a Mammoth, he's still a pretty good duelist versus characters just because of how raw and powerful his damage output is.
Yeah, and it's kind of taunting him here, making a line and just kind of chipping away at things again. This back portion by Teclis, it just smashed out another unit of Marauders, so they're just kind of picking apart the periphery portions of the of Arocrastic's army. Some Marauder Horsemen in the back, rallying, but probably going to get hit with some Dragon Prince Illyrian Reaver action.
Yeah, I mean, Arrow doesn't need to chase too much. He might as well just rest his troops because Lotus will eventually run out of ammo with his Reavers, and from there, Lotus has to come in and fight. And if the Norskins are still somewhat healthy at that point, and there's no dragon, there's no like big shock damage, is this going to be a Buna on the Marauders? Whoa, he's netting down the Marauders.
Talking, look, it's going to be a Fire Conviction probably drop down from Teclis.
Oh, good catch. I didn't even think of that. It's that's a lot of wins.
Has the game's longest spell cast right here. In fact, Net of Amontok might wear off here by the time that actually goes down.
Yeah.
And then goes in for the 1-2 punch.
That was a pretty sweet play. That was a pretty sweet play. And then all the Chaos Marauders down here are a little bit isolated and just going to get ramrodded by the High Elf Cav Corps. But
that was almost a pretty deadly pick. The Dragon Princes almost got caught by some of those Norscan Warhounds, slowing them down a little bit to get caught more, but they pulled back to help out this beleaguered front line.
Oh, look at the Seafang. That did so much damage. It went right through the Reavers and also slows them. So now the Trolls and Werewolves may be able to catch them in the retreat here. And I think Lotus Moon is going to be taking some big casualties.
Yeah, two units that are just pretty much going to get swarmed over here by those grabbing trolls. Look at those things.
They are. They're grabbing for the Illyrian Reavers, that's for sure. Another thing to remember, guys, is that ammunition is factored into the balance of power. So as Lotus does run out of ammo on his Reaver archers and things like that, despite Arrow taking what would appear to be more damage from these engagements, obviously without the ammunition, the balance of power will be pretty even, and the battle will be even as well. And looks like the last of those Reaver Archer Cav that were trapped in the engagement have gotten away. Lotus using his ammo, but look across the board, man. Ammo is getting very, very low here.
Yeah, very low, very low. And it'll be interesting because he's been focusing on the Marauders themselves. So maybe he has a play when it comes to, okay, my ammo's going to extinguish. I have to use these in a certain engagement. You got a quick charge in, though, onto those unit of Marauders that were supported by those Norse controls with the Silver Helms, just pretty much tapping them and running away immediately. But take a look at this back line here. We're going to see some Marauder Horsemen get charged in by Illyrian Reavers and Dragon Princes to get doubled down again by those Silver Helms. And Teclis jumping in here as well. All sorts of crazy action.
Yeah, Bird Teclis is getting quite angry. It looks like he's going to be casting a net here to try and lock down Wolfric from getting to that engagement. And now it looks like Lotus is going to be going in for a bit of an alpha strike, actually, while the Maws of Savagery, which are the good anchored defensive unit, are actually pushed off. And the Trolls are going to get terror routed because they're Trolls.
Wow, this is a really awesome, that was a great defensive net.
It was. His net play has been really good. And man, the Fiery Convocation net combo is really, really cool. I actually didn't even think that that was a thing. So it worked well, man. It worked well, but he will pull back. The Trolls, of course, are only terror routed, so they should come back. I think Arrow should be able to protect them, and they will regenerate from there, so shouldn't be too punishing.
That was a really like a secondary great net there, and I like that he didn't use it to lock down his target in. He just used it to just buffer it, and everything that runs into that radius of Net of Amontauk, even if it wasn't there during the initial cast, will then get netted. That's why you saw those nets starting to drop onto more units as its cast was wearing down.
It was a good alpha strike, but again, Winds of Magic, I mean, despite his insane regen here, has got to be running out. Arrow has to make sure to protect his Norse controls too. If they get isolated by Teclis and hammered by Cav, they could just route off the map, which I think would actually give Lotus Moon a pretty substantial advantage here in this game.
Yeah, take a look at this unit of Dragon Princes. I mean, they're in a pretty terrible situation here, where the Maws of Savagery were chipping away at them. They had some Norscan Warhounds trying to like muddle them at their feet here, but they're just kind of getting some good distance before they can charge back into those Hounds. But they almost got really caught out pretty poorly there.
Now the Hounds are going to be countercharged by the Reavers and the Princes themselves, so they'll need to fall back. But it looks like Lotus is pretty entrenched here with these Princes, and there's a ton of Trolls and Hounds. I think a bit of maybe a misplay with those guys, or maybe he's committing to a bigger fight. I can't quite tell yet. There's going to be magic follow-up. But
Teclis did have Hunter of Champions on him, so I think the goal of it was to get Teclis up and back into the air, which he is now.
I didn't see that. Yeah, that's a good catch,
he's still slowed down, but I think the big play there was just to get Teclis out of that fight because it was a pretty unfavorable one for him.
Yeah, the High Elf Cav are certainly getting hammered. I mean, you can see that one group of Lyran Reavers is terrified and pushed off. Dragon Princes are getting danger low. And now Bird Teclis is going in to try and get some terror routes and finish off the Shaman Sorcerer. Oh, what is this? Is this a Fiery Convocation?
Oh, Fiery Conviction or Convocation. One more time, dropping down. And it looks like it's going to actually hit the Trolls, but just kind of skirt past them.
Yeah, and the Sea Fang was much better. It went across the lines and hit the Reavers as well as the Dragon Princes. But honestly, it's a pretty close game. I think it might not look like it, but I think it's actually slightly Norscan favored at this point. But
now it is, yeah, for sure.
That can flip super quick when the Norse controls break. If the Norse controls break, I mean, they're still a healthy, powerful unit, but if they just get pushed off due to leadership mechanics, that would be a way for Bird Teclis to make his way back into this game. But yeah, just like we kind of articulated earlier, man, like all the skirmishing and focus fire was used to get rid of the chariots, like multiple Bunas to take out lower targets. And that means like Wolfric is just going ham. I mean, there's nothing to stop Wolfric here.
I think Lotus Moon's play has been, I'm going to ignore Wolfric entirely, and I only want to focus on everything else.
Yeah, and surround him later.
If I break him through army losses of some sort, that's my best kind of a route here. Is once I at least reduce the amount of things that can insulate him, then I might try to deal with him, but I think that's what he's trying to do, is focus down these things with Beta Bunas onto the Trolls or Spirit Leeches onto other targets. Like, it seems to be that's what he's focusing on. But that Mage of Death is in a bad situation right now. Maws of Savagery on him. He's shaken but not stirred, and he's a little terrified as well.
Yeah, getting pushed off there. And the thing is, there's kind of this sense of impending doom for Lotus, because the longer the battle goes, you'll notice that the Norse controls are 12 of 12 models and 10 of 12. They've been healing like crazy. Right. And if this battle keeps getting drawn out, those Trolls are going to keep healing unless they get broken and chased off. And also the Maws of Savagery, the werewolves, do have the regeneration as well, and they're able to cleave that mage asunder. And honestly, yeah, I don't think Bird Teclis is going to be able to put this game on his back. And is Aerocrastic going to be the Everchosen champion 2 times over? We will see, man.
It's looking pretty spicy here. I mean, the balance power bar is ticking more and more in his favor. Every one of these charges, it kind of sweeps back a little bit, as we've said, that leadership does play into that balance of power bar. But I really think that Arrow's now been able to slog through this. That regeneration point you brought up about the Trolls and the Maws of Savagery is really helping him out, because there's no real healing for the most part on the Elves, period. So I think you get regrowth on Teclis, but that's it, right?
Yeah, Hunter of Champions is active now, and Potion of Croy will save him a little bit, but that Mammoth is pissed off, dude. He's tired of being kited around the map and getting exhausted chasing those pointy ears, and now it's time for vengeance, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the majority of the High Elf line is now broken, shattered, and fleeing away, and it's just Teclis with his Potion of Charoid trying to do whatever he can.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it. I mean, the Maws of Savagery anti-large. I mean, the Bird Teclis is one of the actually tankiest characters in the game. He has ward save. He has like physical resist. He's very tough to kill with the regrowths as well. But there is absolutely no way that Bird is going to chip 9,000 HP off Wolfric the Wanderer. And also,
Hey, he can go for the eyes. He'll be fine. Don't downplay my elves.
he's just gonna like fly up and wouldn't it be funny if like the bird flew up and snatched Wolfric like off the top of like his like chair there, just like dragged him away.
Critical hit, natural 100, dead.
Oh my god! And there you have it. Krasik is the Everchosen champion twice over, joining the ranks of Soothsayer with 2 Everchosen victories and a 3-0 sweep of Lotus Moon in the grand finals. Great games by both players, but Krasik was a man possessed this tournament and truly showed us his mettle. Man, great performance for sure.
I mean, honestly, it wasn't an easy win for any of these fights for Arrow.
Yeah.
I think Lotus Moon, even though he brought unconventional builds for himself, he still was able to bring out very long, prolonged fights with Arrow. These weren't very clear cut. I mean, like I said in the last one, if Arrow hadn't had that 13th spell, I don't know how it really would have gone. That last game's 13th great spell really crushed it for him. And then this one here even was going pretty well for Lotus Moon. I thought, I was like, oh, he's got this. This is going to be good. We're going to push ahead. And just the persistence and the regenerative abilities of the Trolls and the Maws of Savagery really, really helped out Arrow stay in this fight and keep a lot of pressure back onto Lotus Moon.
Yeah, and so many people get frustrated too playing against like kite builds like that, but Arrow is just like, Veins of Ice is, he just kind of he took his licks for sure. Like the Horsemen and the Hounds got caught in many situations and like terror routed. Lotus was doing a really good job with that, but he just stayed calm and like he knew that if he could just endure the ammunition usage of those missile cav and what was going to kill Wolfric in that army, I think that was the big weakness of Lotus's force. Like maybe like having a dragon could have been useful because that mammoth just, there was nothing to stop it. Like it has good armor, a ton of HP. Reaver archers were dealing with arrow skirmishers, which then allowed the mammoth to just pretty much be unscathed that entire game. And the trolls obviously, made him pay the troll toll in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. Just brought that Badunka trunk to the yard and was just slamming all over the place and killing through those high elves pretty quickly anytime there was a major engagement. And I think it really worked out well for him.
Absolutely. And on that note, Krasik is going to be our Everchosen champion twice over. Soothsayer has won 2 Everchosens. Krasik has also won 2. We've had Falcon win 1, of course, and then the Gobble King for our first one. But Krasik and Soothsayer are tied for both being 2-time champions. So
yeah. Now we got to have some sort of crazy thing with them. And I mean, Krasik now is the winner of this Everchosen, so he gets $650. 250 goes to Lotus Moon, and then third place goes to Soothsayer, $100. Before we jump over to our last play match, I do want to give some quick shout outs here. So a huge shout out to Creative Assembly for giving the prize money, obviously, and hosting another Everchosen yet again. If you guys have not done it yet, swing on over to Steam, check out Skulls for Skulls Throne sale. It's up to 75% off of Total War Warhammer 1 and 2, as well as all the DLCs, as well as a huge discount on pretty much every single Games Workshop IP. A massive shout out to all of our players: Falcon, Yali Nali, Lotus Moon, Crabling, Krasik, Flying Taco, Hadries, Soothsayer, everyone. And of course, if you want to get involved in more of these competitive multiplayer games, please head on over to Turin's channel. You can check out the Eternal Challenger League. I host the Warpstone Cup League on my channel as well. I am ItalianSparticus. This is Turin. But please check out his channel if you want to really get in depth on multiplayer, on those battles, how to get better at playing multiplayer, because he covers it on such a fine-tooth comb. And it's like, he'll just say, oh yeah, it's a 85 speed. I'm like, is it 85 speed? I don't even know. I don't even know if he's right now. And then obviously it is. So he definitely knows his stuff, and you can definitely get more multiplayer coverage from the Big Daddy Turin.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words, man. And we'll certainly be doing some. I actually like this format quite a bit, like this being able to cast like remote together. I actually thought it would be a little bit trickier, but in the end, I thought it was smooth. So we got to do some more tournaments like this together, man. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. This worked out. I mean, like we said before, obviously we are both in separate locations. Yeah. The original plan was for me to be over at Turin's, but clearly we can't. And this worked out really well. Like it barely feels like you're not here.
I know. It was pretty funny. Yesterday I was watching back the cast and I noticed like you would like look to your like towards your window and it looked like you were looking at me. I was like, it's pretty smooth. I dig that.
You know what? Just looking longly at my big giant closet doors, but thinking it's you. I've actually put a small little picture over here.
You just have my mullet and picture just taped to the wall there.
Yeah, with your glasses on, and you just give me the finger guns.
Oh man, that's great. And now to close out the Everchosen Invitational, we have our last show match to close out this glorious event. We'll see if Creative Assembly can scrap out a win. We have the lore master of Sotek himself, Going with the Prophet of Sotek, so actually staying in flavor. He's going to be playing the Lizards, facing off against the Foul Skaven Hordes. And yeah, it should be fun. It looks like the Skaven are going to be having Lord Scroll as well.
Ooh, and 10-1? Does that say 10-1?
Yeah, we got Lizard Moses in here. It's going to be great, man. I'm very excited for this match. But as far as the Lizard build goes for Sotek, he's got a front line of Saurus and Skinks with some Saurus Spear support in the center. A big old Air Force. He actually has to headwind on a Ripperdactyl, and I think it's going to be 2 Ripperdactyls, one of which is going to be the Colossadon Hunters and a Skink Chief. Now in the back, his Pterodons are flying in. Oh, look at the rock drops! Man, that is brutal damage on those Rattling Gunners there. Do you see that?
Vicious. I mean, Sotek's going for the sneaky stabbing already here onto the Skaven, and this Sotek loves himself some Lizardmen. So if he can really kind of get this is a favored foe from a lore perspective, right? 10-1 hates the Skaven. This is a huge part of his whole character arc and lore arc. So Sotek's in this one for not just the people, but for the Lizardmen.
Did you hear the sound of the rock drops, like the whistling sound? I never noticed that before. That's super cool. And yeah, the rock drops immediately destroying the Rattling Gunners. I don't know if I've seen that in like all the tournament games I've casted. I mean, I've seen rock drops used, but I don't know if I've seen them this aggressively here. Yeah, going crazy with those. And Tandawin is summoning a Manticore as well, which will instantly tear out the Rattling Gunner. So suddenly, the Skaven haven't even engaged in melee yet, and all of their ranged assets are already picked apart by the illustrious Slan Man himself, Lore Master of Sotek.
God, he's just going all over the place. All I see is just these disgusting bat wings everywhere.
I know, the bats are quite ferocious, and here are the Manticores pushing down the Rattling Gunners, and it looks like now the Fire Liege Bolas are going after the Blight Scabs Plague Pack, who are a very choice target. Lightly armored, so the low DPS or low armor piercing but high DPS attacks of the Fire Liege Bolas will be very, very efficient here. But the Skaven have engaged in the front against some of the summon units, but Sotek, I think realizing he's like, I don't need to take these engagements yet. Let's just kind of keep skirmishing, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I like that he doesn't have a lot of things that are going to threaten this whole entire Lizardman Air Force of his, the Green Brigade. So he can just kind of sit up top, use those Fire Liege Bolas, just chuck from on high. These transformation of Catons that are coming in and doing some damage over here. A Flock of Doom dropping down too. Like,
yeah, he's getting it done. I mean, the Hellpit Abomination is just kind of standing there with his hands in his pockets, like, well, this kind of sucks. He's like, I don't know if I want to be here. I'm going to go back to Clan Mulder, but. Yeah, he definitely needs to get engaged for sure. Although there's not really any good targets for the Hellpit on the ground. If I'm looking around, I mean, I guess it could attack some Spears or Saurus, but neither of those are going to be very choice targets. And finally, the Skaven get a good engagement here, so you can see the Blight Scabs Plague Pack have engaged Saurus, which they should perform well against, but they're also taking Fire Leech Bolas from the back, and honestly, the Lizardman Air Force and Lizard Moses, he's ready to go, and I would assume more Flock of Dooms and ganking attempts will come in due time.
People might say, you know, hey, did Creative Assembly win because they played by the rules? I don't think so. I think the casters won because we're great. And I don't know how this fight plays out, but right now we're 3 wins up. Sotek's doing the Fire Leech Bolas from on high here. I mean, it's working out so well. We're wrapping up an Abomination with some Spearmen. So yeah. This just goes to show you. The casters are where it's at.
This is the old ones.
This high level play, it's pish posh.
The old one's plan is certainly being fulfilled here by the Lore Master of Sotek. And as a matter of fact, Lore Master of Sotek is most certainly a high level player. He's played in, I believe, 2 or 3 Everchosens, and one of the Everchosens he did get to the top 4 and got 4th place as well. So on top of being a mighty lore meister himself, he's also a pretty solid competitive player, though by his own admission, he said he's a little bit out of practice right now, but certainly still has those really good fundamental skills and battlefield awareness, and we saw that with the rock drops and really picking apart the Skaven army.
You know, we talk about that a lot with Micro and how Micro is such an intense portion of the game. Like, you might not have the best loadout or the best actual build, but your Micro can really save the day, and Micro is a very depreciating skill. If you do not actually keep it up, and all these guys that we talk about, Falcon, Aerocrastic, everyone, they play all the time against each other. And that's not like hyperbole. They are literally playing almost all the time. And it really keeps their micro skills up to a great level, and it pushes it even further. Because if you even take so much as like a week off or even a weekend, you can really notice a significant drop in your micro. Have you ever experienced that?
You know, I think I'm a bit of a different case, and I think depends on the player. For me, my micro doesn't slip. I generally always have decent micro, but my knowledge of builds is what slips. So if I take like a week off and start playing, I kind of like forget like certain matchups and builds I should bring. And I'll notice that in the games, my micro will be good, but the builds I brought are slightly suboptimal, and that is what might be the the issue. It's kind of like how power in boxing is like the last thing to go. Like, you know, you still got the technique and the power, but, you know, obviously, I don't know if that's the best analogy, but for me, the last thing to go, obviously, is my micro, but yeah, my knowledge of the builds, and that's the thing, because playing actively in tournaments, like, you get a really good taste of what the good builds are, what the good characters are bringing, and you can, like, build from there, but yeah, that's just my 2 cents. Everyone's different. I've talked to people who are in the same boat as you. They, like, take a week off, and their, like, micro slips up. It's just kind of a player-to-player basis, I think.
Yeah.
There you have it, dude. It looks like the Lizards are cleaning up for the most part. The Pterodon Riders and Ripperdactyls are just swooping down there. There are some Skaven summons which are buffering the position, but it really looks like the Lizardmen are in a pretty comfortable position as their mighty Air Force continues to go. But if the Skaven Death Star can survive here and that Hell Pit heals and there's nothing to like chase it off or finish it, you know, the Hell Pit Abomination could be a massive problem here in the late game. Yeah, look at the bounce park back.
I almost choked right there. Like, yes.
Etiquette, I'm too weak.
I can't do as much. There's too many pterodons.
I had that happen to me on stream a while back. I was like drinking some water and I literally like almost choked on it. And my stream was like, oh, is he alive? I was like just hacking in the background. Oh, and the Hell Pit Abomination getting a huge heal. And look at that, pull the bounce of power back. Is Creative Assembly going to get their name on the board by defeating the Lore Master of Sotek? What do you think, man? Oh, man. We can't let that happen. Sotek.
Sotek, you better pull this together. I know this is a recorded replay, but you better pull it together right now, Sotek, and finish off that Hell Pit Abomination.
Yeah, breaking the Hell Pit is certainly going to be a path to success here, and because then he can simply chase it off the battlefield, and considering Sotek has this massive Air Force here with Tehenowin and you know, these other Pterodons, he should be able to pursue that thing, and then from there, Lord Skrulk probably will not win in combat versus Lizard Moses. I think Tehenowin's pretty darn strong. I mean, 63, 45, 460 with a bonus versus infantry, like those are really good anti-infantry stats, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's the best thing about it is that Tehenowin is such a really strong hybrid lord for the Lizardmen. He does have, and especially if you put him on like big scarier things, right? Like the Ancient Stegodon, which gives him
Engine of the Gods,
which he retains his frenzy. Like he's such a great lord.
He is. He's fun. He's not like a super common competitive pick. I think Tehenowin in a vacuum is like a good lore choice, but when you look at him in the spyglass of the Lizardmen faction as a whole, Slans and many of the other monstrous lord characters like Saurus Oldbloods and Krokar, I think, are just much better because they're just more of a game changer type unit. But Tehenowin is still very good. If he was on like a different faction, for example, I think he's someone we would see all the time. He also imbues poison, so Tehenowin does have the Plaque of Sotek, which I believe is the item that imbues poison to all nearby troops. So it's really good for like buffing up just, you know, skinks and units that normally don't do poison. And the Skaven making their last stand.
A fluttering death of the Skaven.
I mean, it's actually not a bad situation for the Skaven, because Eshin Triads are anti-large, and they should tear apart Pterodon Riders very easily. But I think it's just there's so much stuff left for the Dinos, including the Colossodon Hunters who are coming back, and also the little Poison Darts are doing a number on Lord Skrulk. And I think Lizard Tehenowin here is going to be coming in. Yeah, I wonder if does he actually hit them with the tablet? That would be like the funniest animation.
I've never really seen if he does. I think he'll just kind of like push it in their face and stab them.
I think if like Tehenowin had an animation where he actually like grabbed the tablet with 2 hands and just like sideswiped someone in the face, that would be like the most glorious thing in all of Total War. That would be like a WWE thing for sure.
He doesn't have a steel chair. He's got the stone chair.
Yeah, he's got the stone chair. Tehenowin just picks up some like actual stone chair out of his like the back of his Pterodon and clubs someone with it. Oh man, but Lord Skrulk's in a bit of trouble here. 900 HP in combat with Saurus, and it's only a matter of time before the Lore Master of Sotek shall descend on his prey here. I think he's waiting for some of the Skaven summons to disappear before he really commits. But yeah, he also has the Skink Chief character who's pretty good in combat. Like I don't think Skrulk can survive that. I don't know. Hard to say. And yeah, the Colossodon Hunters should be on their way back, but they're currently just kind of hanging out right now.
Yeah, I think that like if he just kind of gets there and hopefully it just cycle charges into Skrulk here real quick, we can kind of just pop him over time. But here we go, Tehenowin just jumping down right into the fray there, surrounded by all sorts of disgusting little triads and everything of the sort.
And that's going to be game, man. So the casters, 4-0. Aerocrastic is our grand champion for this Everchosen. What a good run.
Would have made this better. Is if we were in Horsham and we 4-0'd them, you know, at home, you know, at their home turf.
I know. Yeah, we certainly, they would have had the home court advantage there, though, so we'd have to watch out. But I'm sure they'll be back in greater numbers, and we'll practice between now and future Everchosens. But guys, just to run it back, let's go ahead and head on over to the Everchosen bracket. Aerocrastic is our grand champion with a 3-0 victory against Lotus Moon, a 2-0 against Soothsayer, and a 2-0 against Flying Taco. So Aerocrastic did not drop a single game in the entire Everchosen. Just an absolute beast in this run. So congratulations to him for sure. And of course, in second place, we have Lotus Moon, who had a really good run as well against Yali Nale, and also was able to defeat Crabbling in the beginning. Some very fearsome opponents. So he's second place. Third place is going to be Talaxalon Soothsayer, and Yali Nale is going to be our fourth place contender. So congrats to those guys for making top 4, and congrats to all of our players for great performances across the board, because though they were 2-0s, they were all very good games. So yeah, man, Aerocrastic going to be bringing home the bacon. Certainly fun. And currently with our Everchosen, our format as it currently stands is that the top 4 players from this Everchosen will be invited to the next one, and we'll be having 4 new players for the next Everchosen. So you guys will be seeing some new faces that have never been in Everchosens before, and it should be quite a bit of fun. So man, I just want to thank you for joining me, Ryan. It was a absolute pleasure casting with you. As always, it was a lot of fun. We got to talk about the glorious Niblet, the Goblin face, the Hype Goblin, mullets. Just it was a great time as always, man.
To you as well, man. It's always a good time when we get together and have a little fun doing some Total War Warhammer conjunction casting here.
Yeah, it was great. And again, thanks to the mods, thanks to the players, thank you Creative Assembly for allowing us to put on this event on your platforms. Always a good time to get multiplayer out to the broader audience. And yeah, man, thank you for joining. Any closing words of inspiration you'd like to share, Spartacus?
You know what? I don't have any closing inspiring words here. Everyone out there, just make sure you stay safe, wash your hands, and I think we'll be back here for another Everchosen sometime in the future. Who knows when, but I'm excited for whenever that is.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Thanks for joining. Congratulations to Aerocrastic, 2-time Everchosen champion, undefeated in this run. What a showcase. And that is it for now. So we will see you guys next time. And thank you so much for joining.
Absolutely, guys. Everyone take care.